Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the City Council meeting on April 15th, 2024. I would love to invite Dr. Caroline Heldman to do the land acknowledgement.
The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielina Tongva and the Gabrielina Kizh peoples. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Heldman. Calling the meeting to order at 6 o'clock p.m. Nicholas, would you come up and do the Pledge of Allegiance for us?
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job. Good job, Nicholas. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Heilman.
Here.
Councilmember Meister.
Here.
Councilmember Shine.
Present.
Vice Mayor Byers.
Present.
Mayor Erickson.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Wonderful. City Attorney Langer, please provide a report out from the closed session.
Yes, good evening, Mayor. The City Council convened a closed session this evening at 5:30 p.m. There were no members of the public to speak on public comment. The City Council spoke about one item of potential initiation of litigation and took no reportable action. The closed session adjourned at 5:48 p.m. That concludes my report.
Thank you so much, City Attorney Langer. City Clerk, are there any changes from staff for the agenda?
No, Mayor, we don't have any changes from staff tonight.
Sounds good. Do my colleagues have any changes? Councilmember Meister?
Yes, I'd like to see if we could possibly move item 4B, humane and sustainable bee removal, to consent.
Sounds like an excellent, I'm trying to insert a bee pun, but it's not working idea.
6A, construction agreement with Valley Construction.
Yep.
6B, sponsorship of a panel event in recognition of National Foster Care Month.
Works for me.
And then I would like to ask if we could possibly move item 5C before item 5A, because I think that 5C will go a little quicker than 5A, and it would be good to get that off our plate.
Sounds good. I'm fine with moving 5C up. Are my colleagues okay with that?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Meister. Is there an appetite to move 4A to consent?
I would be okay with that.
You okay? All right. Sorry, 4A is the outzone language change? Okay.
I'll be voting no, as
Understood.
I have been.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
And Mayor, can I request polling item 2P?
2P?
Yeah.
Yep.
My request is to table it, if we can do that now, or if we'd like to discuss it.
Yeah, I
City
think
Manager?
any items we pull may get moved, tabled,
Yeah.
depending at the end of the night anyway. So if you want to just table it now,
That'd be
that's
great.
fine.
Okay.
That's the ballot initiative for the Justice for Renters Act. The reason why, I believe, is because there's changes still going on regarding some issues in Sacramento on that item, and so it's not in its final form yet. Am I correct?
Right, correct. We're getting it pretty early in the cycle right now, so just wanted to wait for that.
So we wanted to have the actual final version text of it because in case it changes. Wonderful. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yeah.
I'd like to pull item 2J.
Item 2J. All right. Sounds good. All right. Thank you. Is that it for everyone? Sounds good. All right, so we are moving items 6A, the construction agreement, 6B, the foster care month panel, 4A, the outzone language. I just did that in reverse. Apologies. 4B, the humane and sustainable bee removal policy. We're moving 5C up before 5A, and we are going to table 2P and pull 2J. You got all that, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, I have it tonight. Thank you.
Good. Good. Thank you so much. There is a motion and a second. Great, 5-0. Thank you so much. Do my colleagues have any adjournment motions? Councilmember Meister? Councilmember Shine?
Nope.
Councilmember Heilman? Vice Mayor Byers?
I have two tonight. Thank you, Mayor. First, Felicia Villani was a gifted artist and iconic West Hollywood DJ who recently passed away from cancer. Felicia got her first guitar at age 13 and would go on to be the lead guitarist for Surrender Dorothy, the all-female tribute Alice in Chains, and other high-profile projects. Felicia grew up in Colorado and was a theater kid with special singing and dancing talents. She was a pioneer as one of the first women to tour nationally as a DJ, but kept her roots in the place she loved, West Hollywood. Felicia was also a talented martial artist. She earned her 5th degree black belt in Tang Soo Do karate and held 3 national titles. She rescued cats with her partner Lana of 26 years, and she leaves behind her beloved cats Georgie and Jack. Felicia was beloved by those who knew her and admired by many fans. She leaves behind a legacy of incredible passion for life and music. Grandmaster Lana was a distinguished figure as a 7th degree black belt in Tang Soo Do and holding black belts in 5 other disciplines. She was inducted into the Filipino Martial Arts Hall of Fame and was featured in Black Belt magazine. Her skills and charisma led her to be featured in films, demonstrations, and television shows. Grandmaster Lana's journey in martial arts began at an impressively young age, opening her first martial arts school at just 15 years old and dedicating her life to teaching and mentoring her students in the discipline she loved so deeply. Grandmaster Lana worked for years as celebrity bodyguard, with Dame Elizabeth Taylor being her favorite client. She was known for her golden heart when it came to animals, with a particular fondness for cats. Grandmaster Lana passed away shortly before Felicia Villani, her beloved partner of 26 years. This trailblazing couple chose West Hollywood as their beloved home.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Byers. I have no adjournment motions. We're going to move on to presentations. Our first presentation will be done by Councilmember Heilman for Education and Sharing Day.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight we're going to be recognizing April 19th as Education and Sharing Day in the city of West Hollywood. We have Rabbi Yossi Delphin of Chabad, West Hollywood West, and we have our principal from West Hollywood Elementary School, Dr. Elizabeth Lehman, and also we have members of the Friends of the West Hollywood Elementary School with us tonight. Education and Sharing Day was established in 1978 by a joint congressional resolution. It expresses the importance of instructing our youth in the ways of ethics, morality, and teaching them the importance of education. Education and Sharing Day serves as a reminder of the vital role education plays in shaping not only individuals, but our society, as well as the importance of giving back to our community. And Education and Sharing Day aligns with the principles established by Rabbi Menachem Schneerson and his long-lasting legacy. So at this point, I would ask both Rabbi Delphin and Dr. Lehman and members of the Friends of the West Hollywood Elementary School to join us as we proclaim Education and Sharing Day in the city of West Hollywood.
I just want to say thank you to the City Council. I am proud to serve as principal of West Hollywood Elementary. So proud that you are so supportive of us, of education. Many of the council members have been at my school multiple times. We appreciate you every time you come. There has been a school on the hill in what used to be the town of Sherman before it was the city of West Hollywood. So we were Sherman School, and we became West Hollywood School, and we have been proud to be educating children for over 100 years. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
So I want to thank the City Council for the opportunity for having me and my son and some community members here. It's such a special evening. I want to thank everyone that came out here tonight as well. The idea of education, how important it is to focus on the youth and the furthering of education, and especially at this time which we live around the world. There's a lot of different problems, rifts. I think our city here, led by our esteemed council, are the perfect example that here there are many different people that live, but the love and unity and acceptance that we have here is something that shouldn't just remain in this beautiful city, but it should spread to all communities around the globe of the love, acceptance, dialogue. So thank you so much for all that you do, and it's a privilege to be serving the community. And on behalf of our grateful community, thank you very much.
Thank you. And next up, I would love to welcome up Nicholas Summers again to get a proclamation for doing the pledge so well tonight. Nicholas, I don't know if you play pickleball, but you have quite the league at West Hollywood Elementary School. They kicked my butt. Literally, it's on video. Next up, I'm going to do a proclamation in recognition of Child Abuse Prevention Month. And we have two stellar organizations here today to accept this proclamation. For my next presentation, I'm really excited that we have Loving Way and Holton's Heroes that do great work to support the children and their families here with us to accept this proclamation. Whereas April is National Child Abuse Prevention Month, which recognizes the importance of families and communities working together to prevent child abuse and neglect. And whereas approximately 5 children die every day because of child abusers, and over 3.6 million cases of child abuse are reported every year. And whereas the City of West Hollywood commends organizations Loving Way and Holton's Heroes that are dedicated to preventing and ending child abuse. Loving Way is a nonprofit organization founded by the one and only Dawn McCoy. She is committed to fighting to end child abuse through advocacy, awareness, visibility, while bettering the lives of impacted children. Loving Way was named in honor of Dawn's son, Waylon, who's right over here, a brave survivor of child abuse suffered at 6 weeks old. The mission of Loving Way is focused on 3 central goals: heightening community awareness, providing much-needed resources to families of child abuse victims, and increasing the joy of survivors of childhood abuse and their families and caregivers. Holton's Heroes is an organization that serves the community by connecting children who have suffered a life-threatening post-birth brain injury with the necessary resources and support to enhance both physical and emotional development, along with an improved quality of life. Holton's Heroes was co-founded by Eric and Angela Weingrad, named after their own child, Holton, who suffered brain trauma. Holton's Heroes stands as an unwavering beacon for families grappling with the aftermath of brain injuries, assuring that they are never alone in this struggle. Whereas, in recognition of Child Abuse Prevention Month, the City of West Hollywood extends its gratitude to organizations like Loving Way and Holton's Heroes for their dedication to raising awareness about child abuse and fostering the physical and emotional welfare in children and families. Now therefore, let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby recognizes April as Child Abuse Prevention Month and extends its gratitude, and my personal gratitude, to Loving Way and Holton's Heroes for all that they do to support our families and children. Dawn and Loving Way and Eric and Angela, will you please come up and accept these proclamations?
Thank you very much for this honor of this proclamation and for bringing awareness to the children that Loving Way and our charity Holton's Heroes help. I just want to say my son was a victim of abuse at 11 weeks of age. Someone we trusted cracked his skull and caused him to stop breathing. And that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was when we went for help from the district attorney's office. They weren't able to prosecute for a litany of reasons. But then the real troubles began as we tried to struggle to get help. And because my family had good jobs and good education, we were penalized by making too much money. My son wasn't old enough, and the reasons began of why my son wasn't able to get the equipment he needed to thrive. So we started Holton's Heroes. We figured we would do the job that we feel government should do, which is supplying these children with necessary durable medical equipment like wheelchairs and gait trainers and ramps. Thank you. Before my son was injured, I produced television, and now I'm an advocate for families like mine. I changed my life around, and I say this not to brag, but to point out my own ignorance to the plight and the epidemic that families like ours face without the right equipment. And we hope that this can extend into the community so that we, Holton's Heroes, are not the only charity that does this around the whole country. And that every city can have a charity like Holton's Heroes that is backed by their government. And once again, I appreciate you guys shining a light on what we do. Thank you.
Dawn. A vision in pink.
Oh my goodness. Waylon too. He's
Yes.
being a trooper, you guys. He got a new wheelchair and it's not working the way we'd like. Speaking of equipment. Mayor Erickson, Vice Mayor, and council members. Waylon, our board and I are so honored to be recognized today for our work as Loving Way Foundation. Out of terrible, horror and pain, we have found such purpose and light in helping other victims of child abuse and their families. My 4-year-old son, Waylon, was just 6 weeks old when he was hurt by someone he should have been able to trust and was admitted to the hospital with non-accidental abusive head trauma that resulted in extensive brain damage and numerous other bodily fractures, too extensive and gruesome to mention here. As a result, he suffers severe epilepsy and seizures every day, is blind and cannot yet walk, talk, stand, or sit independently. Rather, he is completely dependent upon me, his caregivers, and his equipment to move through life. While we await justice for Waylon, Justice for Waylon. We help other families with their healing and justice journeys in any way we can, namely by providing resources, personal insight, and referrals to help them navigate the grueling justice system as both victims and witnesses. Provide joyful gifts, moments of respite getaways to help their healing journey, replacing painful memories with beautiful bonding ones that have meant so much to us. And to increase awareness through public events, fundraisers, and media production, all to make the public see that child abuse is an epidemic that does not discriminate, and one that is not being eradicated anytime soon. Our mission is to empower victims to tell their truths, share their stories, and feel confident in supporting their local authorities in bringing their assailants to justice. We also hope to create across-the-aisle laws with more impactful sentences so that those who hurt a child never have the chance to hurt a child again. Make no mistake, our goal is to help the good guys and to put away the bad guys. And there are many bad ones out there hiding in plain sight amongst us. The wealthy are just better at hiding it. Rather than sitting in our pain, we choose to stand in strength and solidarity with our fellow victims and their families to help them get both the justice and healing they so deserve. Most of all, we aim to cheer them on and provide a community of support to help them see that they will experience joy again, even when it feels like that is unimaginable. Thank you for honoring us today, but thank you even more for seeing our victims and seeing their families and acknowledging the pervasive present and future threat of child abuse and publicly stating that it must be stopped and it must be penalized.
Thank you so much, Dawn. Last but certainly not least, we have a bittersweet presentation tonight, and that's for our own Leslie Eisenberg, who's retiring. Leslie was hired in April of 1996 as an intern in the City of West Hollywood's Public Safety Division. In her role as Neighborhood Service Specialist, Leslie was instrumental in implementing the city's community-oriented approach to law enforcement. And whereas Leslie moved into the Social Services Division in September 2003, starting as a Social Service Specialist, and ending her time with the city as Acting Human Services Manager in April of 2024. And whereas Leslie's contributions to the West Hollywood community while working in the social services are extensive and too long to list, Leslie, I'm looking right at you. She was involved in all facets of making sure those that are the most vulnerable in our community know that they have someone they can call. Whereas Leslie worked closely with a wide array of social services agencies and directly with the public to ensure direct and easy linkages to supportive services for all community members, and Leslie developed many innovative and solution-oriented initiatives for older adults, unhoused community members, children, youth, families, and other populations. And whereas Leslie staffed and participated extensively in a variety of boards and commissions, including the Children's Roundtable, the Human Services Commission, the Older Adults Advisory Board, among others. Whereas Leslie was involved in numerous specialized projects and programs with significant contributions to the city's unhoused population, including the annual homeless count and directing the Shelter Plus Care program, which provides rental assistance and supportive services to people who were formerly unhoused. And whereas Leslie will be dearly remembered for her grace, wit, intelligence, dedication, great sense of humor when needed, and thoughtful approach to everything she did for the city, and the way she consistently embodied the city's core values and approach to social services, provisions of creative, collaborative, and solution-oriented. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby recognizes and honors Leslie for her outstanding legacy of 29 years of service. We wish you the very best in your well-deserved retirement. I would love for you to come up here and accept this and say a few words. Do you know those people?
Never seen them before in my life. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Erickson, Vice Mayor Byers, council members, David Wilson and Lauren Langer. Thank you so much for this honor. In truth, the honor has been all mine. I've worked for the city for 29 years and feel so fortunate to have been able to dedicate my professional life to doing meaningful work that would not have been possible were it not for the generosity of a city council that recognizes the importance and the value of supporting the social service needs of the community it serves. Thank you for that. I was mentored and raised through this organization by one of the city's best, Daphne Dennis, here tonight. Daphne took seriously the responsibility of mentoring her staff, and I benefited greatly from that. She had high standards for herself and high standards for her team, and she conducted every aspect of her work in the division with thoughtfulness, consideration, and heart. She taught us things like when you're at a city function, say a board or commission annual congress, be sure to sit with people other than your division colleagues. Mingle. Get to know the community. Let them get to know you. And if you see someone who's not able to stand online for food, offer to make them a plate and bring it to them. I am one of a number of people who spent the vast majority of their careers, not just here at the city, but specifically in the Human Services Division. And that says something. I now have the honor of working alongside a team of caring, thoughtful professionals, most recently Corey Plank, as well as Christoph, Diane, Derek, Francisco, Maribel, Becca, Michelle, Jenny, Dee, Joyce, and Will. They are a talented and compassionate bunch, and this team, in addition to the staff of the social service agencies with whom we contract, work very hard every day to meet the social service needs of this community. The city and its constituents are fortunate to have them in their corner. I've spent the last few weeks clearing out old files, and I came across some emails I saved over the years. Emails that mark my time here at the city, like the all-staff email from 1998 announcing that baby Eisenberg had been born. Baby Eisenberg is turning 26 this year. But also emails I saved that mark some of the more humorous moments of my time here at the city. Like the email from 2006 from an architect who was at City Hall for a plan check and who bore witness to my parked car getting rear-ended in the back parking lot. This was before the new parking structure had been built. It was a hot summer day, and apparently a woman left her dog in her car with the air conditioning running and the windows cracked while she ran into City Hall to quickly get a parking permit. In the time that she was gone, Happy threw the car into reverse and backed right into my Volvo. Happy and I settled out of court. And then there was the email from 2014 from a former beloved coworker, and I think some of you will be able to figure this out, who wanted us in the division to know that in case we needed to access his computer files, his password had been changed to Laura Dern 2, which is funny in and of itself, but also suggests that he'd already used Laura Dern and Laura Dern 1. 29 years is a long time, and in that time, my husband Marty and I raised 2 beautiful daughters, and we just paid our last college tuition bill. That should get applause. Our youngest graduates next month. And speaking of Marty, also here tonight, I couldn't have gotten this far in my career were it not for his unwavering love and support and humor, especially his humor. He's my partner in life, my co-parent, my sounding board. I'm frankly not sure what we'll talk about once I'm retired. But I guess we're about to find out. So thank you once again for this honor and for the opportunity to serve this wonderful, colorful community.
Thank you so much, Leslie. All right, so we are going to move to public comment. So we are going to keep the first section of public comment to 20 minutes. Is that okay with my colleagues?
Yes.
Great. So the City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, the Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council and consent calendar items, other agenda items, or items of general interest within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting and for those that could not be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony will only be taken at the time of the hearing. If you go over your 2 minutes and do not respond to the City Clerk's notification that your time has expired, your microphone will be muted. If you signed up to speak on both consent calendar items and general public comment, as well as an item that was moved to the consent calendar, you may take this public comment period to speak on the consent calendar items. You may also sign up to speak during the second public comment period for your general public comment. Lastly, speakers should not bring any items to the podium other than the prepared written statement and/or writing materials. Madam City Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
We have 19 individuals signed up for the first public comment period.
Great. Our first two public commenters are Steve Martin and Kathy Blavis, and I am going to set a timer for 20 minutes as well, if you would like to do it as well, Melissa.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Steve Martin, West Hollywood, and I do want to thank you for your position in regard to the repeal of Prop 8. I know that some people may think that repealing Prop 8 that installed a ban on gay marriage is performative, but frankly, for those of us who worked on that campaign and fought so bitterly, and our allies, this is meaningful. I mean, we're at a time when so many rights are under attack: the right to choice, attacks on transgender children, the rise in anti-Semitism, and just a whole array of attacks on the LGBTQ community. And I know that the right to marriage is not in danger in California, but we need to take a stand. On the other issue, I want to talk about the parking on Gardner. It was very disconcerting to see the council's decision based on lack of information, because there was a discussion of 22 parking spaces that were going to be removed, 22 angle parking spaces on Gardner between Fountain and Lexington. When those angled parking spaces are eliminated, a number of tandem parking spaces in driveways will also be removed, bringing the total to anywhere between 30 and 35 parking spaces along that short area. You need to go out there and look at it yourself, because apparently either the consultant or staff did not look at it. The residents were not notified. They were not given a chance to express their concerns. They would have told you what the real situation is. And frankly, you know, we incorporated this city 40 years ago so people have a voice. And frankly, that voice was not heard. And this is just not a way to run a city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Kathy Blavis, to be followed by J.T. Parr.
Good evening, Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. With regard to consent item 2I, I'm in full support and hope that the historic preservation community and the Historic Preservation Commission might be included. Regarding item 5A from your March 18th meeting about bike lanes that will be eliminated, 56% of street parking on 2 blocks of Gardner. The process for City Council to make decisions on behalf of their residents is for the staff to do meaningful outreach and significant input, especially from those who will be most affected by the council's decision. Then present City Council and the community with a staff report. After much discussion, Council members Meister and Heilman asked Bob Chung on more than one occasion if the residents had been notified, specifically regarding the loss of parking. The answer each time was no. Mayor Erickson asked, you didn't put a postcard that they would lose parking, but they were notified. Again, the answer, not about the loss of parking. Given the above, council members Meister and Heilman suggested City Council should vote for 1B, with no loss of parking, to do outreach to neighbors, and then bring the item back after residents had the opportunity to weigh in. That Mayor Erickson, Councilmember Byers and Shine had the audacity to move the item forward, knowing we were not informed is outrageous. This is something being done to us, not for us. As Councilmember Heilman stated, people will be outraged. I, along with many, many others, am.
Thank you so much. Next up, J.T. Parr, followed by Denny Zane.
What up, Council? My name is J.T. Parr, and I love to play Call of Duty. After a long day of work and watching my children, I need something that can chill me out. Getting dubs in COD is sick, but what really puts it over the top is teabagging a downed opponent. A teabag is a move where you drop your nuts on a noob's face, thereby completely disrespecting him while he's downed. The teabag movement started with Master Chief in Halo. A massive salute to him and his sack. For the uninformed, a teabag is a movement where you drop your nuts on someone's face. When you repeatedly hit the joystick in Call of Duty, it makes you squat up and down, and it looks like you're dropping your nuts on someone's face in the game. Now to my point. Rebirth Island in Call of Duty is actually based off Alcatraz, the famous prison. I went there last weekend to pay homage, but instead of getting fired up, I left totally bummed. Prison is not chill. Specifically what went down on Cell Block D, where they put guys in a solitary confinement for up to 19 days at a time. No matter what someone's done, it's too dehumanizing to force someone into absolute isolation. These humans need boys. They need to be on comms, downing dudes left and right, and then teabagging them before they finish them. If I didn't have that time with my homies each day, shout out to the Sweeney boys, I'd probably be in prison. That is why, Council, I am asking that we end solitary confinement in America. Everyone deserves a crew. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Denny Zane, followed by Andy Saker.
Good evening. My name is Denny Zane. I live in the city of Santa Monica. I was here tonight to speak to item 2P, which has been tabled, and it's a mystery to me why exactly that happened, so perhaps there might be a little clarification. I was hoping, of course, that renter advocates, the city of West Hollywood, like my city, Santa Monica, has 40-some years of advocacy for renters' rights and rent control, and so I'm a little perplexed about what the reason for this tabling of this. I sort of took it that there was some discussions in Sacramento happening that might have some impact upon this, but there are not any discussions that I'm aware of, so hoping that you all can elucidate a little bit.
Thank you so much, Denny. Andy Saker, to be followed by Caroline Hildman.
Hello, Andy Socker, founder of the Lavender Effect. I'm so honored to be here tonight and to say thank you to the mayor, vice mayor, and council for supporting item 2H. This is the Pride Planning update and all the wonderful presenters that are part of Pride this year. We were selected to have a flagging in the park celebration. I just wanted to say, you know, our nonprofit teaches LGBT history and honors some of the cultural, wonderful aspects of the queer community. This happens to be a really, really exciting event for every age, every demographic that can participate in a joyous family, non-family, nonpartisan event. And so we really want to support those kind of events, and thank you. I know that we're kind of in the air on the date and the location, but like everything else, location is going to make or break this event. So thank you for your support.
Thank you so much, Andy. Next up, we have Caroline Heldman to be followed by Amelia Goelia. Oh, there you are. There you go.
I stand here to thank the City Council and especially Vice Mayor Byers for honoring the lives of two trailblazing women, Felicia Villani and Grandmaster Lana Hyde. You have brought incredible comfort to their family and loved ones. Felicia was one of the first women DJs to travel the globe when there were just no women doing it. She loved Hart and Bonnie Raitt, and she played a really mean heavy metal guitar on stages around the world. Grandmaster Lana was busy kicking people in the face as her sport, a decorated champion of her sport when there were almost no women in the martial arts. These two incredible beings found each other 26 years ago, and they found their forever home in West Hollywood, a place where they could feel safe and comfortable just being themselves. They rescued cats. They loved dancing at the Abbey. Felicia played every WeHo Pride and was a regular DJ at Mickey's and played drag shows every weekend. These women absolutely loved West Hollywood. Thank you all for your leadership in cultivating a city where people of all backgrounds can thrive. We so appreciate you all.
I just want to say thank you so much for honoring Lana and Felicia. They absolutely loved living here and being a part of the community. And Caroline pretty much covered all of it, but thank you so much, because they've loved it here. They absolutely did.
Thank you, Amelia. Stephen Davis to be followed by Lynn White.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Davis, and I'm here on the behalf of the Human Services Commission. As you know, a Human Service Commissioner comes and shares information about one of our providers or some of issues, and that way the community at large hears about us. Tonight I'm talking about sexually transmitted infections. This is April. It is a sexually transmitted infection month, awareness month. Some sexually transmitted infections can lead to serious health problems, and if they're not treated. Many infections may not cause symptoms, so the best way to find out is to get tested. All sexually transmitted infections are treatable, and most are curable. The sooner you get tested, the sooner you will be able to take action to protect your health and the health of your partners, or, well, partner or partners. Excuse me. The City of West Hollywood collaborates with the following nonprofits: the LA LGBT Center's Sexual Health Services, offers comprehensive and culturally sensitive HIV/STI testing and treatment, including Doxy PrEP, a post-exposure prophylactics. And the WeHo Life program provides condom distribution, harm reduction supplies, and HIV prevention information. Men's Health Foundation offers STI testing and treatment for gonorrhea, chlamydia, syphilis, HIV/AIDS, and includes same-day PrEP and PEP services. Planned Parenthood offers HIV testing and treatment and STI testing and treatment services for gonorrhea and chlamydia. If you're interested in accessing sexual transmission, all right. If you're interested in accessing sexually transmitted infection testing, please visit weho.org/human services or call the city's Human Service Division.
Please finish up.
323-848-6510. And thank you all very much.
Lynn White to be followed by Lucien Tudor.
Hello. I'm here to express opposition to 1A, which Council voted on last week, which has already been mentioned about the Gardner Street parking. My husband and I are longtime residents of Gardner Street and, quite frankly, are outraged at the complete lack of community outreach to ask what the impact would be on any and all of us living on that street. When I first moved to Gardner, it was all parallel parking. And then the City of West Hollywood came along and in their wisdom realized the neighborhood's growing, parking must grow with it. So they eliminated parallel parking and they created the angled spaces we now have. And again, years later, the city recognized the need for more parking and has allowed buildings along that street to have tenants tandem park, lining up with the driveway, but still on the street. Those spaces, as somebody has mentioned, have not even been factored into the equation of how many spaces are going to be lost. Now you think it's a wise and proper decision to decrease parking when the neighborhood has only gotten more crowded and less safe, and again, doing so without any sort of community outreach. Ms. Byers, at the last meeting, you stated you were happy to inconvenience motorists at the safety of cyclists. Please understand it's not the motorists being inconvenienced here, it is we, the residents. If you choose a generic term like motorists, it goes down much easier than had you chosen to say, I am happy to inconvenience residents for the safety of cyclists. And quite frankly, I don't think you would have said that. Finding parking in this neighborhood now is already difficult and inconvenient, and you offer no alternatives. This is no longer a completely safe area. Walking a distance is not a safe alternative. For mothers with children, for people coming home after dark, were these things considered? Did you consider where service people, gardeners, delivery trucks, utility companies, to name a few, would put their vehicles? For the safety and life quality of the people who live here every single day, I urge you to do the right thing in support of the residents' needs. Gardner Street parking should remain as is. Find another alternative, a better one. Thank you.
Hold on. Lucien Tudor to be followed by Mikey Friedman. And I think, Mikey, you'll be our last speaker, but we'll look at time.
Can you adjust my time?
Oh, yeah. Could you start it over, Melissa? Thanks. There you go, Lucien.
Lucien Tudor from La Boheme. Today I stand before you to discuss a grave concern that threatens the very fabric of our government. The cancer of corrupted government. This cancer manifests through conflicts of interest and the undue influence exerted by powerful entities over our political decisions. Local Here 11, a notable participant in our city electoral scene, has been actively involved in funding electoral campaigns. This involvement raises significant concerns about the impartiality of decisions affecting key policies under considerations tonight. When those who draft or sponsor legislation can influence its adoption, it creates a sick cycle. This cycle benefits a select few while the broader community bears the cost, eroding trust and confidence in our government. As we consider policies that impact every resident and business within West Hollywood, it is imperative that these policies are evaluated on their own merit. Each policy must be scrutinized for its potential impacts on all stakeholders and residents. Our decision must not be by the preference of influential campaign contributors whose interests might not align with the needs of our community. I urge you, our elected officials, to break this cycle of influence. We must act to preserve the integrity of our local government, and ensure that our legislative environment fosters not only economic growth, but also affordability for our residents. Thank you.
Thanks, Felicia. And then, Mikey, you will be our last speaker with 2 minutes, and then every other speaker will be moved to the last public comment section.
Mikey Friedman, West Hollywood. Summer's coming, and once again, more scooters will be putting pedestrians in danger. What have you done to mitigate the danger? What's Lyme doing? Sure, the sheriffs wrote 2 measly scooter citations for blowing past stop signs. Sorry, but that's not enough. Now on Wednesday, they're having a safety instruction exercise for pedestrians, drivers, and bicyclists. But did they even mention scooter safety instructions? Nobody sees your faded sidewalk stencils. So what have you done to make West Hollywood sidewalks safer? Safety should be your #1 priority, but it doesn't seem to be. I suggested a couple months ago that you put up signage at eye level saying that riding on the sidewalk is illegal and that riders would be fined, but you didn't. I see ideologues acting like evangelicals, and that's dangerous. Ideologues are theorists whose theories are not based on practicality, and evangelicals think it's their mission to teach their version of the Bible. Those who don't like them or think like them are enemies. Put these 2 philosophies together and you have the majority of our city council. You propose theories for our city, but you have no practical experience, yet you dictate these theories to your staff, and they try to execute them because they are very well paid and they don't want to lose their jobs. Hell of a way to run a city. Adding to scooters, taking money from unions and developers, changing gender classification, Paris trips, plant-based menus, bike lanes taking away our parking, grossly over-budget vanity projects, and small business owners forced to leave. It's sad, but this is what you ideologues want. Stop playing games and shoving your unhelpful agendas down our throats. Just listen and learn how to make our city safer, more resident and business friendly, and more affordable. Thank you.
All right. City Manager, please provide your update.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Just a few comments tonight. Staff is asking to table item 2J, the West Hollywood City Playhouse item. I did confirm with staff it's not time sensitive, so we'll bring it back on unfinished business unless staff can answer Councilmember Howman's questions before that meeting. And so we'll add that as tabled if there's no objection.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, Mayor Erickson, Vice Mayor Byers, along with key staff and delegates from each of the city's advisory boards and a commissioner from the LGBTQ+ Commission will travel to Sacramento for an advocacy day, a trip that was approved by the City Council last year. The delegation will meet with key staffers from community organizations like Equality California to discuss common priorities, advocate for the city's legislative priorities, and attend hearings of different policy committees of the legislature. So I want to thank those board members and commissioners that have agreed to participate in this important advocacy day. The city is hosting a community event to gather feedback on the city's WeHo 40th strategic plan. The community workshop will be held this Sunday, April 21st from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Plummer Park in rooms 5 and 6 of the community center. We invite all community members to attend to provide feedback and input. You can find more information on the city's website at weho.org/calendar. And just lastly, I want to congratulate Leslie Eisenberger on her retirement and thank her for her service to the city of West Hollywood and our community. It's truly a pleasure working with you, Leslie. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have any questions for the city manager? No. Is Bob Chung here?
Yes, he is.
So I do recognize a lot of the names on the well, it was on my screen, and I know some of them are over there, but perhaps instead of staying until whenever the meeting gets done tonight, Bob could make sure he goes out into the lobby and speaks with those residents from Gardner and make sure that they can have a conversation outside. Might be helpful for them, so that way they can report back. Would that be okay?
Yes, absolutely. And there will be additional public outreach regarding that project. Now the council has approved having the protected bike lanes. We'll do more analysis on the parking and try to minimize the loss of parking as much as possible and have additional public meetings.
And the number that they suggested is not a done deal.
Of lost spaces, it's not. We'll look at various ways to reduce that number.
Great. And so Bob, go, he's somewhere. I think he raised his hand. There's Bob. If you want to talk about Gardner, he's right in the back. You feel free to go chat with him if you would like. Not right now, sorry. But, you know. All right, we're going to move on. Matt, I'm sorry, you're out of order. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the fiscal impact of the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight's fiscal impact with the addition of items 4A, 4B, 6A, 6B, and the removal of items 2J and 2P is $494,420 in expenditures, $0 in revenue, and $0 in waived fees. And items 4A and 4B were ordinances, so I'm going to read the titles into the record for first reading. Item 4A is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood, California, amending Chapter 11.28.090, outdoor dining on public right-of-way eligible sites of the West Hollywood Municipal Code to clarify eligible areas to be permitted to convert temporary outzones to permitted permanent outdoor dining. And item 4B is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood, California, adding Chapter 9.55 to Article 4 of Title 9 of the West Hollywood Municipal Code to provide for the humane removal of bee swarms and colonies. And with that, I see there is a motion. Do we have a second to, there we go, and we have a second to adopt tonight's consent calendar.
And Melissa, you noted my no vote.
Your no vote on 2J. Yeah.
No, on 4A.
4A.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Shine? Thank you. And the motion passes 5-0.
Great. We are going to move on now to item 5C, which we moved up before 5A. So if staff wants to come on down and give a staff report. Introduce yourself and give a staff report.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Rocco. I'm the Deputy City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. We will have a brief presentation for you this evening that will represent an update on the Weaver's Walk project. I am joined here by Steve Campbell, our Director of Public Works, as well as Rick Abramson, our Urban Design and Architecture Studio Manager, and Michael Barker, Project Architect. This presentation is an update following direction when concerns were brought to our attention from various members of the business community about the approved project last year. And the presentation will show you 3 options that highlight some possible compromises and updates to the project for your consideration this evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. So we prepared a very brief presentation to summarize some of the contents of the staff report and attachments here for the project. And we'll just go through each option as discussed in the report. So option A presented here resulted from discussions with the local business community. Previously, what you had seen at the May 2023 meeting was a project of 25 trees. The design team looked at some of the key vantage points for the project and removed trees. It was a total of 4 proposed trees removed in this instance, including 2 of the larger oaks. And so particularly on the upper right-hand corner, that's that view that was discussed much with the nearby businesses for greater visibility. As well as the grove of trees proposed around the artwork, which was previously denser, and that was the intent of the artist of that piece, Karan Davis. So this option is ready for rebidding and award of a construction for the project with City Council's approval. And again, to clarify the views here, because it's summarized, so on the left is at the time of planting, from within the space, on the right from the street, both in the spring and summer on the top, and fall and winter on the bottom, with the deciduous redbud trees. Option B took this a little bit further, removed a total of 3 oaks, a total of 7 trees removed from the design. If approved, this would require some design revisions before bringing it back to council for approval of a construction contract to complete the project. Option C would seek to find a new interim condition that's better than what's currently there, which is the dirt and temporary paving, and would pave a large portion of the space. We could talk more about potential options for that as well, if needed. And staff would return to council for funding for a new design process, public outreach process that would involve the businesses and the local community, and would then return again to award a contract for construction of the new design. And to summarize that briefly, here is kind of a slide representing the design as presented in May 2023. You can see much denser grove of trees, views obstructed from the western corner. Option A improves upon that. Option B further kind of removes trees in the central portion of the space. And then option C is the option where we would re-engage a new design process with the community.
Thanks. Do any of my colleagues have questions for staff at this time? Councilmember Meister.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We received an email from Danny Simon with an architect's landscape architect's rendering to show what the final approval plan would look like in 5 years. Did any of you see that? So does that represent, because it doesn't look the same as what you're showing us, so I just want to get a sense of where they've gone wrong.
Well, I think that view is standing in the middle of the street on the northerly part of the street looking directly at the building. It's not really a view that would be either a vehicular or a pedestrian type of view. I think also the maturity and spread is not very accurately indicated. One thing I would point out as well is that there's only 2 species here, oak trees and redbuds. The oak trees are evergreen. They will be full foliage throughout the year, but the redbuds lose their leaves. And in fact, I was just on a garden tour this past week, and the redbuds haven't even started leafing yet, and we're in April. So the lower right-hand corner represents, approximately 6 months of the year, and then the upper right-hand corner represents the other. But I don't think that image really represents a true idea of what the space would be and how it would function.
And from what I can tell, the rosebud trees are not dense trees. Dense leaves, as compared to, say, the oak.
Compared to the oak, they wouldn't be as dense, but they will provide shade and they will be leafed enough to have some canopy.
During the spring and summer when we need it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Does that conclude your questions? Okay, sounds good. Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. I am wanting to know how many meetings, public meetings, do we have on the Weavers Walk?
Yeah, thank you, council member. There were two neighborhood meetings, or I should call them community meetings. There was a hearing at the Public Facilities Commission. I believe it went 4 times to the Arts Commission. And then there was a specific outreach that was done with the business community, in which case there were bi-weekly calls with the business community. I believe there were over 30 virtual meetings, and I believe, was it one in person?
There were emails.
Or emails, that's what it was. There were emails that were sent out for updates on the design as well. So there was quite a number of points of connection through the whole process.
Oh, I see right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Heilman.
Yeah, thank you for your report. There are a couple of questions I have, really just about clarifying for us and for the public. The approved project initially had 25 trees, I believe, and I think, as I recall, not only was there concern from the business community, but we also discovered that we really couldn't plant that number of trees as closely as possible, or as close as had been recommended initially. So there were some problems in terms of the number of trees themselves and whether it was healthy to plant them as close as possible as had been recommended. Okay, so what is before us now is 3 different options. Option A would be similar, but the trees are spaced out a little bit more, and the number of trees is reduced to 21, and there were some changes in species to address some of the concerns. Option B would still have 17 trees, again with some changing in spacing, and then option C is the one that says, kind of put something in temporarily and let's go back to the community, including the business community, to come up with some other option. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Byers, do you have any questions?
No, not.
Great. I just have a few. I'm looking at your attachment regarding the public outreach, and I know previously, I think last year, and we talked about this, ensuring that businesses were notified, right? And so when we get emails or a petition at the last second from every business along Melrose saying they weren't notified, I don't really know who to believe. And that's a problem for me, because the residents were there, they were very active, but the businesses, I understand they're running a business, so I don't want to comment on their operations, but I'm trying to find what the middleman is. And do we have any certified proof? You hired, I'm guessing, a vendor to do this type of outreach. Maybe you did it yourself, Rick, which is great. But did we go out there and say, hey, Mr. whatever your name is, this is happening, yes, check off the list, you've been notified. Do we have any type of information like that?
To the extent possible, what we have, we hire Bergen Associates to do project management and public outreach as part of the Streetscape project. And part of their duties included doing outreach, not only as part of this project, but as part of the ongoing construction of the Streetscape project. Now, they communicated to us that they had gone in person to these businesses. I mean, we don't have a signature or something, to completely validate or, specifically who they spoke to. And like you said, I mean, sometimes perhaps they were not speaking to the business owner or a decision maker that was more aware and informed and able to make a particular, assertion about the project itself. But there were, various outreach efforts, and I think, but part of this was happening while, at the height of construction, during COVID, during a lot of, activities that were taking place that perhaps made it difficult for people to participate.
Great. The next question I have, if you could go back to the slide with the options. Thank you. So we've spent an exorbitant amount of money on the Melrose redesign, and this itself would cost and is costing currently, right? Nothing's there. The community's not getting the public benefit, and I want to talk budget. So, for example, how much did we lose in option C if that's chosen? How much does option B cost us at this moment based on what we've already spent? How much does option A and then the original walk? I know that budgetary number because of how it was approved in sequence, but I think the issue and the complication I have is that we have an approved project. I trust our residents who have talked to me about this, and then they say, and we don't need to spend more money on something that's kind of been a done deal, right? But I'm interested if you have those estimated figures for each of these, and if you need them later, that's fine, and we can go to public comment, but I'm just concerned about budget for the overall project.
Thank you, council members. Steve Campbell, Director of Public Works. So option A was intended to be covered inside of the Melrose streetscape budget that was approved by the City Council. The contractor's estimate for constructing that option was significantly more than we had budgeted. So if option A is chosen, we'll come back and ask for an additional amount of money to complete the project. At this point, I don't think we're going to be able to have Sully Miller, the contractor for the project, do it, just based on some very recent developments. So we would rebid that project and construct it. With the remaining money that we have inside the project, then ask council for an additional appropriation.
So may I interrupt you for a second?
Absolutely.
I apologize. I hate to do that because you're in the middle of a very good point. So are you then saying that the person who was put out to bid for option A is no longer able to complete that bid? So even if we said, okay, May 2023, let's go with that one because that's what's going on, we have to go out to bid again for that project because the original one can't do it?
I can't say 100%, okay, but I'm probably 90% sure that we will be forced to go out to bid.
Great, and you would have to go back out to bid for option B then?
Option B as well as a similar situation.
More money, and then option C.
Option C is there's enough money in the project to completely construct that and move forward now. Okay. And that, notwithstanding the fact that the redesign process would be an additional appropriation and an additional process.
Thank you. Those are all my questions at the moment. Vice Mayor Byers?
Yeah, sorry, I did have something come up. I understand that part of the concern with the number of trees has been around the visibility of the businesses behind them. Part of the streetscape is about creating a new sort of terrain of visibility in the first place, but I'm curious if there have been conversations about mitigating some of that visibility for the businesses on the other side. Adjusting signs, bringing new signs to the area, anything like that have come up.
There we go.
Touchy.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. When the previous item was brought forward, one of the suggestions is if there were concerns from the businesses in this location, that we could explore other signage techniques, totems, pylons, other things that are very pedestrian friendly and let you know what is included on that block as you first approach it. That works both for, in certain cases, vehicles, but primarily pedestrians. So I think that is an avenue as well. I would also want to add that as it currently stands, option A is fully engineered and designed. Option B and option C are not. So both of those would necessitate some additional consulting fees outside of the construction that Steve just talked about.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Nope. All right, we're going to move on to public comment. And before we move on to public comment, a very important announcement. If you left your iPhone in the men's bathroom and you don't have it on you, you might want to check your pockets, and it's at the staff table out front. Thank you very much. Gregory Rain to be followed by Genevieve Morrill, please. I called Gregory Rang. If there are, then you just met your twin, potentially. But if your name is Gregory Rain, too, well, we can figure that out. Please go ahead, Greg, and then Genevieve is next. Thank you, sorry.
Very exciting. Good evening, Mayor Erickson, Vice Mayor Byers, and esteemed City Council and City staff. As the Executive Director of the West Hollywood Design District, it is my duty to promote the businesses along Melrose Avenue. With its myriad coffee shops, cafes, restaurants, and Seoul Design District parking facility, Melrose is the primary feeder artery that drives footfall and commerce throughout the entire design district. With diminished optics and access, along with precarious pedestrian maneuverability, Melrose east of San Vicente has become an area to avoid rather than visit. We have experienced store closures, job loss, and relocations due to these challenges, and overall revenue has declined considerably. It is imperative that we restore Melrose to an accessible, walkable, commercial, and cultural destination for both our businesses and our residents as quickly as possible. It is my recommendation that Council adopt option C for an expedited return to walkable sidewalks and commercial viability, while an expanded reevaluation of the project can be conducted through the lens of a community that has endured construction, civil unrest, unprecedented weather events, and a global pandemic. Thank you for your collaboration, support, and visionary leadership. Onward we go. Thank you.
And
Gregory, before you leave, quick question for you. Were you with the design district during the time that there were meetings? There was a design district working group in November 2022?
No, I joined in March of 2023.
2023. Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. Genevieve, there you are, Genevieve. Julia Camaria Calvo is the next speaker.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO for the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. I just want to say we're opting for option C. We really feel, and I don't care what anyone says, these businesses were not communicated to in a meaningful way, in any way. After COVID, their sidewalks were torn up. They had no idea what was going on. So having a task force 10, 12 years ago, when none of those businesses were on that again, is insufficient for communication. I also want to say that when we first did the schematics, the engineering schematics 12 years ago, it was based on a grant. We had the money, so when we talk about the money for the city, I want to be clear on where that money is coming from. When we said to Oscar Delgado, why are you tearing up the sidewalks when we had 2 years of businesses closed to tear up the sidewalks? He said, because we didn't have the $47 million grant then. So I don't know if the money's from the city or from a grant, but from what I understood, this streetscape was based on money that was provided out of a grant. I've been working at the city for 25 years now, and in 15 as the chamber director, one of the biggest issues that comes up consistently, and Director Campbell can attest to this, is the trees being trimmed. And I can tell you that the city of West Hollywood protects these trees. They're trimmed twice a year. There's birds nesting. We have a lot of trouble trimming trees that are blocking signage. And this has been going on for a long time, so this is what's coming up for these businesses. If you look at other design districts or streets, Rodeo Drive, Madison Avenue, they have minimal trees, more palm-type trees. You want to see these beautiful design windows. You want to see what's happening. Again, this area has been hit dramatically. We want to make sure that it comes back. We're just asking you, we do want a common area, a gathering space. Let's just bring the community together with the residents and find something that's going to work for that district. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Genevieve. Julia Camaria Calvo, to be followed by Eric Darbeloff.
Hello, my name is Julia. I'm a small business owner. It's okay. Right here on Melrose. Very small but mighty business, like me. And I'm here this evening supporting my business neighbors on Melrose. I want to humbly remind you of how most businesses, if not all of them, were never notified, let alone given a seat at the table of a massive construction project that critically affected not only us, but the entire community. And I'm not just talking about the Weaver's Walk, I'm talking about the entire Melrose streetscape. Now, I hope I can shed a little bit of light with all this confusion about the communications. These bi-weekly meetings were carried by Berg and Associates. The only reason I can speak just for myself, I was part of these meetings was because I found out by chance that they were happening. and I had to manually sign up at the, I believe it was the Bergen Associates link that they provided, not the city. These meetings, I attended these meetings to know what was happening right outside of my business on Melrose, which had no sidewalk for at least 7 months. As you know, this entire project has been going on for almost 3 years. So again, I'm here to support my businesses and again, humbly ask you to give the businesses directly affected by the Weavers Walk the chance that was never given to truly take their concerns and input into consideration before you implement a street project that is and will tremendously impact them and by extension, our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Julia. Eric, to be followed by Leslie Carlos.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Eric Darbeloff. I'm the president of the West Hollywood West Residents Association. And since the Design Streetscape Plan has been taking shape in 2013, we've been encouraging our neighborhood to voice their opinion about Melrose and more recently, Weavers Walk. Our community spent untold hours engaging in good faith with the collaborative process that the city staff has set forth for us and which has led to the current design. This is why we feel comfortable taking a position on this issue and why we ask the City Council to vote tonight for option A. Many of us have lived in this neighborhood long enough to remember that our section of Melrose used to have a significant pedestrian, vibrant life, diversity of vendors and spaces. The street even used to have services directly relevant to the neighborhood, like a mailbox, a pharmacy, and a spiritual bookshop. As the staff's report states, option A upholds key tenets of the West Hollywood General Plan to create a network of pedestrian-oriented, well-landscaped streets and civic spaces, and to expand and enhance the city's green space and public spaces. Approving this plan tonight will be a first step toward bringing back the street life that makes our community something special, and the last thing we need is a broad expanse of more concrete. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric. Leslie Carlos, to be followed by Daniel St. Hilaire.
Good evening. Leslie Carlos. I'm a resident of West Hollywood and on Norwich Drive. Option A is the most environmentally and public-friendly of the options before Council. It offers the most improved pedestrian experience for business patrons. It best addresses the city's general plan to, quote, create a network of pedestrian-oriented, well-landscaped streets and civic spaces, and to expand and enhance the city's green and public spaces. The city invested 10 years in paid consultants, staff hours, and public outreach on this project before Council approved it in 2023. The changes contemplated in option B, and especially option C, are expensive, time-consuming, and only appease a small constituency of 4 businesses with the resources to hire a lobbyist. Those options simply do not serve the public or comply with the general plan, as well as option A. Some business interests have expressed concern about trees blocking their storefronts and signs. However, those businesses largely cater to the trade, which generally rely on appointments and not customers looking at their shop windows as they drive past. Walter Schild of Rosaline Restaurant understands what those businesses do not, namely that Weavers Walk is a gem of an opportunity for the design district. It will draw more pedestrian traffic to the adjacent businesses on a stretch of Melrose that's been inactive for years. Please move forward on this without further delay and expense.
Thank you so much, Leslie. Daniel St. Hilaire, to be followed by Joshua Trachtenberg. And if you didn't hear me, Joshua Trachtenberg is up after Daniel, in case you couldn't hear it.
Good evening. I support the current council-approved 2023 design, or at the very least, the proposed option A. I'm a resident of West Hollywood. I am a dog owner and commonly walk down Melrose. I'm not a business owner, and I'm not an arborist or a landscape architect. However, I do know the importance of leveraging and referencing data in formulating my thoughts and opinions. In reviewing the comments by those who wished to delay or change the previously approved design and scope of the Weaver's Walk project, I did not see reference to any substantiating data. The complaints may be summarized as 1, lack of awareness among business owners, 2, arguments that since WeHo already has a park, these additional trees are unnecessary, and 3, concerns with trees blocking signage. I don't see the legitimacy of the first complaint. How can the community have to suffer through additional delays in the approved project because business owners fail to participate in the public process? Particularly when the activity they fail to participate in is happening right outside their front doors. In addition, not being a business owner on the street when the design was approved also seems to be a poor argument. We all have access to the data and plans for proposed and current projects happening in the city. The second complaint doesn't warrant much time or discussion. Does having one park in a city provide rationale to never plant another tree or create more green space? The answer seems to be clear. For the third complaint, with just one afternoon of research, I found multiple publications on the benefits of trees on retail streetscapes and businesses. One such publication from the University of Washington, in their conclusion section, summarizes, a multi-study research program has investigated how consumers respond to trees in various commercial settings in cities and towns. Some studies by the University of Washington focus on central business districts, while others tested perceptions.
Your time is
okay.
up. Thank you, though. Joshua Trachtenberg, to be followed by Andrew Solomon.
Hi, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members for taking the time to listen. I'm here, along with most of the people that live in West Hollywood, to advocate for the completion of the project in Proposal A. I've lived here for 21 years almost, much to Lauren's chagrin, and I can say, speaking on behalf of all of my neighbors, we are all very much in favor of its completion. While it's true the project's been going on for an inordinate amount of time, the net result is clearly there's more pedestrian traffic along Melrose than there was prior even to COVID. I would say that the addition of the trees for that section of Melrose will, if anything, improve foot traffic. People love shaded areas. I would add to that it's hard for me to accept that the sort of the level of entitlement that I'm seeing from some of these businesses. This is a public area, it's a public park, it's for the people of West Hollywood. I understand that it perhaps may infringe upon some view of the signage, but again, as was pointed out, these are businesses that cater to the trade. They're not businesses that derive their income from foot traffic. So it's difficult to see how this would impair their business in any way, shape, or form. And I know I've got a whole other minute left, but I've said what I need to say. Again, for the people that live in West Hollywood, it would be wonderful to see this project come to completion in the form of option A. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joshua. Andrew Solomon, to be followed by Kimberly Williams.
Hi, good evening. Andrew Solomon. I live in West Hollywood, and I'm here tonight to encourage the council to move forward with the full Weaver's Walk project as originally approved. That means the full allotment of 25 trees, not the modified designs you have in front of you. But I'm here to push for option D, none of the above, full speed ahead. But if that's not an option, then certainly option A gets us the closest to that. Weaver's Walk has been the subject of extensive planning and community feedback. As you've heard from everyone tonight, it's been in the works for over 10 years. Originally conceived in 2013. There's been numerous city meetings, each time noticed to surrounding businesses, surrounding homeowners. Furthermore, it also went in front of the Public Facilities Commission and multiple times in front of the Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission. And finally, it went in front of you all last year. Did each of these notices for the Weaver's Walk meetings say the exact number of trees and placement that were going to be planted? Did these notices say the exact number of parking spots that might be lost on Melrose? No, the notices said, here's a meeting, let's show up as a community and discuss what this park space will look like. And by the way, I consider that to be in the same vein as the Willoughby Street project and the Gardner parking spots. That's a project that's been in the works for 5 years, since March 2019. Each time, meetings for these projects were noticed. Meetings for Willoughby, meetings for Weaver's Walk. Ultimately, it's up to the community to show up and provide input on what they want to see there. Decisions are made by those who show up. The goal isn't to change the vote, the goal is to change the agenda. And you do that by showing up and you provide input during the planning process. That's how staff reports get made. So I urge you tonight to move forward with the full Weaver's Walk, the plans that we all saw and the plans that we created together as a community, and the plans that you all approved last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Kimberly Winnick to be followed by Jeff Seymour. Oh, there you are, Kimberly.
I'm Kimberly Winnick. I've lived on Huntley Drive since 1985. I've lived on Huntley, half a block south of Melrose, since 1989. I believe Ben Soleimani has owned properties on Melrose adjacent to my street since at least 2011. We started talking about this project as a community in 2013. At this point, his projects bookend the park that we're talking about having. I'm incredulous that he hasn't known what was going on. I'm incredulous that anybody else who has a business in that immediate area has been taken by surprise about this park. The city has worked so well with us on this. The original plan that was developed pre-COVID included a piece of artwork that we didn't like. We're trying to get away from brutalism. We're embracing the green ethos of the city. We're embracing the idea of comfortable public spaces where people can breathe fresh air and enjoy a softening effect. The brutalism of the buildings on Melrose combined with the new concrete is really desolate. We need these trees. There were trees there before the undergrounding started. This is almost as if the businesses have decided that, well, you took down those trees, let's not put any up. That's exactly contrary to what the residents in this community want. And honestly, as somebody just said, when you put those trees in, it makes the whole area more pleasant. People will gather, they will come. To the extent that there are some retail businesses there, they will benefit from the fact that people are on the streets rather than hiding in shade elsewhere because there's just desolate concrete here. Please either do the original plan or do A. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Jeff Seymour to be followed by Samuel Alulian.
Mayor Erickson, members of the council, my name is Jeff Seymour, Seymour Consulting Group, Westlake Village. On behalf of Ben Soleimani and retail businesses, I am here today to urge you to support option C. And I want to make one thing clear. This isn't about one man. It's really about the businesses along this portion of Melrose. And as we all know, Melrose has now evolved into who's probably WeHo's premier retail center. But successful retail businesses require a balance between storefront visibility and landscape areas. Businesses along Melrose still are recovering from the pandemic. They're concerned that mature trees will block identification signs along the walkway areas. And there has been a number of business turnovers since the beginning of the pandemic and the process that began with the design review and program. Requesting the consideration of option C, we are not looking to abandon the Weaver's Walk. What we are trying to do is request the council give businesses affected an opportunity to provide input and balance between Weaver's Walk and their storefronts. Mayor, you're going to be hearing a number of businesses today who have in fact been affected by the plan that we are looking at. And we hope council will seriously consider the importance of the business community in West Hollywood and move towards consideration and approval of option C. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Samuel Alulian to be followed by Paul Lewis. Samuel Alulian to be followed by Paul Lewis.
Yes, good evening. I'm Samuel Shaulian. My store is in Melrose, 8636 Melrose Avenue. Regarding the sidewalk, about 8-9 months ago, they said we want to improve your sidewalk. They never mentioned that what kind of tree they want to plant over there. Now I see that they want to put some plant that cover our store. I mean, from one side you cannot see our store. I want to use the plan of C, please, and do something that they don't, and they use the palm tree for us, that people that they pass with the car, they can see our store.
Sam.
Thank you.
Paul Lewis to be followed by Janet, and I don't want to disrespect you by butchering your last name, so if there's a Janet in the room, you're next. Zonati, there you go. Thank you, Councilmember Meister.
Good evening. My name is Paul Lewis. I'm a landscape architect. We've been working on projects in West Hollywood since 1992. We have worked across the city on over 70 properties, including some of its most iconic projects, from the lot at Formosa when it was Warner Hollywood, and we added the vine planting on the exterior walls of Santa Monica to soften the streetscape, to Bristol Farms, where we moved one of the palms on Doheny, even though the city said it could be removed, to maintain the visual integrity, even to Chiconi's, a couple blocks from this project. So we really do care about West Hollywood and the visual impact on the city. We have studied and reviewed plan options A and B. We took the site plan PDF provided and converted it to a Revit drawing, then had our illustrators build a 3D model with the trees in their exact locations. Then with the photos of the site, we inserted the 3D model to the photos to have the real images of the site with the 5-year and 10-year growth of the trees that were emailed to you earlier. Based on our study, we know that the 5-year trees will significantly block the storefronts, and by year 10, the trees will completely block the storefronts behind the Weaver's Walk project. The drawings in the staff report are illustrative and not completely accurate. We used actual trees. In fact, even the tree in the staff report shows complete foliage blocking. So it is it can be a dense foliage. And even at other angles, it was commented by staff that it was a direct shot. Even at other angles, those trees, when together, will create a block. These are commercial retail stores that depend on visual access to their storefronts. We would never propose such a dense canopy in front of commercial retail spaces. We're sensitive to the necessity of signage and branding that is seen from the street and the retail store owners' need for attracting new customers and ensuring their success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Janet to be followed by Carlos Sapin.
Hello, everyone. I'm Janet Ionati. I'm the owner of the Janet Ionati showroom on Melrose Avenue. I moved here 22 years ago from New York. I rented a very small space in this building, and I worked 18 hours a day to make a successful business, which I have done. And eventually I was able to buy the building. Now, with this project, my entire building will be covered in 5 years. You cannot see my showroom, my windows, where I do get walk-ins, when people go to restaurants at night. In the morning they come, oh, we passed by and we saw how beautiful your windows were. I have celebrity people coming in from Hollywood or from around the world. And today I noticed somebody in their email said, nobody comes into these showrooms anyway. It's not true. Nowhere in the world have you seen a one-block park on a major commercial avenue, not Madison Avenue, not Faubourg Saint-Honoré, not Knightsbridge, nowhere. And we have a park across the street. People can walk. The other problem I always had green grass in front of my showroom. Always we had to clean dog poo every day, every single day. Then they told me if I put fake grass, it won't happen. I did that. And the same thing went on. I want to know who will maintain these parks and grass and trees in front of our showrooms. I would like the city council, please, to select option C. I have worked very hard my entire life to achieve this building and come to this point. I don't want to lose it. And I depend on you to make the right decision for the neighborhood. We don't need a park here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Janet. Carlos Sapin, to be followed by Jay Lux.
Hi there, my name is Carlos Sapin. I am a resident and small business owner in West Hollywood. I live on Crescent Heights. I operate a business out of the Pacific Design Center. I just wanted to mention that I think part of the approach here of looking at this as affecting just major business on Melrose is not fully correct. I wanted to bring up to the council the fact that small businesses like mine work with other small businesses in the city to support those businesses. And so having their business affected by it, we've seen this happen as a small business that supports businesses in West Hollywood with the loss of other business, which then affects my business, which then affects the businesses that I partner with. So I don't think anybody here is asking for no trees to be there. I use the park. I have the dogs that I take to the park. I think we're just asking for time to listen to the businesses. I would hate to see my business affected once again by something being put in that deters business and makes West Hollywood a less business-friendly city for our residents.
Thank you, Carlos. Jay Lux, to be followed by Terry Oglu.
Hello, everyone. Hello. I am a real estate broker. For those who don't like brokers, I'm sorry. But we do work very hard, and I do love West Hollywood. I live in the community, and I do work everywhere in LA, but I really love the West Hollywood community. I'm part of it, and I've brought a lot of the restaurants and retailers over the years, and it's not an easy job when social media and interest rates, every bad thing we could mention that contribute to retail stores, it's such a harder world than people realize. The bookstore is gone, and yes, we loved it, but it's very hard, even with free rent, to have that bookstore. And there's many other examples of it I deal with all the time, and I'm definitely a fighter for doing the best I can for this amazing community. I'm for option C, not to have concrete. I don't like concrete in place of landscape, definitely not. What the concern is, and from what I've seen on pictures, photographs, and renderings, are just trees that line up in front of the windows and signage of the stores. And this isn't like a park where you're parking your car and getting out. This is a beautiful area that can still be beautiful with different kind of landscape. And trees do grow, and they can cover the windows, and we've seen it happen all the time. There are other examples, whether it's as high-end as Rodeo Drive or little streets in Colorado. We're doing something in Malibu where landscape's a huge part of the project. And instead of covering the stores, we're just doing it in a different way. So aesthetically, you look up and you see it all. So I'm not a fan of concrete, but I think there's a different way to go about it, and hopefully together, everyone can figure it out. So thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Terry Oglu, to be followed by Lawrence Chambly.
Good evening. My name is Terry Avge, and I live on Norwich Drive, and I lived in West Hollywood since 2003. Even though the intention behind the new public park is good, it will become a public nuisance in no time, turning, unfortunately, into one giant restroom. There is a similar park, size park, on Franklin, west of La Brea, and it became such a main source of drug dealing and crime that the city had to fence it completely, blocking all access to the public. If public safety was better, the park would have been a welcoming addition. Since it is not, I urge you to approve option C, and let's revisit the issue in a few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Lawrence Chambly, to be followed by Enid Shore.
Good evening, and thank you for having us. I've lived in my little house on Huntley Drive since 1989, and I've seen a lot of what's happened around here. I was very encouraged by the plans for the improvement and upgrading of Melrose, but it seems now there's a faction who says, stop what you're doing, throw away all the effort and money that you've already expended, and let's put in a concrete plaza. Let's go with C. That looks good to me, but it'll only be temporary. Well, things around here that are supposed to be temporary tend to run on really long. Melrose and Norwich. On that corner, we had a big hole in the ground for many years, collecting water and breeding mosquitoes. Then we had years of iron beam framing, and finally that building is finished, thank goodness. But I don't think that they can speak with a straight face when they say that what they're trying to do is improve aesthetics on the avenue. We've seen what their opinion of aesthetics is for the last year and a half with those properties along there. I think that a more appropriate title for this hearing might be the bait and switch hearing, because we're told glowing reports of what's going to go in there, how beautiful it's going to be, and so forth. I don't think that trees are going to interfere with the business at those places. I think that what we need is something that promotes pedestrian traffic and uplifts the neighborhood. We don't need more people selling useless crap to people who don't want it.
Thank you, Lawrence. Enid Shore, to be followed by Paul Hanneman.
Good evening. My name is Enid Shore. I moved here from New York 3 years ago. I have been in the interior design industry for
Enid, would you move the mic down so people can...
Sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry, I'm little. I moved here from New York. I've been here for 3 years. I've been in the design industry for 14 years. I've worked with various showrooms in West Hollywood, and I believe that it's a safety risk to have a park. There's one already across the street. There'll be children, there'll be dogs, people get into the street. I don't really think it's an appropriate place for a park. I think it will kill the business, because if people cannot see the signage or the windows, people will be deterred from that area. So in my personal opinion, I think option C is best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Enid. Paul Hanneman, to be followed by Sharon Moghaven.
Thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. I too am really concerned that the city stopped completely a project that was approved for a second time by the City Council, community members, and neighborhood groups like our West Hollywood West Residents Association, of which I am a board member, way back in May of 2023. While I appreciate a lot of the comments that have been said here tonight, I'm still wondering the same thing. Where were Ben Soleimani and Janet during all the community engagement opportunities, which were extremely well attended by the public? Why does Ben seem to have a chokehold over the City Council, which caused you to stop the completion of the Weaver's Walk and throw this long in gestation approved plan out the window? Apart from Ben, who are these other parties and what are their specific concerns? I believe the community has the right to know this information. By the way, the fact that certain tenants were not in place when these plans were approved is a ridiculous reason to halt construction. This is a citywide approved plan for effectively a public walkway that should not be impacted by regularly changing tenants. How much has this signage of the Weaver's Walk construction cost the city, in terms of stoppage of the Weaver's Walk construction costs the city in terms of additional design work and city employee hours. I've spoken with many of the retail tenants along the Melrose Avenue streetscape, and while the length of the construction has cost many of them reductions in their businesses, they are happy with the traffic now. But you should know that many are pissed off about they consider the entry to the neighborhood's new streetscape, the Weaver's Walk, which is a muddy field that is about to become a dusty mess with the hot weather. If the city had stuck with the original plan, the construction would be completed by now for the busy spring and summer tourist season. Treescapes on any retail boulevard around LA and in any city of the world, frankly, impact retail signage. In fact, all along the new Melrose Avenue streetscape, storefronts will be blocked to some extent. But this is a reality everywhere. The trees in these plans are there to beautify the neighborhood and add needed shade and therefore attract shoppers, restaurant goers, and money.
Thank you, Paul. Sharon Moghaven, to be followed by Richard Giesbrick, who's our last speaker. And there are there any on Zoom, Melissa? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sharon McGavum. I work at the Janet Yanati showroom. We were never informed of what was projected, and we've had a lot of, we've been negatively affected by the constructions. Our clients don't like walking across all this rubble. It's been well over a year. Our driveways were closed for quite some time. And we'd like to vote for option C and hope that that would make it a safer environment instead of having another park. And the gentleman just said that this would attract restaurants. Well, the restaurants are a block west of us. I don't know why this was planned for our street where there's no restaurants. It's all businesses. And you've got these massive trees about to be planted there. If it's beneficial for restaurants, maybe we could do this a block over where the restaurants are. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Richard Giesbrick. And Melissa, is he our final speaker, or do you have more?
I have two more.
Great. So Richard Giesbrick, come on up, and then Don Salzman is our next speaker. And Richard, before you begin, if you would like to speak on Weaver's Walk, please go see Melissa right there in case you haven't heard your name or you think you signed up. Please go ahead, Richard. Sorry.
Hi, Richard Giesbrecht, resident of West Hollywood since '95 and a one-time resident of Norwich. I strongly urge you to vote for Alternative A, minimizing any changes to Weaver's Walk. Over 15 years and many city-sponsored streetscapes meetings, there were repeated opportunities to discuss this particular park, the trees, and the sculpture. I attended all the required and elective meetings, many as the president of West Hollywood West Residents Association. The trees were never a subject of concern. The consensus was that a shady mini park was a very desirable outcome. The concern about blocking any business signage along the streetscapes or store windows was very specifically discussed early on and on several occasions. City officials, having had experience renovating Santa Monica Boulevard, said city authorized trimming and patience could work out all the concerns. Yet someone has pulled together a list of those concerned. Well, where were those people during the design meetings on Weaver's Walk or before the previous meetings? They had many opportunities to express themselves. Their studied lack of interest back then undermines their complaint today. It does not reflect well in the creative city to toss out years of citizens' efforts, then toss out hundreds of thousands of dollars of staff time and the design consultant fees on top of that. Even worse, to do this for a second time on the very same park project. But to the larger point, the greater waste would be losing this inventive, inviting landscape park that we have in Weaver's Walk. So let's get on with it.
Thank you. Don Salzman, to be followed by, and I believe this is our last speaker, Jana Levenstein.
Hello, my name is Dawn Salzman, the owner of Ancient Modern, a new gallery at 8632 Melrose. Since taking ownership last November, I've had several discussions with Janelle and 2 site visits concerning the condition of the frontage left by the city, which is far more reminiscent of a construction site than a design district. We as businesses owners pay an exorbitant price to be on this stretch of Melrose, and yet we were never consulted when design decisions were made that substantially affect us in every way. It is unsightly, it's an embarrassment, it is a huge deterrent to customer walkability and a measurable deterrent to business and public safety. I have had 3 people fall in front of my gallery, 2 men with a baby, an elderly woman, and a young woman with sneakers due to the loose gravel. This is not suitable for business. This is not suitable for safe passage. As the biggest event for the La Cienega Design Quarter nears this May, when thousands will visit this stretch of Melrose, it is deplorable and a direct disregard for business and commerce and public safety. We do not need a park for the homeless to take up residence with huge trees to block our store frontage. We need a place that has large sidewalks and aesthetics worthy of the Los Angeles Design District that encourages client traffic and profitable businesses. I am demanding a quick and immediate solution and a reconsideration of the plan for this space to benefit the businesses that make the Design District what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Jana Levenstein, who I believe is our last speaker.
I am a 30-year resident, and I work in the design industry. I'm a designer, and I frequent all of these shops. I'm kind of just listening to all these comments, and I'm disappointed in some of the hypocrisy. Really, we should be able to come up with a handshake between the business owners and the residents. I look at the Yolnati showroom. It's so charming. It's the kind of statement you would request of us as residents, as homeowners, to build in our homes instead of more commercial buildings. And it's actually at the approach of the design district. And your renderings, it's tough because you're making renderings, right? But they're a little bit skewed and hard to really show what's going on sometimes. We're looking at one view straight on. We're not looking at the approach of the street where it looks highly weighted on this side versus the other side of this imposing design center. So maybe there can be some trees, but maybe you can rework them. But the hypocrisy that I'm speaking about is in Bonner, all the same people came back and wanted to reinvent because they were unhappy that times had changed. Now there's a homeless issue. We don't want a place where just homeless can sit. But now with this, there's not a problem. But they were okay with everything changing then. There is a problem now, right? Our renderings for the WeHo Park showed couples walking hand in hand and people playing and dogs. It didn't show silhouettes of homeless people smoking cigarettes in front of children. Things have changed. We need to take that into account right now. I, for one, I think we need a plan, like you've reduced the police department. We have block to block the West Hollywood Patrol, but they're really not around anymore. I don't know where they've gone, but I don't see them very much anymore. And I don't feel safe without a plan. And the city doesn't have a track record yet of proving that we can be safe. I set my daughter up to get her tennis racket that she forgot the other day, and a homeless person confronted her in the stairwell. And the stench there, you can't breathe. So we need a plan to clean and to protect before you move on with this.
Your time is up. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, are there any more speakers for this item?
No, there are no more speakers.
Great, sounds good. Councilmember Meister, before we went to public comment, I believe you said you had a question for staff still, or you're good?
That's one question.
Okay.
Several questions. Palm trees versus canopy trees. Which trees give shade, which trees don't?
Palm trees are not really recognized as a shade-producing tree. They don't. Their canopy is very small.
So for our goals of reducing global warming, the heat island effect, you wouldn't put a palm tree in, you would put a canopy tree in. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Has any one of you visited Melrose Place? What does Melrose Place look like? Do they have canopy trees up and down the street? That's, I
Yes.
assume, are blocking some of their signage?
They have a single row of parkway trees, and I believe they're ficus in most cases, but I don't recall specifically.
But they have a thick canopy. They
Yes.
have trees that have thick canopy, and yet they are a design area and restaurant area and a popular area, and they seem to make a lot of money, and they seem to charge a lot of money for their rents. I'm not asking you to answer that. That was just a rhetorical question. Those are my questions.
Thank you. I think we're going to move into comments now from the council. Because there are, I'll say, 3 options before us, technically maybe 4, because we could go with the 2023 approved version. If my colleagues during their commentary could talk about which item they're leaning towards so we could figure out what type of consensus there might be up here, or to better figure out where we're headed, that would be much appreciated. You don't have to take that suggestion, but just something to make the meeting go smoother. Councilmember Heilman, do you mind starting?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you everyone who came out to speak on this item. Really appreciate the comments, and I think, clearly we have 2 different views. We have the views of the businesses who are immediately adjacent, who are concerned about the trees, who are concerned about the impact it'll have on their businesses and block the signs. We also have the concerns of the residents who, for the most part, are supportive of the options before us, who really want the park-like and green experience on the walkway. And I don't think there's any way that we are going to be able to forge some kind of compromise that's going to make everyone happy tonight. So we're going to end up, no matter what we decide, and I certainly hope we decide something tonight, we're going to end up making one group happy and the other probably unhappy. And that's why we get paid so much to do this job.
$236.
Right, thank you. For me, this has been a long process. And when I think about the fact that there was a previous iteration, not involving trees, but involving artwork that was very controversial, that was heavily publicized. There were numerous articles in local papers about it. This project and all of the possibilities here and the ability to participate was well known. So I am not particularly sympathetic to the viewpoint that we didn't have an option, we didn't have an opportunity to speak. The Chamber has certainly been aware of this project. The Chamber has participated in large part in addressing some of the construction-related issues. For me, option C is a non-starter. I don't think we can leave this where it is and undertake a new process. That to me is not serving the community well. And even some of the businesses, I think, recognize that what's there now and just simply paving over it temporarily is not a good solution. I actually support option A. I don't think that the option, the original option that we got, what I heard from staff previously is that it was not completely feasible and it wasn't necessarily healthy for the trees to be that close together. We still would have a substantial number of trees. So the modification suggested by option A seems to me the appropriate one. If my colleagues would prefer to go in another direction and are more inclined towards option B, I would support that as a compromise, but I think we should go with the option that has been thoroughly vetted by our Public Facilities Commission and that the neighbors have had a lot of opportunity to participate in, and that's where I'm at with this.
Thank you so much. And that was wonderful. That was the original option, or option A? Option A. Thank you so much, Councilmember Heilman. Councilmember Meister? Or did you want to?
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, do you want to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I agree that no matter what we decide, there are not going to be all sides happy. I can't help but look at all of the meetings that have taken place for this Weaver's Walk. Many meetings, and absolutely the outreach to the chamber as well took place. And the original one is, despite Andrew wanting option D, not practical given some logistics. While I'm really thankful that everyone's come out to participate, and I understand some of the concerns about the trees, I also want to remind the businesses that during 2 seasons, these trees are actually barren. And this concept is actually not the same as West Hollywood Park. This is more of a gathering space, which will actually bring people in and weave them around your businesses. And in order to, I am also supportive of option A. That is what was a consensus after many years, many meetings. Ever since I've been on council, there were many meetings on this, and it started a decade ago or more. What I would like to see added is signage, though, to this design, to have it clear wayfinder signage so that the business names are very prominent. I think that will be helpful to the businesses and make there's less trees than there were. Now, if my colleagues, again, there's a majority for option B, I'm also open, but that's where I am right now as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Shine. Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple of things. First, regarding meetings and timing, the narrative that this project hasn't been discussed since 2013 or 2014 is just incorrect. If you look at the staff report, attachment B, you'll see that there were, between 2019 and 2021, there were at least 9 meetings having to do with the previous extraction design, which was before Weaver's Walk, and that concept had meetings in July 2019. In October 2019, the Design District Working Group convened to review details and select key items to maintain from the master plan concept. In January 2020, there was a community meeting. I'm jumping over a bunch of meetings. In July 2020, the Arts Committee approved the final art plan. In June 2021, the Design District Working Group met to review the final art plan. And in 2021 of July, the City Council approved the design. And let me just tell you that there were actually, in that concept, 26 trees. And that is more than what came back to us when there were issues with the artist, and also the community was not too thrilled with that artwork, because that artwork actually would have drawn more people to come sit there that might be undesirable. That was the issue there. So then in 2020, between September 2022 and May 2023, in addition to all the meetings with the construction people, et cetera, there were 10 meetings that are noted here by staff. Again, September 2022, community conversation, and it says Design District Working Group, West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce Government Affairs Committee. These were all groups that were included in this conversation in September of 2022. In November 2022, it went to the Public Facilities Commission. The Design Working Group was also involved in it. The West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce Government Affairs Committee was also. So these are all meetings that everyone was invited to. The whole community was included in these meetings. And at that point, the Weaver's Walk concept was 25 trees, and that was approved by council in 2023. So the difference also between the Weaver's Walk is that the Weaver's Walk is actually like a pathway, as opposed to the project before that, which ended up not happening, which I was glad because I think I voted no on that project. This one is actually a passive walkway through to your businesses. And then that the new Weaver's Walk concept, option A, has 4 less trees, and with trees, some trees were relocated after taking into consideration the business's concerns, which we understand. So I'm definitely supportive of option A. I also want to say that in our Pops and Parts Symposium, which was a wonderful symposium about how green space actually improves commercial spaces, Candace Damon, who was the speaker from HRNA, and HRNA is a company that does economic analysis for very big companies and cities, did her whole talk on how green space increases economic value, more business activity, increases tourism. So bottom line, this is a good thing. This is good for the street. It's good for reducing the heat island effect. It's good for the planet. It's good for economic development. It's good for the neighborhood. It's good for people. And I think that the businesses that are on that street are lucky to have this magnificent pathway as part of their neighborhood, as part of their street. And I also agree, in addition to wanting to approve option A, adding wayfinding signage. One of our residents sent us an email with a mock-up of a, you can't see it, I can barely see it, of wayfinding signage, which if you put it at the curbside, your stores they'll know where to find you. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you all for being here, and I say option A.
Vice Mayor Byer.
Yeah. The applause is loud because they counted to 3, but I'll just be quick. I do also agree that option A is the best way forward. I hear it loudly and really understand the frustrations of the construction and that exhaustion that the business community especially, but also the surrounding neighbors and residents have dealt with for a long time. And the reality is that these negative impacts of construction are not soon to stop if we replace this plan and move forward with the concrete island for an interim period of time with some undefined timeline. I just also want to note that we hear often that things like the trash cans or the bus stops, these are also view blockers and frustrations, but we make compromises as a community to put in place the resources we all need, and this is that. And I agree with Councilmember Meister that this is a really amazing opportunity. It's not a series of trash cans, it's a series of trees, and what that does for that specific part of the neighborhood is pretty incredible. And then I'll just close with saying I've always expressed willingness to work with the business community to find solutions that address the fears that come up reasonably when these plans are presented. But I think we can do this while moving forward without moving backwards and investing time into creating those solutions instead of time into building a concrete island and a new series of plans and a whole new timeline is something I'm willing to do. So I'm glad to hear from my colleagues that there's interest and willingness to think about new signage potential to enhance the visibility of these businesses. I think we can bring up new ways for creativity along this stretch too, and wherever our city ordinances inhibit some of that innovation, I'm really curious to dig in. So I think we're at 4 already, Mayor.
Yes, and I'll make it 5. I really think think I first and foremost want to thank the community members and the businesses. Look, I think Councilmember Heilman said it best. It's not our job to appease everyone because we have to make a decision. And I think the right decision here is to trust the process of what's been put in place, as I think outlined throughout. I don't disparage the individual businesses who came up here to talk to us tonight. I think that that's a continuation of which we can work with them and continue to work with them. I think the wayfinding signage is really important. I actually just got back from the Urban Land Institute and I attended a panel on greenery and commercial spaces, so you are right on the money, Councilmember Meister. But additionally, it would be great if our city could set up or re-engage with quarterly meetings with the businesses on this district. I do think what, I believe it was Genevieve that said when things get overgrown and they block things, it's either one of them emailing us and us calling Jackie, or most likely Helen, and saying it needs to be trimmed. But I think it would be great to have a continual engagement with this process, and either that's engaging the West Hollywood Design District on a different way or utilizing those natural resources before us. So I see there's a motion by Councilmember Heilman and a second by Councilmember Meister. Are there any more comments?
That motion includes the direction to look at additional signage.
Yes.
Can I also, I think we should also escalate this because you know, in terms of getting the bids and getting moving, because it is unsightly.
Yeah.
And you know, there are concerns, safety concerns that we've heard, and I think we should do this as quickly as we can.
Councilmember Heilman.
And my motion would include for us to expedite this as quickly as possible.
Thank you so much. Are there any more comments? Nope. Let's take the vote. And that passes 5-0. We are going to take, it is 8:17. The next item we have is item 5A. We're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 8:30. Thank you, everyone. Take their seats, please. Please take your seats. Thank you. Wonderful. I think I have everyone. John will be right back. All right, wonderful. We are going to move on to item 5A. That was great. Update on the minimum wage ordinance. Laura, David Wilson, please take us away.
So this item provides an update on the minimum wage ordinance in response to the requests that the City Council made at on the minimum wage discussion at the November 20th, 2023 meeting. With me are With me are Laura Byrie, our Director of Economic Development, Paulo Kesperdet, our Management Analyst, Adam Probowski of Probowski Research, Richard Bernard from FM3 Research, as well as Deputy City Manager Jackie Rocco and Assistant to the City Manager Christine Seyfert. It's important to provide an overview of how we got here before going into the presentation, so I just want to take a couple of minutes to do that. Excuse me. On November 15, 2021, the City Council approved the minimum wage ordinance that included a citywide minimum wage rate and certain leave provisions. On January 1st, 2022, a minimum wage rate of $17.64 went into effect for hotel workers as defined in the minimum wage ordinance, as well as leave provisions for employees of those businesses. Also on January 1st, 2022, a phased-in approach began for non-hotel businesses with leave provisions for employees of those businesses beginning on July 1 of 2022. All the West Hollywood employers begin paying the same minimum wage rate on July 1st, 2023, with annual increases based on the Consumer Price Index for urban wage earners and clerical workers. In the summer of 2023, about 55 businesses through the Chamber of Commerce sent letters titled Critical State of Business for West Hollywood to the City Council and copied me as the City Manager. The letters are attached to this evening's staff report, and they outline the financial impacts of the minimum wage ordinance on local businesses and made several requests. I spoke with each council member at the time to gauge the interest in staff discussing the letters and potential solutions with the business community. There was general consensus to have these conversations, so staff had several individual and group meetings with members of the business community over the summer and fall of 2023. On November 20th of 2023, the City Council received an item regarding various measures to provide support to local businesses, which is attached to tonight's staff report. These measures included implementing fee waivers, providing additional marketing support, and amending the city's minimum wage ordinance. The City Council approved some measures and provided direction related to others, which included conducting a statistically valid survey of the business community, conducting a survey that may not be statistically valid of workers in West Hollywood, conducting outreach to labor advocacy groups, providing information related to new and closed businesses, tax certificates for 2018 and 2019, and researching compensated leave time for small versus large businesses. Tonight's report provides update on the actions taken by the city since the November 20th, 23 meeting. Laura Byrie will provide an update of the marketing efforts and new and closed businesses based on the business tax certificates, followed by Paulo Kesperdet with an update on outreach to the labor advocacy groups, research related to compensated leave for small versus large businesses, and clarifying updates to the minimum wage ordinance. That'll be followed by Adam Probowski with an overview of the employee survey, and Richard Bernard with an overview of the employer survey. Laura.
Thank you, David. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. As mentioned, Laura Byrie, Director of Economic Development for the City of West Hollywood. The portion of the presentation that I'll be giving to you at this time is regarding the marketing and support dollars that the City Council approved at their November 20th meeting. This was to give $300,000 to Visit West Hollywood to look at marketing and support efforts to drive business to our local businesses here in West Hollywood. The first campaign I want to talk about is going to be Making Our Mark. It's a Los Angeles area regional awareness campaign. And this campaign includes focusing on residents and visitors alike. They'll see billboards, wrapped metro buses, digital ads, print magazine ads, and more. There's also a partnership with Open Table, which is an online reservation platform that folks can have on their phones to allow them to promote restaurants and bars in West Hollywood, encouraging making reservations there. This is to keep West Hollywood top of mind when choosing where to dine, shop, or simply go out. The social ads and American Express display ads have already begun, and the rest of the flight is rolling out sequentially. The next campaign is called WeHo Loves Locals. This included a focus group meeting with West Hollywood businesses, where Visit West Hollywood learned about ways to target increased foot traffic on slower days and nights here for businesses in West Hollywood. Predominantly, they heard those were Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, both day and night. It will include special offers exclusively for West Hollywood residents, and the campaign will include direct mail, digital paid advertising, transit shelter advertising, and more, with the campaign set to officially launch May 1st with an 8-month flight. Now to talk about the business tax certificates by calendar year. As you may recall, at the November 20th meeting, we provided you that requested data for the years of 2021, 2022, and 2023. At the meeting, you asked us to return to you with the data for 2018 and 2019. To complete the set, we also included 2020 to give you the full 5 years worth of new and closed business tax certificates. Now, it should be noted that these are based on the reportings of businesses filling out their tax certificates. It may be a lag from when a business actually closes to when they notify the city that they have closed, or when they will show up on this report as a closed business. At this point in time, I'm going to turn it over to Paolo Casperdet.
Thank you so much. Paulo Casperdet, Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office. I'm here to talk to you about the labor advocacy group meetings that the city held. The city held 2 labor advocacy group meetings in March and April, and these meetings were specifically to discuss recommendations 6 and 7 from the November 20th staff report. The general feedback from the labor advocacy groups was the introduction of a 2-tiered system of compensated leave accrual, as defined in recommendation 6, was perceived as complex and making it difficult for both employers and employees to navigate and enforce. Additionally, exploring the differing pay scales between tipped and untipped staff for full service restaurants and bars, as defined in recommendation 7, was of concern that it might gradually deviate the original policy's intent, leading to reduction in worker protections beyond full service restaurants and bars. And as you can see on the slide here, these are the organizations that attended. As directed by the City Council, we were directed to look at compensated leave for both large and small businesses, and we conducted analysis of other cities' definitions of small versus large businesses. And what you see here on the screen is the City of West Hollywood's business tax certificate database by the number of employees that businesses employ. It should be noted that this data that was pulled at the current time through March 2024 was not required, and it's a self-reporting field. Since then, we have made some changes to the process, which now requires some of this information. But when this information was pulled, it was not required, and it is self-reporting. Looking at this data here, you can see that the majority of businesses in West Hollywood that have a business tax certificate with us fall within under the 25 or fewer employees. So if the City Council was to look at something in regards to bifurcating that, that's where the majority of the employees are lying. Next, we looked at the comparison chart of compensated leave provisions versus other cities. So as you can see here, it's bifurcated by small and large businesses, also by the jurisdiction. And analysis from staff, most cities are using the 24 or 25 employee number for small businesses and 25 or 26 number for large businesses. It should also be noted that looking at this compensated leave provisions chart, that West Hollywood is the only city in this chart that requires paid vacation, personal necessity leave, including with sick leave. And then as we look at general minimum wage updates, as you can see here in this chart, this is the minimum wage rate as it progressed from January 1st of 2022 to what will be July 1st of 2024. So the council may have remembered that they approved resolution number 22-5498, which established an annual increase based on the CPIW for the Los Angeles, Long Beach, and Anaheim region. And so per that resolution, the minimum increase was 1% and the maximum was 4%. Based on our calculation from calendar year 2023, the annual adjustment is 2.8%, or $19.61, beginning July 1st of 2024. Through our agreement with the County of Los Angeles Department of Business and Consumer Affairs, we are continuing proactive enforcement so that all businesses understand this increase starting July 1st of 2024. As we look at the administrative regulations, I do want to start with a lot of the changes that were in the administrative regulations were pursuant to state law. So they're general language changes, nothing in regards that were any major updates. But we wanted to provide additional clarity specifically to employers as they implement minimum wage rules and regulations. So we made some general language updates, which included removing the calculation of the number of employees, since we no longer classify a small or large business due to both business types being at the same pay rate and the same compensated and uncompensated leave provisions. We provide some clarification on what an exempt employee means. And we updated the paid sick leave reference in there to the California paid sick leave law, which got passed and approved on January 1st of 2024, which says that employers should be providing at least 40 hours of paid sick leave. In providing leave accrual calculation, this again is consistent with a lot of the California state law, and particularly also consistent with a lot of the other cities' ordinances and looking at how they accrue for sick leave. And so for the city of West Hollywood, our compensated leave is both paid sick leave, paid vacation, and paid personal necessity leave. So we have provided those calculations as compensated leave designated as paid sick leave for 1 hour for every 30 hours worked, up to 48 hours unless the employer's policy is more generous. Paid vacation or personal necessity accruing at 1 hour for every 30 hours worked, up to 48 hours, again, unless the employer's policy is more generous. And then unpaid sick leave, which is our uncompensated leave, accruing at 1 hour for every 26 hours worked, up to 80 hours, again, unless the employer's policy is more generous. We also provided some additional language in regards to our waivers, which encourages employers pay the preceding West Hollywood minimum wage rate if they get a waiver. And then also that the waiver notice must include both the beginning and the end dates of the waiver.
And just to clarify, Mayor and Council, on the general language update regarding the update to reflect the California paid sick leave law, that is just acknowledging that California now requires 40. The city of West Hollywood still requires 48.
And then finally, the general language update, and that's again consistent with California Labor Code 246, which employers must provide an itemized leave balance. So again, we're requiring that an employer provides an employee's balance of compensated leave hours broken out by paid sick leave and vacation and personal necessity, and the number of unpaid sick leave hours on every pay stub. So that way it's a transparent process on how many hours the employee has on their pay stubs. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Adam Problaski to go over the survey results for the survey of West Hollywood employees.
Thank you, Paolo. Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to present our results. It's been a pleasure working with your professional staff. Our charge was to conduct a survey among 200, a minimum of 200 hourly workers in the city of West Hollywood. And we accomplished that through in-person intercepts, meaning we identified people within the boundaries of the city who said they both worked in the city and were paid an hourly wage. And they were offered the opportunity to complete the survey in English, Spanish, or Russian. And they were able to take that survey on their own, confidentially, on a tablet or a phone device. In a few cases, in some cases, they asked the individual interviewer to answer the questions on the device. A small group chose to respond in Spanish, but the vast majority chose English. This happened all in February. So we'll look quickly. We did plot the GPS coordinates of the responses where they were collected throughout the city. And keep in mind, this was certainly at some businesses, but also at places of gathering. So bus stops, coffee shops. Our goal was, and we believe we accomplished, a representative sample of hourly workers that work within the city of West Hollywood. Moving to demographics, I'm going to just give you a picture of who it is that responded and give you a sense of the breadth of the respondents. You can see broadly on gender, on sexual orientation, on age, and all the other demographics like ethnicity and home type. You could probably imagine that some hourly workers, or a large number of hourly workers, would be renters. You can kind of see that reflected here, and maybe also somewhat younger. You can see that also reflected. So this gives you a perspective on who it was that was completing the survey. Moving on to awareness of the minimum wage ordinance, 78%, which we always explain that this is not an academic exercise. So 78% is a good number. It's a large majority. Certainly, if you have a policy direction to make that a whole lot higher, well, then if we get the chance to do this again in 6 months or 2 years or 6 years, presumably you'd want those numbers to go up, but a good starting place. And I'd also go back to that real quick. I would say we never want to dismiss the 22% that says no, and obviously that's an opportunity there, is the way we look at that. Moving to understanding and knowledge of the other benefits, the other aspects of your ordinance, we have a sizable majority, 55%, knowing about the other aspects of the ordinance, but certainly lower than the number of people who know that you have a minimum wage component to that. Moving on, we ask whether people think things are going in the right direction or off on the wrong track in the city. Keep in mind, this is among hourly workers in the city. This will look very different than other numbers that you might have seen from other groups, for instance, perhaps voters or residents in the city. Your hourly workers are pretty happy with where things are at in the city. Next up, we have a question that we ask. What else could the city do to support the worker in the city, the employee in the city? A large group there says they don't have any particular idea for that, but you can see the number one answer that does have a percentage to it that people specifically cited: better compensation and benefits. So that's something that your hourly workers are looking for. And there are other things on there that really, I think, are highly relevant, like improving safety and security and other things that could be part of your policy making decisions. All right, moving along to the number of jobs the respondents said they have. Big majority says they've got one, but you've also got big groups there that have multiple jobs, and so that's a consideration that I think is worth understanding. Okay. So next up, we're looking at where your hourly workers, where they live in proximity to their job, in proximity to the city. And the big majority, 75%, live within 10 miles of their job, live within 10 miles, I say, of the city. And so I think that, to me, was kind of a unique number. I had some expectation that they were farther and wider out. So I think that's to some degree a positive number, but you do have 22% that say they're 11 to 20 miles, and then some I would call maybe super commuters that really have to travel a lot farther. Next, we ask about the typical commute, and we are Southern California, so most people drive alone, but there are some signs of hope there perhaps on people who take public transportation or get to use some other kind of more green transportation like a bike or a carpool or something, or even get to walk. Next up, we have a number that I think is probably the most interesting number of the presentation, and that is that 69% of the hourly workers in the city are making your minimum wage or more. I think the most telling number there, though, is 31% that say they don't make your hourly wage, your minimum wage, which is unique. And I think that's a unique number, an interesting number, an important number, and one that I expect that you'll want to address, because you have a big chunk of your hourly workers that just aren't being paid the wage the ordinance that suggests it should. Next, we ask if people get tips as part of their job. 23% say they do. And then after that, we ask them, do you get some kind of commission for your job? Vast majority don't. If we go to the next slide for commissions, vast majority don't get commissions. 5% say they do. This is interesting for the next slide, which talks about the amount of money. We combined tips and commissions. You can see the percentages there in the top right and the number of respondents in each one of those categories. Combined, most of those workers who get tips or commissions are getting $100 or more per week. But there is an element of those, that about 5%, that get something less than that. And if we look at the next slide, we ask them, how important are these other monies, or the tips or commission they receive among that finite group of people who get tips or commissions? The vast majority, 91%, say it's a very important component of their compensation. Next up, we ask them your total income from your job or jobs in West Hollywood. The plurality were not comfortable answering that question, telling us that answer, but among those you can kind of see it's on the lower spectrum of income. I think it's important to note there are people in this survey who are higher wage earners. They are paid by the hour, but they could be medical professionals or legal professionals. So there are people that clearly make a lot of money, but are still hourly workers. Small numbers, but just to understand where that 100,000 number could come from. Next, we look at the question of whether people feel like their basic needs, their necessities are being met, like housing and food and medical care and transportation. The vast majority, 84% of your hourly workers said no. They are not having their basic needs met with the current wages. We do ask how long they've worked for their current employer, and this is important as we go forward in future slides, because you can see the majority say it's only been a year or 2 years or less in their current job, and you do have some of those experiences of people working for 15 years or more, or 10 or 15 years, which we probably all know someone who's been there for a long time at the front desk that we're greeting on a regular basis, but for the most part, the majority is really short-term engagement so far. Moving on, why do you work in West Hollywood for the employer that you work for? The big majority, 62%, say it's because of the hours. There's this, it's meeting their needs, whether that's flexibility or they're looking to work in the evening and they get to have that opportunity. You also have a group, and keep in mind that this is going to add up to more than 100 because they were able to select as many of these options as they wanted. So you do have a group that says there's growth opportunity. There's a chance for me to advance in my career working for my current employer. And then other things like proximity to my home. So real clear indication of why it is people are choosing to work here and the benefits they're getting out of being that close or whatever capacity they worked here for. Next up, we asked them what were the effects, the impacts of the minimum wage ordinance going to effect, and plurality says no effect at all. You do have at the top of that list there several items that I would probably put into the unintended consequence category of people who said I was laid off. My employer reduced my hours, my workload increased, or I make less money. Reconfiguration of their working environment happened. The rest of them are presumably positive things, like I can afford a family, I have less stress, things like that. And I think keep in mind, though, among those people, that big number, not big number, but a number of 22% who says, I was laid off, all the respondents to this survey are people who work hourly in the city of West Hollywood. So clearly they were able, I don't think it's right to be unsympathetic to the fact that they lost a position, but today they have a job working hourly in West Hollywood. So there was a reconfiguration, but they definitely recouped a job. Industry-wise, this is a great validator of our data to show you kind of the industries. So you go from retail and commerce and food service, which is kind of what we would expect you might conjure in your head for hourly workers, and down to people who work in government and real estate and other environments. So really the broad spectrum of industry in the city. And then that's the extent of our data for tonight. There's obviously a whole lot of data behind this, as I'm sure the council knows. And I'll kick it back to staff, but certainly be available for questions now or later at any point.
Do my colleagues want to ask questions about the employee survey, or would you rather hear the employer survey and then do it all together? Why don't we, to keep it fresh, why don't we go for questions right now on this item, if that's appropriate, if that's okay? Well, I'm saying it's okay. And Councilmember Meister, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, thank you. First, I have a quick question for Paolo. Why is the unpaid sick leave 1 hour for every 26 hours versus 30 hours?
Yes.
I didn't understand that.
Yeah, so 1 for every 30 hours worked, you still don't get to the 80 hours of uncompensated leave that a full-time employee would get working 2,080 hours per year. So in order to properly do the calculation in like the nearest round whole number, for employers, we did 1 for every 26 hours.
Got it, thank you. So now I'll go on to the employee survey. The map that you showed only shows that you intercepted on Santa Monica Boulevard. Do we think that business employees working on Sunset and Melrose and other streets were represented?
Yes, so
They have Sunset.
I'm sorry?
They have Sunset.
They have Sunset?
Yeah, if you go back to the map.
I thought I saw only
There's,
Santa.
right, your comment on Melrose is good, but I see those, I hope my eyes aren't going.
Oh, a couple, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll rephrase my question. The majority of the interviews were done on Santa Monica Boulevard, only a small portion on Sunset Boulevard, and it looks like very little on Melrose. So do we feel that, for example, the hotel businesses, which is a big part of our city's, economic engine, were represented?
I believe that our survey captured the full breadth of your hourly worker base. Part of our goal was to certainly go to businesses themselves, and as I said, also our goal was to go to places of meeting. So the individual respondents in any one of those locations were just validated for having worked in the city. They were at places, as you can imagine, like coffee shops, bus stops, and other places of gathering. So we believe that we were fully representative of hourly workers within the city.
Okay, great. And then did we ask employees how many hours on average they worked per week, whether they were part-time or full-time? Because you brought up income, but without knowing whether they're full-time or part-time workers, it's hard to really put that into context. And we also know that some people have one job, the remainder had 2 jobs, but we don't know that those jobs were full-time or part-time, if one was full-time, one was part-time. And since we are looking at some of these things by full-time versus part-time people, I wondered why we didn't ask that if we didn't.
We didn't have that as a question, Councilmember, and I think there was a limit to the time we were really felt we had capacity to ask survey questions, and I think that was certainly something we discussed, and it's certainly something that can be included in a future survey.
Okay, thank you. Then on slide 21, I'm just trying to find it here. Question, this question where it says that that 22% were laid off because of West Hollywood's minimum wage and time off, et cetera. These were all. Was this this was a closed-end question? Closed-ended question?
Yes, this
Okay.
is a closed-end question. Correct.
Okay, so and I assume because someone else, if 14%, 22% said they were laid off, 17% had reduced hours or shifts, and 14% said their workload increased. And I assume that might have been because someone was laid off or had hours reduced. We don't know. And 10% said they were making less money than before. So your company does opinion research on elections and public policy. Would you say from a public policy standpoint that those numbers are problematic, the 22%, the 17%, the 14%?
First, let me explain that these options were randomized, so they were in no way the same every time people answered. Just to clarify that, I make no judgment on city policy, Councilmember. So I did suggest that those perhaps were unintended consequences because I don't expect that that's something you were looking to have happen. But I don't know whether that's problematic or not. I don't have an answer for that. Sorry.
Okay. I'll hold off on further questions. Thank you.
Sounds good. Councilmember Howman, do you have any questions?
I had one question. I think it's concerning, obviously, that there are a number of employees who are reporting that they're not being paid the minimum wage, but we didn't actually verify who their employer was and whether they were being paid the minimum wage or not. I mean, it's something that we would want to obviously follow up on, but that wasn't the point of this survey, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say there was no incentive for anyone to lie to us in any way. So I expect that the answers to the questions were honest. There's what we'll call spillage in virtually any survey we do. There's a reason for a margin of error. I expect the answers were truthful. I think staff might have another perspective as well.
Additionally, Councilmember, it is possible those individuals that are making lower than the City of West Hollywood minimum wage work for a business that currently has an existing minimum wage waiver, which does allow for a business to pay the state minimum wage. We do encourage them to pay as close to the West Hollywood minimum wage as possible, but if they are a West Hollywood minimum wage waiver business, they are legally allowed to pay less than the 1908.
Okay, and there may be some respondents who actually work in the city of Los Angeles but think they work in the city of West Hollywood. We have that issue all the time, but I'm assuming that most of these people actually do work in West Hollywood, but we didn't verify that, correct?
No, I think that
Okay.
would not be a possibility.
All right. I think we all know that there are some people who, we get complaints from people who live in the city of Los Angeles about things going on, and we have to tell them, call your council member there. The other concerning information had to do with those people who were unfamiliar altogether. But as I looked at the numbers and the salaries that some people were reporting, somebody who's making, let's say, $60,000 or $70,000 a year, probably they're paid well over the minimum wage and they're not particularly concerned or attentive to it. I mean, I think what we would be concerned about is that people who are eligible for making the minimum wage or more should be aware of it. Those who are making, a high amount, their knowledge about it is not that relevant to me.
I think you didn't specifically ask for it, but that's a crosstab that we can create, council member. I think we can get that back to staff pretty quickly.
Yeah, so people who are in the lower categories, those are the ones who we really want to make sure are familiar so that they, if they're not being paid the minimum wage, they can get, they can report that and they can make sure that they are being paid. Yeah. Okay, those were my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shine?
Laura, do you have a number of how many businesses currently have waivers?
I do. So we had 22 businesses have received waivers since the implementation, and there are 10 that are still valid, set to expire. 6 will expire in June, 1 in July, 2 in August, and 1 in October of this year.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Byers? I'm going to save my questions. I'm going to move on to the employers.
Great, thank you very much. We're going to turn it over to Richard Bernard with FM3 to provide his results of the survey for West Hollywood employers.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council and staff. Just wait for it to go up. Okay, great, thanks. All right, we conducted the West Hollywood Employer Conditions Survey between March 3rd and the 17th. It was a telephone survey. We were provided by the city approximately 2,000 West Hollywood business contact information, and they came from a universe of businesses who paid the business tax certificate. And so because we have actually a universe, and in fact, the call center tried at least once, if not more, to at least contact every one of those businesses, I feel like to some extent we can provide a margin of error. It's large because we completed 142 interviews, so the margin of error is approximately plus or minus 8.2%. Next slide. Next slide. I want to give you some background as to the companies and the individuals who responded. 76% of the respondents said they were the owner. 24% said were managers or executives of the business. And you could see a diverse amount of time that these businesses have been open and in business in West Hollywood. It ranges from less than a year to more than 15 years. Next slide. There was 21% who reported that their business had employees who were paid only at minimum wage without additional tips, commission, bonuses, or other pay. Next slide. And there was 49% who said that they have employees who receive other financial compensation, including tips, commissions, or bonuses. These are not necessarily mutually exclusive businesses. You can have both being true as well. Next slide. In terms of the number of locations they have, about 2/3 said they only have one location and therefore they are in West Hollywood. So the concerns, which one would argue are valid about more and more chains and larger businesses coming in that are more national, at least there are a significant number of businesses that are one-offs in West Hollywood. Next slide. So now I want to get to the substantive part of the survey. Next slide. We asked them, generally thinking about West Hollywood, would you say things are headed in the right direction or off on the wrong track? A plurality said that things were headed off on the wrong track. 45% said that. 39% said right direction, and 17% said they didn't know. Often those people who say they don't know are sort of mixed in the sense they're not sure if it's right direction or wrong track. So I look at it in two perspectives. Next slide. We also asked them how would they rate West Hollywood as a place to do business. About 1 and 2 said favorable, suggestion of excellent or good. A quarter said just fair. My experience is just fair typically means average or a little below average. So that's how I would interpret that, with a little less than a quarter saying poor. Next slide. And then we asked them in their own opinion, if there was one thing that the city could do to support their local business, what would it be? And we accepted multiple responses. 20% mentioned managing homelessness. 12% mentioned, and this again is in their own words, we then grouped the responses: slow or stop minimum wage increases and mandatory benefits. This was long before we talked about minimum wage in the survey, so this was top of mind. And then 11% said address public safety. Next slide. So now I'd like to talk a little bit about their awareness of minimum wage and the elements related. Next slide. 90% said they were aware of the $19.08 per hour minimum wage, and 74% said they were aware of the compensated, uncompensated leave policy. Next slide. And now, next slide. We asked a more broader question, of which minimum wage was one element. We gave them a list of issues that may have impacted their business in recent years. It was a battery, so it was randomized, and we asked them if it had had a positive effect, a negative effect, or no impact at all on their business. And the bright orange is very negative, the dull orange is somewhat negative. I've aggregated the total negative on the right-hand side and ranked it as such because all these items had larger negatives than positives. I had no horse in this race, so I try to be as even-handed in every question as possible. The bright blue and the dark blue are somewhat and very positive, and there I've ranked it on the right-hand side as well. And the grays are it had no impact or it didn't apply. And you could see of all these items, at least close to a third or more said they had a negative impact, with the leads being, probably not surprising to people, the COVID pandemic, changes to the costs of doing business, changes in the amount of rent, the entertainment industry and hotel workers going on strike, and then 47%, close to half, said the city's West Hollywood minimum wage. Next slide, please. And now, next slide. We presented them with 13 possible outcomes of the minimum wage. We worked very hard to try to find, as best we could, close to an equal number of what one could argue is positive outcomes as well as negative outcomes. But the next two slides split up the negative and the positive into two different groups to really highlight the effects from either direction. We gave them these items, again, randomized, and we said if they could tell us if their business had been affected a lot, which is the bright orange, a little, which is the dull orange, or and I've aggregated that on the side and ranked it, or if it had not at all an impact, or if they didn't know. And here you could see all of the negative impacts, which is what this slide is, have at least 3 in 10 of the businesses saying it had some kind of impact on them. And the leads were reduced employee hours or laid off employees, were short-staffed more often, reduced operating hours or days. Those were among the leads. Next slide. On the positive side, again, the same scale, the same question, so I'm not going to go over the numbers unless you need me to, but the colors unless you need me to, but the lead ones in terms of the positive effects, and the only two items that hit the 3 or more out of 10 in terms of businesses were increased wages for any of your employees and made employees more satisfied. Next slide. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Howman, do you have any questions? Thank you. Vice Mayor Byers, do you have any questions? Councilmember Meister, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So, Richard, do we know how many employers, or you may have said it, have at least one employee other than just themselves out of the 142?
Yeah, 96.
96.
Have more than one employee.
So do we know, because some of these questions, it seems to me that if I didn't have an employee, I wouldn't be necessarily aware of the minimum wage or care about it, and the same thing with the the time off, compensated and uncompensated time off. So do you have, for a couple of slides, I'd be curious
Yeah.
if you have information on the businesses that have more than one employee. In other words, more than just the person themselves.
Sure. Are you able to? Yeah, let's start with this one. I'm going to verbally tell you this. So here you saw 90% said they were aware of the minimum wage and 74%. These were everyone. If I only look at employers with more than one employee, 93% said they're aware of the minimum wage. So not statistically much different. And with respect to the awareness of compensated and uncompensated leave policy, 86% said they are aware of it once you consider more than one employee, so much higher than this number. And then if you can go to the end slides, please. Great. Okay.
Richard, do you happen to have the slide that asks about how if our employers have a favorable view of WeHo as a place to do business? On mine it was slide 11, but it doesn't look like it's slide 11 on yours. Is it the same slide numbers?
Hold on. Okay. Yeah. You want me to answer the question?
Yeah, it's the same for
Sure.
for
Yeah.
more than one.
Yeah. Let's see if I have it. Yes. So in that case, 48% of employers that have more than one employee said they rated it excellent or good. So not really statistically much different.
Just slightly lower. What about the response about related to minimum wage and mandatory benefits? If we looked at that, that was slide 12, I think. On mine, it's slide 12.
Is that the one I just?
Oh, is that the one you just did?
That's the one I just did.
Okay. All right. And the changes, slide 16, did changes in the cost of doing business specifically exclude changes in minimum wage or leave or rent? Or was that just sort of a?
It would be a catch-all. So it's hard to know exactly what a person was defining in that, and that's why that's the macro one, and then the other ones kind of break it out a little bit more.
Okay, and then do you know if can you tell anything by industry, or at least by some of the industries that were the heavier, who you talk to more?
Yeah, I can't tell you in terms of results, but I can tell you what the largest sort of categories are. I use the city's categories, and they're very micro. So it's not like 5-6 groups. They're very, very unique. And so the best I can do is tell you that of the sample, and of course I don't want to reveal any of the respondents because they did it with the perception there would be confidentiality. 22 respondents were restaurant and bars. 18% were retail and wholesale, and 11 were categorized as hairstyles or barbers in that kind of sort of industry. But for me to give you sort of results on 22 respondents, with the margin of error being so huge, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that.
Okay, and then did we happen to talk to any employers who had recently closed their business and left the city?
I don't know that because that wasn't a question, but I do think that there clearly is a selection bias, right? Because if they've left the city and they're no longer on that list, there's no way we can contact them, right? So we only have the people that, for the most part, unless, and I just heard tonight, and staff will confirm it, that there could be a delay in, like someone closed, 2 weeks ago. Will they know it? Maybe, maybe not. Is that correct?
So they may have been on the list then.
They may have been on the list, and that might be a reason why they didn't answer, because they weren't like physically present. There was no phone left,
right,
to call. But I think there's selection bias, right? So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Shine.
Yes, you may have said this at the beginning. I missed it. You said 22 businesses were surveyed. 22 respondents, or
no, 142.
142.
Yeah.
And how did you, how was the survey done?
Can you bring up the methodology, because that will make it a little easier to follow. So it was a telephone survey. We received from the city a list of 2,000 West Hollywood businesses. They would have had to have paid the business tax certificate in order to have been in that group.
What if, does that also include anyone who had waivers or just paid? Like,
Yes.
okay.
Yes. It would include anyone who had the minimum wage waivers as well. This was specific to our business tax certificates, so regardless if you have a minimum wage waiver or not, if you're operating a business within the city of West Hollywood. And we excluded out contractors, so as you may be aware, individuals that come into the city of West Hollywood and only patronize for a little while. So this was those businesses.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. On slide 14, I think that's I tried to take the note.
That's the 2 pies. Yeah. That's it?
Yeah, thank you. So in the employees survey, there was roughly 23% saying they weren't aware of compensation or benefits. And here, employers are saying, 21%, with 5% saying they don't know. In your opinion, statistically, these numbers are close together, but what are we to make of that in this interpretation? Because I think what Councilmember Heilman was saying was, it's troubling that that percentage don't know that this is happening, which I think is open to interpretation, but I think the idea of it being something we should be curious about. But are these numbers statistically correlated, in your opinion? Because I'm trying to see the connection and communication and where it's failing. Because, do you get what I'm going at and getting at?
Yeah. Well, I can't speak to Adam's data other than to say, because it was mentioned by the city manager, that, and you'll correct me, of course, because I don't want to misspeak, but given the nature of his survey, it would have been hard to be a representative sample.
Okay.
So right away, he doesn't have a margin of error because it's a tough survey to do and have a representative sample. Based on Councilmember Heilman's comment, if I'm making a lot of money, $40 an hour or something because I'm a professional doing something, I may not be aware of it. If I have a business in which I don't have any employees, but it's just me, I may not also be aware of it too. So it's hard. I think it's a really great question, but it's really hard based on the data and the kind of nature of the survey for us to say, oh, these two results don't match up. There's too many other factors that would suggest they don't, but I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
The only thing I'd add is that I think there's clearly a gap. And there's a gap with employers and there's a gap with employees. And I think you can look at that gap, and if you had a desire to close that gap, well, then there's something to be done about it. But yes, I would suggest that that our data is reflective, even if it isn't specifically, the margin of error we assign is not fully statistically valid. I think the key that you've identified, Councilmember, is there is a similar gap in both employees and employers.
But I'd also like to add that, the city would certainly like to see these numbers closer to 100%, right, in both fields, both the wage and also the compensated, uncompensated leave benefits and knowledge of that. So the, city has entered into an agreement with the County of Los Angeles Department of Business and Consumer Affairs, who's currently conducting proactive visits to all of our West Hollywood businesses. And they've done that since January 1st of this year. We're over 100 businesses that they've contacted, given them the notices that they're required to publish, a run through of the waiver, and then an assigned acknowledgement of someone who is at the place of employment, so they understand the provisions of the minimum wage ordinance. So we're continuing to work on proactive measures to get this number up in the future. And as with the July 1st, 2024 increase, again, we're continuing to go out to businesses to re-educate them and understand what their responsibilities are as employers are and what employees' rights are. But if I just want to do a quick little snippet, if anyone has anything to report on the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs on wage, they can go to our website at weho.org/wage and submit a complaint in regards to not receiving payment of wage or leave provisions.
Thank you.
And we did include that as a final statement in each of the surveys. So if anyone needed additional information regarding the City of West Hollywood's minimum wage ordinance, both the employee and employer survey concluded with providing that website information to the respondents.
Great. On slide 16, so it should be 2 more.
Yeah.
Great. So let me know if I'm reading this wrong.
Go for it.
Because it's late and my eyes are starting to blur. I'm trying to understand in an aspect of the most critical things impacting the businesses per this survey, right? So number 1 is the COVID pandemic still, right? Great. Changes in costs of doing business. That's inflation, that's
Everything.
everything.
It's a catch-all. Right.
Catch-all.
Yeah.
Great. Changes in the amount you pay rent. That could be back due rent. That could be rent that is on a new lease that you don't and are paying, correct? Stuff like that. The hotel worker strike, entertainment industry and hotel workers going on strike. Theoretically, this item being number 4 could come down, or once it's not in the news as much anymore. For example, this was taken March 3rd, 17th, whenever it was?
March 3rd to the 17th. Yeah.
Great. And and obviously these strikes had longer lasting impacts. So I'm not trying to mitigate that, but I'm trying to say is the further away you get from that, although there is other things forthcoming. So then the 5th most concerning issue for businesses per this survey is the actual minimum wage locally controlled here in West Hollywood.
Statistically, I would say that the rent, the strike, and minimum wage are the same. I will qualify it because we talked about this, that many of the respondents were single individuals. That's their business.
Yeah.
So one might expect, and I have data to show that if you only look at employers that have multiple employees, or at least more than one employee, the impacts on all of these are greater.
Great, thank you. Wonderful. Those are all my questions. Do we have general questions for staff before we move into public comment?
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Shine.
Just one second. Can you go back to that slide, please?
I think that was slide 16.
Yep. Thank you. For the West Hollywood's minimum wage, I see you have 47% is a total negative, and then as I'm adding the positive, including the no impact, because the no impact is, I think that's important to include. So no impact plus positive would be 48%.
It would be the 1 minus 40, 100 minus 47, so it'd be 43%.
Where do you get the?
The color on the end that doesn't, typically if it's less than 5, we don't put the numbers. So if we know 47% has a negative impact, by definition, the remaining, which is 53, would have either a positive impact or no impact at all, or they didn't know. So it's the balance.
So 48%.
No, 47 versus 53.
For 53%.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So 47% is the negative, and the rest is 53%.
Correct.
Okay. And that's for the wages. And then for the compensated and uncompensated leave, then what is that number? It's the 42% versus what?
it would be the balance, so it would be 58%.
58%.
Yeah, using your definitions.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you so much. All right, we're going to move on to public comment. Madam City Clerk, how many public comments do we have?
We have 1 individual in Zoom and 42 in chambers.
Great. So we have about 2 hours of public comment?
Yes.
Great. It's fine. It's lovely, public discourse. So all I will say is that take as long as you want for the 2 minutes. At 2 minutes, you will be asked to stop. Please be respectful. I was not here at the November, whenever that meeting was, and let's make sure that you can hoot, you can holler, you can clap, you can scream, do whatever you want. We'll be here as long as it takes to get it done. But I'm just saying, I'm going to call the names in a succinct order, and I expect you to come up, make your piece, come back, and we're going to keep going, because the meeting has to run efficiently. So if you want to scream, the other person will start speaking, and if they're on your side, great. If they're not, well, whatever. But just so you know, the meeting's going to run efficiently. And yes. Yes, please.
Perhaps if there's repeat to
Sure.
make the night go quicker for everyone, if you would be willing to just say, I repeat exactly the same comment as made before, that would be helpful. So there's not 20 repeats of the same thing.
Whatever you would like to say, well, we're gonna be up here. So let's get to it. Ready? Great. We have Lucien Tudor to be followed by Carmen Blazou. Apologies if I... Yeah, that's true. So I'll do that after this. Go ahead, Lucien, sorry.
Good evening again, honorable council members. My name is Lucian Tudor, representing La Boheme in West Hollywood. I sent a letter, and probably you all read that. So I'm going to change my speech tonight. We are one of the few of that survey. 90 people from 140 employers were one employee or less. I employ 80 to 100 people at La Boheme. 40% of those, they lose their job this past year as a result of the high minimum wage and high benefits. Those people were people who are entry level, people who doesn't have skills, people who doesn't speak English so many times, people which we give a chance in order to grow and evolve. We cannot afford to have those positions anymore in the restaurant, and we stretch the servers, the managers, the owners. In order to operate at this cost, we all stretch and make sacrifices in order to keep delivering the same type of service in a full-service restaurant. The profitability of a restaurant is less than 5%. For us as a business which owns the building too, we're still at 5% in West Hollywood. Just January alone, we were in red for many $10,000s of dollars. So please conduct your decision based on the merit and amend this policy because we need to survive. We're not going anywhere at La Boheme, and I hope you're not taking in consideration just the input from Local Heat 11, which well-founded some of your electoral campaigns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucien. Carmen Blazou, apologies to be followed by the Zoom commenter, who's the only one.
Good evening. I am Carmen Balasoyo. I'm the general manager of La Boheme, following Lucian Tudor, the CEO. I would like to speak with you tonight. It has come to my attention that the minimum wage for West Hollywood will increase again in July, although it is the highest in the country. I was shocked and in disbelief. We restaurant owners and managers stood before you just a few months ago, trying to reason with you and show you the reality of the restaurant industry and the struggles that we go through to keep our businesses alive with such high labor costs. We ask for your help to stay afloat. It is disappointing that in these difficult times, you turn your back on us. Since we were here last time, we've reduced our staff by 40%, stretching our team more and more to provide the same excellent service that we pride ourselves at La Boheme. It hasn't been easy, and unfortunately, we've lost some good, loyal employees on the way.
How much can we stretch our team? We, as the owners, as general manager, as we work tirelessly and relentlessly. We work nonstop trying to support them because we see it's difficult for our team. But we stretch them because we have no choice. Like Lucian said, our profitability is less than 5%. We are not making money. We're just trying to survive, and we are trying to support our team, who are loyal to us. And yes, they are making more money, and yes, they are loyal to us, but it's very hard. Also, look around. West Hollywood has become this deserted town with businesses closing left and right. It is a somber, uninviting look. It used to be a destination, a place where great restaurants, bars, clubs, and much more. Now people barely come to this area. For April, our guest count is 1,753, or 38% lower than last year. 1,753 people decided to go
Thank
somewhere
you
else
so
in LA.
much. We're going to go to the individual on Zoom. Steve L.
Thank you, Mayor. Our speaker on Zoom this evening is Steve Lococo. Steve, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute. Steve, there you go.
There you are. Thank you very much for this opportunity. As a business, we're going on our 39th year in West Hollywood, and we are requesting just to stop for a minute. The council just needs to allow these businesses and all of us to readjust. This has been way too much of a roller coaster since COVID, and it's obvious, listening to everybody today, it's obvious that we're more concerned about numbers and what we think we want to provide than what's actually happening. And for us, for our business, to cut to the chase, we went from 11 employees down to 9. And from COVID, we have the 9 employees, and then as we started to do with the higher cost of doing business and the implementation of minimum wage, we had to lay off 4 employees. 3 of those 4 employees were residents of West Hollywood. And for us, being community-minded and being a part of West Hollywood for so many years, it was very challenging for all of us to have to sit there and figure out, we have to decrease the hours for people. And since doing that, a lot of those people that were our employees were not able to take the lesser hours. So unfortunately, 3 of the 4 being residents, they now work outside of the West Hollywood area. They still live in West Hollywood because we keep in contact, but for the city council and for a vibrant West Hollywood community who wants to create, a play, work, sleep environment, we're going a little bit too overboard. We're not stopping and thinking about what we're doing. So in order to create a vibrant West Hollywood community, I'm asking the city council, please just lay back on the minimum wage, take out the PTO for the part-timers. Look at what's really happening to these businesses and to these residents. There's no doubt about it that businesses do better when they don't have any outside mandates, when they're not being required to have to operate a certain way, because all it does is drive the prices up. And we have also, our residents are pushing back saying, we're not going to spend that money.
Thank you, Steve.
But we have no
Steve.
choice.
Your time is up.
Thank you so much, Steve.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to go back into chambers with DJ Ricky Najjar to be followed by Joan Henahan.
Hello, everyone. My name is DJ Ricky Najjar. I actually represent the Chamber of Commerce and the West Hollywood Gay and Lesbian Chamber of Commerce. First of all, thank you. It's an honor to be in front of all you guys. I do want to state in representation of anyone who works at a bar or nightclub, these are not corporate owned. These are small business owners. These are people that I love and cherish and that uplift our community. These are individuals that work our hardest to give the creative values to all of those rising superstars that are in our community that live and breathe here in West Hollywood. We represent those people, and we need those people to keep that community safe. What we're finding is that all of these stars that we have growing up are actually underserved underdeveloped and they actually need more representation. So when we have a set minimum wage here in West Hollywood, it's actually allowing us to have a small base, but sometimes it's also not enough. I think that there is a big unsaid conversation for a lot of the income that most artists and entertainers have to do on the outside and undocumented work that we have to do. So I think there's a conversation that needs to be started on that level. So what I would like to do is create that conversation, and that is conversation that these researchers can't actually provide for us. So I need to have that conversation started in our own representation of undocumented work that we have to go outside of the labor forces to do. So thank you very much, and I hope to create that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ricky. Is Joan here? Great. Joan Hennahan, to be followed by Genevieve Morrell.
Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Joan Hennahan. I live in Westwood, and I'm on the Board of Governors of the Chamber. Small business in West Hollywood is on life support right now. I think we're all aware of the devastation that business has undergone all over the country, indeed in the world, since COVID, since inflation has skyrocketed, and all the other complications that we're well aware of. I would see, not too far into our futures, an annual minimum income for people, as Mr. Yang spoke about in a recent presidential election, because people can't survive. And I appreciate that, City Council is trying to do everything possible to give people a lift. But the part-time time off and paid vacation is a reversible decision that's not going to make a great deal of difference to part-time people. And it's going to help the businesses quite a lot. I think we all want to do the best we can for ourselves and our small businesses that have nothing to fall back on. So those specific strictures being removed would be a sign of putting a hand out to business. The current City Council is pro-small business, I think, at heart, and wants to maintain the character and business diversity of this city, and the city was built on that. So let's allow that to continue to recover and keep the small town flavor. Excuse me. The monetary inequities that we see have to be addressed on a much broader scale through public policy all over this country. And I think we all know that the wealth inequality is a tremendous problem. I don't think we can solve that all here in West Hollywood at the moment. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Joan. Genevieve Morrell, to be followed by Brett Lettieri.
Thank you, Mayor. Genevieve Morrell, President and CEO of the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. I just want to address the definition of small business. Please do not change the small business definition, staff and council, to under 25. If we did a research years ago with economic development, and what you're seeing on how many businesses are 25 or less are micro businesses. They are 2 to 4 employees. And while minimum wage may not affect them, a restaurant that's going out of business or stopping their lunches does affect that business. But these are micro businesses. Most of our businesses, please, 50 or less, keep it where it is. Also, we've said most in our letters. We're moving on from November 20th, where we laid out a recommendation for consideration. And according to the city's own survey, nearly 40% of our workforce has been laid off or hours have been cut by this policy. And again, it's not just the policy. As Mayor Erickson was pointing out, it's all these other things, as the survey pointed out. We've never said it's just the policy. It is impacted by high rents, by 30% increase of goods and services, paying back loans and pay back rents, recovering from COVID. All of these things, highest inflation, all of these things are impacting. And this policy, we're just asking for very small things. Please, no new increases in July. Get rid of part-time PTO. It's nowhere in the nation does this. We're not asking you to change even the 96 hours that went from 24 hours of sick to 96 hours. We're just saying, take away part-time, give us a pause, and please look into total compensation. It's no different than me who has a salesperson who makes commissions, and that commission is added to their salary as their total compensation. That is no different than what we're talking about. We are not asking you to lower anyone's minimum wage to be a different tip credit. That's different than total compensation. Please look into that. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. Brett Lettieri to be followed by Michael Liu, ILIU.
Good evening. I want to start by stating that when this policy was drafted, I believe the council truly had the best intentions and felt that things would be fine without any unintended consequences. We're nearly 2 years into this policy and a lot has changed in the economy. We can all see the significant amount of restaurant closures and empty storefronts. On Sunset Boulevard alone in the past 6 weeks, we lost 4 food and beverage establishments, equating to 150 to 200 people losing their jobs. 2 of those venues were operated by the most successful chefs in the country, Wolfgang Puck and Josiah Citrine, a Michelin star chef. OpenTable has provided me with data that in West Hollywood, reservation bookings are down 15% year over year compared to greater LA. The result of this policy is empty storefronts, vacant restaurants, greater cost for our residents and visitors, a reduction in foot traffic and revenue for our businesses. At this point, I feel we need to take an honest look at this policy and make meaningful changes. I ask the council at the bare minimum to support the staff's recommendations from the original item in November 23 and go a little further, such as a carve out of the ordinance for small business, new businesses to get an automatic 1-year waiver so they can get on their feet, a full removal of the PTO provision, or at the very least removal for part-time employees, aligning our sick pay policies with the City of LA, a full review of the total compensation model for tipped employees, which has been fully vetted by the California Restaurant Association and presented to the city attorney, a pause on the CPI increase until LA catches up to West Hollywood. And I'd also like to go on record and say it's come to my attention that the union, Unite Here, is texting people all over the city with false information about this item. I'd like to clarify that this item has no effect on union members. Unite Here members are not affected by this item. It's misleading for them to spread false information, and it only hurts and divides our community when we need to come together more than ever. I look forward to meaningful change tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. Michael Liu to be followed by Daniel Jones.
I'm exhausted. That's a lot of information. Thank you for being here again. We've been talking about this for years. To be really succinct, I'd like you to consider suspending the CPI increase. We'd like to revise the PTO policies. I think a council person here, had mentioned previously, I was looking back at tapes, just too much information, but they had been a part-time employee and didn't expect to receive a PTO policy that would help and to adopt this total compensation package. For the first time ever since the last time we met, the restaurant that I opened as a general manager in 2016 has lost money. I've had to get to let go of 30 employees. I just came from a pre-shift. I had 5 servers there. I had 3 bussers there. It used to be 12 and 9. These are people that I care about, that I love, that make way more than minimum wage based on a total compensation package. Just please, please consider it. When it comes to the intent of what we are trying to do, it's to give a better wage to the lowest paid workers. This has given a better wage to the highest paid workers, and I've had to let go of all the lowest paid workers. We've talked about the negative effect that it could possibly have, and it's just happened. It's just true. I've had to let go of bussers and runners and people that we were supporting, and we just don't have the shifts for them. We don't have the hours for them. Our current workers now are making 30% less than they were making a year ago, and their expenses are 30% higher. I'm not trying to get rich. My income has gone down because of this in the last year. The economy is on fire right now. It's not fun anymore coming to work. It's tough. It's tough conversations all the time. And the total compensation package can help with anyone that's participating in gratuity or commission. And for everyone else who's just making a minimum wage, raise it.
Thank you, Michael. Danielle Jones to be followed by Jocelyn Ruiz.
Good evening, Mayor Erickson and members of the City Council. My name is Danielle Jones, and I am here speaking tonight on behalf of Yvonne Wheeler, President of the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, and our 800,000 union members, several of whom work right here in West Hollywood. First, I would like to thank you all for raising the bar for all of California who passed the highest local minimum wage in the state and 12 paid days off. These are two forward-moving policies that put West Hollywood ahead of the curve and gave workers a chance at a dignified life. And they help to make sure that workers who prepare the food don't go to work sick. And it also ensures that workers actually take a mini vacation with their family. After all, that is the American dream. So you should not be watering down the minimum wage or paying time off policies here in West Hollywood, period. You're going to hear from several of our affiliates about why this is a non-starter for us. But I want to leave you with a few other factors. City staff has told us the minimum wage increased by 2.8% here in West Hollywood. Meanwhile, the cost of a studio apartment went up by 16% in 2023 and 2024. And the cost of a one-bedroom apartment went up by 15%, according to HUD. That translates to workers falling behind despite working full time. And again, that leads to working people becoming homeless. So we ask you to leave the minimum wage and paid time off ordinance as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Jocelyn Ruiz to be followed by Philippe Caceres, Caceres. Apologies. Jocelyn Ruiz to be followed by Philippe.
Good evening, Mayor Erickson, members of the council. Again, I'd like to thank you and the city staff for reaching out to workers, unions, and worker centers about these proposed changes and giving us the opportunity to provide input. My name is Jocelyn Ruiz, and I'm an organizer with the LA Fed. Like my sister Danielle Jones, I'm speaking on behalf of President Wheeler and the 800,000 union members across LA County. As you heard, this is a non-starter for us because nobody who works full-time should be at risk of becoming homeless, whether you're in a union or not. Nobody who works should be in poverty, regardless of whether you work for the city, work in tech, or wash dishes in the back of a restaurant. And nobody should have to choose between losing a day of pay or taking care of themselves or a sick loved one, period. If you were to move forward with these proposed changes, you would be going backwards and real lives would be impacted. You would increase the crisis of working poverty. You would increase the number of workers who are forced to live in their car or work on the street because they can't afford to pay the rent. And I know this because I've talked to several workers who currently experience that. And you will force people to work sick if they can't take away the days that they've earned, paid time off that they've earned. Again, they earn their paid time off of 1 hour of leave per every 30 hours worked. Nobody's giving them anything. Lastly, the Journal of American Medical Association conducted a study showing that the poverty is the 4th leading cause of death in the United States. More than homicide, more than suicide, drug overdoses, diabetes, firearms, and respiratory diseases. So when you roll back wages, you increase the likelihood of poverty and the likelihood of real people dying. So I don't appreciate the chamber with their fake candlelight vigil in honor of the businesses that were lost. What about the real people that we lost? What about the people who died because they were paid poverty wages? Those are real lives lost, not just some political stunt. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Philippe Caceres to be followed by Carlos Rublo. Carlos Rublo is next.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Felipe Cáceres. I'm with SCIU Local 721. We represent over 100,000 public sector workers as well as low-wage workers in the fast food, healthcare, and gig industries. We're here to just echo what my sister said earlier. This is a race to the top here in West Hollywood. You set the standard here in the city of West Hollywood. We want you to continue to set that standard for working people, a minimum wage that is a real minimum wage that actually gets people out of poverty and onto a pathway to the middle class is the West Hollywood way. We want to continue that pathway here with an opportunity for both tipped workers, low-wage workers, gig workers. All workers deserve dignity in the city of West Hollywood, SEIU 721, the California Gig Workers Union, as well as the National Fast Food Workers Union, stand in solidarity here today to uplift low-wage workers and demand that West Hollywood continue on that pathway to raising standards. The cost of a one-bedroom apartment here in West Hollywood and in Southern California continues to go up. Working people deserve to work where they live. Thank you.
Thank you, Felipe. Carlos Rublo, to be followed by Julia Camarera Calvo.
Well, good evening, everybody. I want to, just acknowledge everybody that's here for this healthy debate. And we love West Hollywood. My name is Carlos Rubio. I'm the president of Teamsters Local 911. We represent 10,000 members in Southern California, predominantly in the area of public sector and in the parking industries in cities like yours. I'm here tonight to voice a strong opposition to any amendments to the city's minimum wage and pay time off policies. If you do this, you open up Pandora's box that will lower area standards for all of us. While the current proposal appears to only impact possibly restaurant workers, it sets a precedent for other industries to follow. It sets the stage for people to lower wages for parking attendants, for example. One of the things that I want to let everybody know is I just came from Huntington Beach. Anybody can look it up on Google. Okay, they prohibited flying an LGBTQ plus flag. It has taken years and years and years for folks to fight and fight and fight to end where we are today. I think that before we make any decisions that are permanent, we need to take a look at what got us here. Some say it's, you're the highest minimum wage in the country. Who knows, maybe 5-10 years from now, we'll think that was a great idea. So let's do the responsible thing. It's getting difficult. I mean, I read the other day, $275,000, LA Magazine, a family of 4, 2 adults and 2 children. Anywhere you go near this vicinity, I mean, the survey showed you can't live and work here. So we cannot have this. We cannot set this precedent for other cities to try and do the same. That sets all of us backwards. So do the right thing, okay? We strongly oppose this to any changes to the minimum wage and pay time off policies. Please leave them as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia Camarero Calvo, to be followed by Andre Shirley. I got it right this time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And thank you for listening to me again. Hi. I'll try to be quick. As always, I'm here to support my neighboring businesses. We're not faceless corporations. We're people too, who also have to pay rent, who also have families, who also are struggling with the same issues that everybody in this room is struggling with. So things tend to get really two colors. It's not black and white. I, again, own a very small business called Atacama Home here on Melrose. I only have one part-time employee. She makes more than the current minimum wage. But if all the very unique and very also small businesses that surround me close or reduce hours, that affects me. It doesn't matter that I already pay my employee more than minimum wage. And I just want to humbly remind the council that although this city is small, it's vibrant, it's unique, and it's different and special. And I truly believe that a great part of it is because of the very unique, very vibrant, very different small businesses that are here. If these can't survive, sure, other bigger corporations will take their place, but then it won't really be West Hollywood anymore. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julia. Andre Shirley, to be followed by Veronica Alvarado.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Andre Shirley. I'm assistant supervisor at CVS on La Cienega and Santa Monica. You've probably seen my face before as I smile at you, welcoming you to the store.
And you smile so nicely. Thank you very much when you greet us. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you're such a great warm force. So
thank you. So I'm here to speak on behalf of the employees that the data just showed were either laid off or their hours were cut. These businesses are saying that they care about the employees, but facts show that when they were required to provide a living wage to these employees, they cut their hours and they laid them off. That creates homelessness, especially in a city that has some of the highest rent costs. They say they care, but what does their actions speak? Because actions speak a whole lot more than words. These were the employees that kept their businesses open, that smiled while they weren't able to pay rent, that were loving and caring, but they got laid off. Yes, they're saying, oh, we're okay, we'll survive if we don't have to pay PTO to part-time employees. So you're saying that as a part-time employee, I have to choose between health and coming to work? I can't afford a vacation, I gotta afford a staycation? Let's call a spade a spade. The businesses do not wanna pay a fair living wage. They want to pocket the profits. They want to strive. They don't care about people, they care about their profits. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Andre. Veronica Alvarado, to be followed by Matthew David Horn.
Buenas noches, honorable alcalde Erickson y miembros del Consejo Municipal de West Hollywood.
Hello, good evening, Honorable Mayor Erickson and members of the West Hollywood Council.
Mi nombre es Verónica Alvarado. Yo trabajo en el Hotel W Hollywood por aproximadamente 7 años.
My name is Veronica Alvarado. I've been working in the Hotel W Hollywood for approximately 7 years.
Soy un miembro orgulloso de United Here Local 11. En el 2021, West Hollywood hizo historia al aprobar un salario digno.
Yes, proud member of Local 11. And in 2021, West Hollywood made history by approving the wage going up to live fairly.
Que ahora es de más de $19 por hora.
Which now is more than $19 per hour.
Uno de los más altos del país.
One of the highest in the country.
Agradecemos a los miembros del Consejo que participaron en ese esfuerzo.
And we are grateful for the members of the council that were part of that effort.
La ciudad y el condado de Los Ángeles están considerando ordenanzas que aumentarán el salario mínimo en los hoteles.
And the city council in Los Angeles is considering new ordinances that will lift the minimum wages for hotel workers.
Que será $25 y los votantes de Long Beach adoptaron un camino a 25 el mes pasado.
Which will lift the wage to approximately $25 an hour, which in Long Beach they had already done that the past month.
Incluso con el nivel salarial actual de $19, necesitaría trabajar 17 horas al día solo para poder pagar un apartamento de 2 habitaciones en el condado de Los Ángeles.
Which right now with the $19 an hour salary that I make, I would have to work approximately 17 hours per day just to pay for one apartment with 2 bedrooms in the city of Los Angeles.
Y adicional a eso, yo vivo en el Valle de San Fernando y pago $1,800 por un apartamento de 1 recámara.
And right now I live in San Fernando Valley and I pay $1,800 for a 1-bedroom apartment.
Y mi preocupación es que necesito un lugar con más espacio donde vivir.
And I am worried because I need a place with more room to live in.
Porque tengo un niño con condición de autismo y en vista de eso, él necesita tener un más espacio y esa es mi preocupación porque la renta está demasiado cara.
Because I have one child with autism currently, and in lieu of that, he will need more space because of his condition, which I cannot provide for him right now because it is too high, the rent is too high.
Por favor, no nos hagan retroceder y cambien nuestra ley.
Please don't make us go back and change this law.
En lugar de ello, necesitamos aumentar nuestro salario a
Thank you
$25
so much.
la
If you
hora.
could
Gracias por
wrap
su
up your
tiempo.
thank you very much.
We need to lift the wage to $25 an hour. Thank you very
Matthew
much.
David Horn, to be followed by Marcus Molina. Matthew, real quick before you go. Melissa, how many speakers require translation?
We weren't told.
Okay, no worries. I just know that sometimes we need to give extra time, but I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure it's fair.
So I was giving about 3 minutes.
Okay. Sorry, Matthew, go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Erickson and members of the West Hollywood City Council. My name is Matthew Hom, and I am an organizer with CLU, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. At CLU, we bring together clergy and lay leaders of all faiths, including right here in West Hollywood, with the marginalized, unheard, and least protected, including low-wage workers. During the pandemic, we saw how dire the situation was for many working families. It also showed us that not having paid time off or not having enough paid time off is a risk to public health. All workers deserve to have it. Paid sick leave means workers would not have to come to work sick just because they can't afford not to. This would risk not only the overall health and productivity of businesses, but also human lives. A 2023 study found that the expansion of access to paid sick leave that came with the Families First Coronavirus Response Act may have resulted in reductions to the number of workers getting COVID-19. And past research during the H1N1 pandemic demonstrated that not having access to paid sick leave was associated with a higher probability of having influenza-like illnesses. So that's why we ask that the city of West Hollywood continues to be a leader and a model within Los Angeles County and the entire country on the matter of paid and unpaid sick leave. Rather than implementing any policy changes that would take us backwards, let us defend the current policy and protect the health of workers and the residents of West Hollywood together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And just before we go to the next speaker, is Granicus working again?
It's being very glitchy, so we're okay right now, but we're using other timers if we have an issue.
I appreciate that. Was that Marcus? No, I didn't think so.
That was Matthew.
Okay, because this screen isn't working. So
It's
Marcus, to be followed by Danielle Wilson.
Good evening. Since the beginning of time, tipped workers and restaurant servers have suffered from their gratuity, sometimes going missing from their paycheck due to payroll mistakes and computer glitches. And sometimes the guest does not tip. The only stable source of income for a tipped worker is the minimum wage. Some people say restaurant servers make too much money, but some restaurant servers work multiple restaurant jobs and can work up to 100 hours per week and work over 50 days in a row. Serving is a physical job. A restaurant server can walk 19 miles in one day of work, get an hour of sleep, and then walk over 17 miles on the next day of work. Restaurant servers don't make too much. Restaurant servers work too much. And considering that housing expenses in West Hollywood are 173% higher than the national average, and considering that a single person earning $70,000 a year in West Hollywood is considered low income, it's undeniable that restaurant servers need to work overtime so they can afford to live. A lot of West Hollywood restaurants are charging a 4% labor surcharge fee to the guests, with the idea that some of that money will go towards health care for the restaurant servers. However, most restaurant servers are not given enough work hours at one job to qualify for health care. All workers, regardless of hours worked, deserve paid time off. The city of West Hollywood is the best city in the world. Please continue with compassion. Please protect tipped workers' minimum wage and paid time off. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Danielle Wilson, to be followed by David Stuckey.
Good evening, Mayor Erickson and honorable council members. My name is Danielle Wilson. I'm a West Hollywood renter and an organizer with Unite Here Local 11. We represent all hospitality workers, regardless of whether or not they are in a union. When I first moved here, I was shocked to learn that this was a city that had actually voted against raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. The workers who make our thriving hospitality economy run did not have a voice in the policies that impact their livelihoods. That all changed when Councilmember Shine and Erickson joined then Mayor Horvath on this very dais. We made history here because for the first time in our city, those workers were listened to, and all workers benefited as a result. A diverse cross-section of the labor movement is here tonight because workers across the county are counting on what we do here. Let's review some key facts. The city can barely keep up with new businesses trying to open up here. On the block of Fairfax, south of Santa Monica, where I live, we've had 5 new businesses open in the last 6 months alone. The data showed us that nearly half of the workers surveyed are not even availing themselves of the benefits that this law is providing them as it's currently drafted. And because the inflation increase is capped at 4%, it's actually 65% lower than what it's supposed to be here in West Hollywood. So let's first finish the groundbreaking job that we started so that the people who work hard every day to make our businesses run can benefit from this incredible policy. Then, and only then, if we want to chat about changes, we should talk about how to raise the minimum wage so that we don't fall behind the entire region again. Let's continue to be an incubator of progressive policy and lead the way.
Thank you very much. David Stuckey to be followed by Leah Folta.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Erickson and council members. I'm glad to be back here again to stand up with my brothers and sisters. My name is David Stuckey. I'm a proud member of Unite Here Local 11, who stands up for all workers. That is why we're here. I've heard the Chamber of Commerce say many times, including the last time we were here, the president of the Chamber of Commerce told us, "You don't belong here." That's disgusting. That's why we're here, because business owners don't think we belong here. We deserve a fair living wage. I'm a worker. The workers make a union, not some shady backroom boogeymen. I chose to move and to work in West Hollywood because of the minimum wage that was offered here. It was the only amount that would pay my student loans for my college degree that I worked very hard to get. It was the only one that would pay for debt that I accumulated for moving here. I'm concerned that wealthy business interests are pushing a workaround to the tipped minimum wage idea and plans to cut paid time off in half with total disregard for the livelihoods of West Hollywood's workers. My voice is just as important as any hotel or restaurant owner. I too struggle to make ends meet while working 2 jobs and well over 40 hours per week. Now is not the time to move backwards for the sake of a few wealthy business interests. Hospitality and restaurant workers are the backbone of West Hollywood's economy.
Thank you, David. Leah Folta to be followed by Veronica Gunn.
Hi, thank you so much. It's so late. My name is Leah Folta. I've been a renter in West Hollywood for over 10 years now, and I'm a writer and organizing captain for the Writers Guild of America West. I've always been proud to live here in West Hollywood because your progressive values here reflect mine. I and the Guild want to thank the City Council for being a beacon of hope in passing the highest minimum wage in the country, and I and the Writers Guild are against any further consideration of weakening the city's current minimum wage and paid time off policies. I've worked in the retail and service sector the same way many writers, actors, directors, and crew members in my industry did before our current careers. I've returned to the service sector during lower seasons of work like the past couple years, as many artists in my industry have as well. Many of us rely on the service industry to sustain ourselves and our families. We're in a housing crisis, and many of us rely on tips and paid time off to stay in our homes and pay our bills. As many have said already, a higher minimum wage keeps fewer of us homeless. We at the Writers Guild of America strongly encourage the city to not take any steps backwards on our minimum wage and worker benefits. This would set a negative precedent for other areas to follow. We encourage you to continue standing as a beacon of hope, please, and allow the artists who rely on our minimum wage and worker benefits to thrive. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leah. Veronica Gunn to be followed by Katie Duberg. Veronica Gunn to be followed by Katie Duberg. Great. We're going to move on to Katie Duberg. I see you back there. To be followed by Saba Wahid.
Good evening, Katie Duberg with California Work and Family Coalition. We are a statewide alliance of community organizations, unions, nonprofits, and individuals dedicated to helping parents, caregivers, and families thrive. We believe all workers should have the time and resources to heal, to rest, and to care for each other. We are in strong opposition to proposed implementation of a tipped minimum wage and reduction of paid time off for workers in West Hollywood. Inadequate paid sick leave has been linked to increased transmission of contagious illnesses that endanger families, older adults, individuals with disabilities, workers, customers, and small businesses. One study found that states whose workers newly gained access to paid sick leave through the FFCRA saw 400 fewer confirmed COVID cases per day. Simply put, paid sick leave saves lives. Furthermore, parents who are unable to take time off from work to care for their children are 5 times as likely to resort to taking a child or family member to an emergency room for medical care, inflating healthcare costs for everyone. Paid sick days increase the occurrence of cancer screenings and decrease reliance on emergency medical services, especially for workers earning low wages. Paid sick days are also important for survivors of domestic violence because they can be used to seek services related to domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking. Not only is paid sick leave a vital protection for the well-being of our workforce and the broader community, but an analysis of 22 years of U.S. research on paid sick leave discovered more evidence supporting the relationship between paid sick leave and favorable business outcomes than evidence that supported unfavorable business conditions. In contrast, presenteeism or working while sick is estimated to cost the U.S. economy $160 billion every year. For all of these reasons, we urge West Hollywood City Council to reject these backward steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Saba Wahid to be followed by Karen Ayers. And I apologize if I got your name wrong.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Saba Wahid, and I am the director of the UCLA Labor Center with 20 years of experience in labor research, including studying the benefits of a minimum wage for workers. I would like to commend the City of West Hollywood for its leadership in setting high wages for workers. However, I am here to express our concerns regarding this the waiver in terms of replacing wages with other forms of compensation. While this might seem like a solution to support businesses, history has shown us that such minimum wage systems can have a detrimental effect on both workers and the integrity of our labor standards. We can learn from the tip minimum wage. Studies have shown that the sub-minimum wage created challenges with enforcement and has led to rampant wage theft. It also leads to problems with sexual harassment and discrimination in the workplace. Further, minimum wage laws are easy to enforce because people understand their rights. The model of total compensation is much less clear and opens the door to various forms of gaming. How does this plan enable a worker to analyze their pay stubs to take home pay and catch mistakes? California took a decisive step in eliminating the tip minimum wage for precisely these reasons, to ensure that all workers are afforded a fair and equitable wage. An attempt to reintroduce such a system would not only undermine the progress we've made, but also set a dangerous precedent that would threaten the well-being of our workers and our labor laws. So we urge the committee to reconsider this proposal and instead prioritize policies that uphold the dignity and the rights of all workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Saba. Karen Ayers to be followed. I don't see Karen. Is Karen Ayers still here? No. Nick Stewart Block to be followed by Andrea O'Loughlin. God, I can't believe I said that wrong. Apologies. Apologies, Andrea O'Loughlin. Thank you.
Hello, City Council and Mayor. I'm here representing Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy as a researcher and policy analyst. We recently helped lead a successful campaign in Long Beach in March to win the highest living wage in the nation and are currently pursuing a campaign to raise living wages for tourism workers in Los Angeles now. We're familiar with the industry's talking points because we hear the same argument every time wages and benefits are increased. Yet predictions of economic disaster, of rising unemployment, of lost tax revenue, and shuttered businesses never seem to occur. In a study I worked on comparing LA's hotel industry with other large cities. I looked closely at what happened last time there was a citywide hotel minimum wage increase in 2014, when businesses made the same arguments as they are making today. What I found is that after the wage increase, LA in fact had the largest jump in employment of any city while experiencing the largest increase in wages. Hotel development was healthy, tax revenue continued to increase, and hotel revenue continued to set records year after year. We found that a hotel owner who told council in 2014 that they would close their doors if the wage increase passed, in fact has more employees today than they did then, and has since undergone a multi-million-dollar renovation and received $4 million in forgiven PPP loans. In other words, the sky never fell. We're seeing the same unfounded arguments today in West Hollywood, which should be proud of its contribution to a broader movement that recognizes what workers deserve: living wages and access to paid sick and personal time. We urge you to reject the industry's narrative, which is less about reality than about protecting their pocketbooks. We urge you to stand with workers who deserve these basic rights in a city and region that grows more unaffordable with each day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nick. Andrea O'Loughlin, to be followed by Jack Kearns. I got it right. I apologize. Great.
Good evening. My name is Andrea O'Loughlin, and I am a community organizer with the Fair Workweek Coalition. And I urge the council to reconsider the proposed restaurant industry wage and time off carve-out. Our Fair Workweek Coalition works closely with grocery and retail workers all across LA County to ensure protections for quality jobs like paid sick time and time off. I have seen firsthand through this work how workers need and deserve work-life balance and sustainable wages. I have also worked in the restaurant industry for over 8 years. I worked my way up as a host, events manager, server, and front of house manager. These 8 years were essential for my ability to pay my way through college, to support my family, and to get me to the career that I am currently in. Many people who I once worked with have been able to pay their way through medical bills, through higher education, through previous debts, to become healthy, stable contributors to our economy today. So 2 points. Firstly, those who work in the industry work physically and emotionally laborious shifts. They earn their time off and their wages the same way that we all do in all of our jobs. Secondly, there is a large percentage of workers who use their time in the industry to stabilize themselves financially and prepare themselves for a future. If their hard-earned wages are cut into, then that sideswipes West Hollywood's ability to develop a more diverse and healthy economy. So in conclusion, with unaffordable housing and unsustained cost of living, it is a giant step backwards to be talking about stripping workers of their wages and paid time off. I urge you, as the West Hollywood City Council, to not set up a two-tier system for your restaurant workers when it comes to wages and paid time off. This will set up your city to have stunted wages, stunted careers, and a stifled economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Jack Kearns, to be followed by Walter Schild.
Good evening. My name is Jack Kearns, and I'm a graduate student researcher at the UCLA Labor Center. My research has explored how many restaurants and fast food chains are increasingly employing children as young as 11 to avoid paying higher wages. It is incredibly important to set a minimum wage that addresses the rising cost of living, and I want to commend West Hollywood for doing so. However, I am here to state my concern about the city's proposal to exempt restaurants and paid tip employees the minimum wage. I worked as a cook for a few years here in Los Angeles. At one restaurant, my hourly wage was the same cost as a side of mashed potatoes. I worked 40 to 50 hours a week and could barely pay my rent. Another restaurant paid me less than minimum wage, and my bosses once pocketed the tip I was supposed to receive from one considerate customer. I can count on my hands the amount of times I received tips as a cook. I share a small 3-bedroom apartment with my 2 close friends who both work full-time as servers. They regularly come home from work complaining that a party of over a dozen people tipped them just $10. Like many other renters in this region, our rent was raised by hundreds of dollars in the past year, and yet my housemates are not receiving higher tips. It is ludicrous to rely on the generosity of customers, many of whom are also experiencing a cost of living crisis, to bankroll the lives of our restaurant employees. Working in restaurants, you experience wage theft, high stress, customer harassment, and severe rent burden. I can only imagine it would get 10 times worse if the protection of a minimum wage is watered down.
As a concerned citizen and former restaurant worker, I implore this committee to recognize the importance of ensuring fair wages for all workers, particularly restaurant employees. The proposal to exempt restaurants from the minimum wage is a step in the wrong direction, and I urge you to reconsider. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jack. Walter Schild, to be followed by Graham Northwood. Sorry if you couldn't hear me, Walter.
Good afternoon, Council. First of all, I think there's a lot of frustration I have because a lot of what I'm hearing here is not what the business restaurant community is asking for. We supported years ago paid sick leave, a lot more paid sick leave. We said yes to that. We supported reducing inequality between the great cooks we have and the front of house staff. Help us do that. You made it worse. This minimum wage gave almost all of the increase to the highest paid workers. And then here we have very few employees from West Hollywood. Very few. There aren't residents here pounding the sand. There aren't workers from here. We have 2,000 businesses. I think there's 2 or 3 that are union represented, so they're not here. And then the unions who've done some great things in industries like hotels, I understand, they told you they want an exemption. They came here and told you they need all these things, and then they demanded that you exclude all of their workers from this ordinance. So these things I'm hearing, which I'm compassionate to, why are your own unions saying you're exempt while they're taking $1,000 a year out of your checks and dues? That doesn't seem like equality and social justice. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated because I hear all of these things. We want to give more sick pay. We want to have higher wages. But what you did for restaurants who are here, which is a huge part of our community, is you increased the cost dramatically, essentially 30% in a couple years. And because you're a cook already at $20, you got nothing. This council and the hardworking unions, and I respect a lot of what's been done, you got nothing. When you work as a tipped worker for these union environments, you're paid less than your minimum wage. You might want to ask the Andaz restaurant worker why he doesn't get $19.08 an hour in tips. Because they negotiated a lower wage. Because he's getting lots of tips. He told me he doesn't get $19.08. So it's a lot more to talk about. We've asked for a few
Walter.
things.
Graham
We want to pay
Northwood.
more. Help us.
Walter, thank you. Graham Northwood, to be followed by Jules Yoon.
Good evening. Thank you for accepting me. First of all, I'd like to cover some of the logistics over this review that we looked at. I was quite amazed looking at some of the numbers. According to the city manager, there's 2,316 businesses. 142 was surveyed, which is only 6.13%. Now we find out that a third of those surveyed don't have employees. So that really doesn't give you a good idea of the situation of what's going on. Those that don't have employees are exempt from this ordinance. Now, we can go on and argue all the time as to minimum wage and livable wage. I agree, nobody should be homeless if you're working full time. The biggest problem here is there is no affordable housing. Currently, the city, when you build new units, you only insist on 20% for affordable housing. If you want to help the little man, how about doing some ordinance on rent control, doing some ordinance on new builds and having more affordable housing? It's already seen with the minimum wage going up. The cost has gone up in everywhere. The prices have risen. Go and get 2 bags of groceries from Pavilions down the street and it's over $100, which is ridiculous. So I have another question as well. This ordinance, which gives the 96 hours paid time off, in your own ordinance, and that's section 5.130.060, exempts federal, state, city, public entities, schools. So your own workers are exempt from this ordinance. I'd like to know what benefits you're giving your own workers, and if you're giving them the same that you're forcing us to do. Because at the moment, I'm a small business owner. I've been here 12 years. I don't think I'm going to make it till the end. I'm not a wealthy one. I live in a 2-bit apartment. I drive a 26-year-old truck that's rattling more than I do when I walk. So please, just give us some leeway. We are still recovering, and our costs have gone up exponentially. Please look at it fairly.
Thank you, Graham. Jules Yoon, to be followed by Al Andre Campillo.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jules Yoon, and I'm the lead organizer in the restaurant division for the Koreatown Immigrant Workers Alliance, or KIWA. KIWA was founded in 1992 and organizes workers in the retail and restaurant industries, the biggest industries in Koreatown. Our sister organization, the California Restaurant and Retail Workers Union, CREW, unionized the first Korean restaurant in the country, Genwa. We are based in Koreatown but organize across the country and engage in labor advocacy statewide. Within the 2 square miles that make up Koreatown, there are over 700 restaurants, about 10,000 restaurant workers, and an additional 10,000 workers that live in Koreatown but work elsewhere, like Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, and West Hollywood, which Koreatown to West Hollywood is about 5 miles. We have talked to thousands of workers in Koreatown and beyond, and last fall, we drew from over 330 in-person surveys, mostly with monolingual Spanish and Korean workers, which I think the survey lacks is monolingual non-English speakers, to publish a report on the restaurant industry in Koreatown with the UCLA Labor Center. Many restaurant workers and many of our members are undocumented immigrants from Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, and South Korea. Several have worked 20 to 30 years in the industry and get no more than LA minimum wage. And workers routinely experience wage theft, especially tip stealing and tip manipulation. We also found that during the pandemic, but also afterwards, many workers had to choose between going to work sick or staying home without paid leave and run the risk of not affording their rent. The average rent, for a 1-bedroom today is comparable to WeHo and in Koreatown, $2,400, as many of my colleagues said. So the city's proposed amendments to cut paid sick leave and allow for tipped compensation in lieu of the minimum wage will be detrimental to an already vulnerable workforce.
Thank you so much, Jules. Ale Andre Campillo, to be followed by George Nickel.
Good evening. My name is Ale Andres Campillo, and I am the policy advocate at KIWA, the Koreatown Immigrant Workers Alliance. As Jules mentioned, the published report from last year concluded many things. Workers in LA are struggling. Wage theft, including tip stealing and tip manipulation, is far too common. And since COVID-19, workers often have to choose between going to work sick or staying home without paid leave and run the risk of not affording rent. The West Hollywood's proposed amendment to cut paid sick leave and allowed for tipped compensation or service charges in lieu of the minimum wage will be detrimental to an already vulnerable workforce. Our report also highlights the fact that many small restaurants can afford to pay higher wages. For example, Open Market and BT Tofu House in Koreatown are examples of establishments that pay above the LA minimum wage and provide health benefits to their workers. It is simply untrue that every business cannot afford higher salaries. What this illuminates, rather, is that they have simply made profits off of poor working conditions and exploitative practices for their workers and laborers. If West Hollywood rescinds the protections previously held, this will set a terrible precedent for the other 87 incorporated cities. As someone born and raised in Los Angeles to immigrant parents who worked very low-wage, minimum wage jobs, I have seen dozens of my family members move further and further out of the city and now out of the state in order to find a place that had livable wages. Historic communities like Lincoln Heights and Echo Park are becoming gentrified. And this is affecting our city as a whole. Our city's diversity and vibrancy is being threatened, which is why West Hollywood maintaining better wages is a win for all workers and should be held synonymous with preserving the communities of color in West Hollywood, Los Angeles City, Los Angeles County, and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. George Nickel, to be followed by Kareem Amherst.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. My name is George Nickel. I'm a 19-year resident of the city of West Hollywood. This is a difficult conversation. I truly, truly believe that, well, actually, I went back and I watched. I watched when you first, as council was previously constituted, debated this. And I saw a lot of small business owners come forward and say, absolutely, we should raise the minimum wage. People need a raise. But they warned that what has happened would happen if you moved forward with the PTO provisions of the minimum wage ordinance as you did. One of you said you were not willing to negotiate. So when you have small business owners that create the flavor and uniqueness of our city closing down and coming forward and asking for a little bit of help. They just need to be listened to. We're hardly talking about the Wobblies versus the robber barons here. This is not the Gilded Age. We all need to come together and figure out a way to make this work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Kareem Amherst, to be followed by Juan Munoz. Is Karima Mercy not here? All right, Juan Munoz, to be followed by Isaac Solman.
Honorable Mayor Erickson and Council, I actually wanted to take my time to read a following statement on behalf of a restaurant server who works here in West Hollywood and is choosing to be anonymous out of fear of retribution. That is the risk that workers always run when they speak up about the conditions at work. So he begins, I have been lucky to have been a server in West Hollywood for the last 20 years. It is an opportunity to work with talented chefs, servers, and restaurateurs. But over the last few years, I've seen a sad change in the profession. It will come as no surprise that the cost of living in West Hollywood has far outpaced the amount of money earned by working class people in the city. At the same time, I have seen restaurant owners take advantage of wealthier patrons by increasing prices and cutting labor costs, all in the name of making more money. When I started serving, a person in my position would earn the basic minimum wage along with any gratuities that a patron would leave for providing good service. As the prices increased, so did the gratuities, and several restaurant owners saw an opportunity to increase their profits. It is already extremely difficult to earn a living that allows people to live in the city that they work. I implore you to do the right thing and keep the minimum wage in place for food service and all workers in West Hollywood. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you so much, Juan. Isaac Solman, to be followed by Lourdes Nolasco. Is Isaac Solman here? Solman? Nope. Lourdes Nolasco, are you here? And if I'm saying it wrong, Lourdes? No? Okie dokie. Gladys Avila, to be followed by Francisco Magdaleno.
Hi, my name is Natasha Wong. I'm going to be reading for Gladys because she had to drive back home. She lives in Victorville. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Erickson and members of the West Hollywood City Council. My name is Gladys Avila, and I am a housekeeper at the W Hollywood, where I've worked for about 12 years. The City Council has led the nation by passing this living wage law. Housing is incredibly unaffordable, and higher wages are necessary to be able to give workers like me the opportunity to live closer to where we work. Personally, I've had to move all the way out to Victorville because of the high cost of rent in Los Angeles. I need to drive about 4 hours total per day or more, and I waste a lot of money paying for gas for this commute. Unfortunately, I cannot move back to LA because the salaries or the wages are so low still and make it impossible to do so. Please do not implement any changes that will move us backwards. If we're going to implement any changes to this wage law, it should be to increase the raise instead of decreasing or watering it down. Thank you for standing with workers.
Thank you so much. Francisco Magdaleno, to be followed by Gregor Reti. Francisco Magdaleno? Nope. Gregor Reti? Nope. Zakia Wright, you're up. To be followed by Giovanni Glover.
Alrighty, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. I'm really disheartened to see that we're still debating the total compensation or temp wage model when we spent so much time talking about how illegal it was, at least 2 years ago now, but yet we're here again. I'm also sad that the creative city isn't creating more innovative ways to help our businesses thrive instead of doing that on the backs of all of our workers who are responsible, like someone else said, largely for the success of these businesses. Why not work with business owners to help lower their commercial rents? There are other options besides taking it out on the people that are making these businesses to be as awesome and as thriving as they are. Each time we discuss this, business owners, they come and they say that servers are making hand over fist, but they never mention how much they're racking in order for how much they're racking in revenues for all the work that the folks that they don't want to pay are making. The study showed that 80% of workers said that their annual total income isn't sufficient to afford basic necessities. They weren't talking about vacations. They weren't talking about the $20 drinks that they serve. They're talking about eating, living, and shelter. And it's interesting that at the same time we're trying to figure out how to address the homelessness issue, how we're going to create more housing, how we're going to meet the element, and yet we are putting people in positions to be unhoused. And so if we're wanting to help mitigate this issue, we're looking at a solution right before us to leave the wage just as it is and allow workers to make the money that they're making off tips. Tips are thank yous to servers. They're bonuses. They're not wages. Councilmember Meister and Heilman, it would be the equivalent if you worked a white-collar job and you were promised a bonus. You did everything you could. You satisfied the customers. You get your bonus check, but now your paycheck is less what you made in your bonus. It's the same thing. So why are we allowing this model to be what we're told is going to be the best for these workers? We can do better than this. Thank you.
Thank you, Zakia Wright. Giovanni Glover, to be followed by Tara Ponzoon. Is Giovanni Glover here? Nope. Yes, no. Tara Ponzoon? Ponzone? Nope. All right. Zakia was our final speaker. What? You wanted to speak? No worries. Plenty of time. If you could just go give your name to the city clerk right over there so we can have it for the record. And then we'll make sure you have, just go ahead and introduce yourself and we'll do that later. You'll have 2 minutes.
Gotcha. Okay. Hello. My name is Noemi. I am with the Restaurant Opportunity Center. I'm here to urge you to cease any further efforts to weaken the city's current minimum wage and pay time off policies. Los Angeles already holds the unfortunate distinction of being the wage theft capital of the country. Diluting these critical protections would only exacerbate these issues and widen the gap between back of the house and front of the house workers. Reducing these critical wage and benefits standards would disproportionately harm back of the house workers, such as kitchen staff and janitorial workers, whom often rely more heavily on minimum wage and pay time off to make ends meet. I know this because I've been a restaurant worker for the past 10 years, and I've missed big family events. This lack of flexibility has diminished my quality of life and has pushed me out of an industry that I love in order to pursue a more stable life-work balance. In order for this industry to thrive, we need to invest in the workers that make it possible. And that means giving workers a living wage and work-life balance in order for them to be able to invest in the businesses that employ them. If we want businesses to thrive, we must create the infrastructure for workers to sustainably make careers out of hospitality. Maintaining strong minimum wage and pay time off policies is crucial for addressing wage theft and promoting equity across all sectors of our workforce. We must ensure that all workers, regardless of their role, have access to fair wages and essential benefits to support themselves and their families. I implore you to stand firm in supporting our current policies and to reject any proposals that would undermine the progress that we've made towards a more equitable West Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa, are there any other speakers? Thank you so much. All right, that concludes the public comment section. Before we go on, do my colleagues want to keep going, or would you like to take a quick break? A quick break? Sounds good. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and that 5 minutes is open to interpretation because there's one bathroom back here. So 5 to 7 minutes, and we'll be right back. Thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and get started. Councilmember Heilman said it was okay. All right. We are going to begin deliberation and commentary. Hold on one second. I'm just pulling up the item. I have some questions for staff, if my colleagues are okay with that. Great. You all ready? Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you very much for all of the work. I appreciate it. I have a couple of questions regarding some of the letters we received and just propositions and proposals that were put forward. So, for example, if we froze CPI, how long would it take other cities to catch up to West Hollywood? Because freezing it for a year wouldn't allow a city at $16 to catch up to 19 like that, right? Correct. Thank you.
Correct.
So we
We're
would
pulling
have
up comparisons to other cities. If you can give us one moment.
Yeah, sure. Take your time.
So the chart on page 15 shows the breakdown of minimum wage rates per...
The chart on page 16 of the staff.
15 of the staff report.
15 of the staff report.
Shows the breakdown of minimum wage starting of July 1st of 24 for the state and a few other surrounding cities. We would have to do a calculation to try to figure out what that percentage would be over time based on like an average CPI and their CPI, so it might...
Well, I guess the point that I'm trying to get to is that freezing the CPI for a year would get it within, at best case, $1 higher, maybe a little bit more. 'Cause I don't want to throw in numbers that aren't valid. What? Yeah, so, I mean, it would take 5+ years if we froze, if it was right now at 1961 or 1908, it would take, what, 5+ years? And you can't answer that because I'm asking you to calculate math with unknowns. But what I'm trying to say is that I'm trying to figure out what the validity of that question is. And it's fine. I'll go to my next question. This is for Lauren Langer.
Yeah,
I mean, that's not a dig on any of you. I'm asking you an unknown, so.
Yeah, it's going to depend on the CPI, but I think if you look at LA, Santa Monica, and Malibu, they're all at 1727.
Yeah.
Based on kind of the average of what the CPI is, it would be 3 to 4 years at best, maybe more than that, 4 to 5, if we were to freeze and they were to increase each year.
And the cost of living still goes up, though.
Yes.
Yeah. Lauren, regarding the total compensation, I believe it was one of the speakers who talked about this. We've been talking about this for a long time now. Can you, as our city attorney, let us know once and for all the legality of this issue? Because I read it as a violation of California Labor Code, but you're the lawyer. I didn't go to law school.
Yeah, I appreciate that. There was an analysis, I believe, in the November 2023 staff report from last year. And so no city has done total compensation, so there's no case law on it. There's no courts that have reviewed it. What we do know is that under California state law, you can't have a tip credit. And we know from case law that you can't treat tipped and untipped workers differently. You can't have a 2-tier wage for tipped and untipped workers. So most of the models that have been put forward would fall into one of those categories and would not be defensible. There was some concepts put forward in the November 2023 staff report that maybe if you did a wage for all restaurant workers, front of house, back of house, having nothing to do with tipped or not tipped, I think it was called a living compensation model. It would be something to possibly explore, but you cannot have a tip credit and you cannot have a different wage for tipped and non-tipped workers. And most of the models that everyone's been talking about seem to fall under those categories.
And then who's liable? So let's say, cool, tip credit, total compensation, tomato, tomato, whatever you want to call it. Let's say we did it tonight. We get sued. Who's liable? Is the city liable, or is the California Restaurant Association, who I know we've talked with about this, liable? Who's at fault? Or who's carrying the bill is my question.
I don't think the Restaurant Association has anything to
So
do with
even-
the city's decision tonight.
Because 2 years ago, or a year ago, we asked, would you indemnify the city? I remember when Councilmember Horvath was on here and we talked about the tip credit aspect, we said, would you all indemnify the city in legal action? And they said no. That's my remembering.
I think it was a concept that was floated maybe
Yeah, it
one
was
time
one
in
of
a
those.
meeting, but it never went anywhere formal. And so if the city adopted an ordinance that did not comply with California law, that the city would have liability there
Yeah.
if their ordinance was overturned. And I couldn't speak to what impact that would have for the wages of the people who were being paid during that period of time.
Great. And wouldn't that be more so a state issue rather a local issue? To change
The
California-
tip credit issue could be addressed at the state level. That comes from the labor code.
Great. And then just based on my reading of this item, because I want to make sure that the public is aware of what actually is before us tonight, we're not going to interrupt people when we're up here. So stop, because it's very distracting. Thank you. The recommendations: receive an update on marketing support and local businesses services by Visit West Hollywood. Check. Receive an update on recent surveys of West Hollywood employees and employers. Check. Receive an update on outreach, organized labor. It's great. New and closed business tax certificates. Great. Receive an update on research related to compensation, leave in small businesses. Right. Receive clarifying information on the minimum wage ordinance and minimum admin regulations. Great. Receive an update on the minimum wage ordinance, including annual increases to the minimum wage rate, local enforcement, and related information. We've gotten that. Provide any direction related to the item 6B of the November 2023 City Council meeting regarding the minimum wage ordinance. So this is my question. The way I'm reading this item is a receive and file. I don't see, because I've been hearing this from the public and I've been confused, because I've been hearing staff is putting forth recommendations to do things suggested all over the place. I don't read that in the staff report. And I was told by our city manager that was not the case. So my question is as our city attorney, can you provide us, I think 8 is open to interpretation, but in order for us to provide any type of change that would be, I think, transparent to the public, it would have to be properly noticed, and I don't see that happening right now.
In the recommendations, all of the recommendations are updates to the city council based on information.
Yeah.
There is I don't know if you would call it a recommendation at the end, that you could provide any follow-up direction related to the items listed in November 2023 report. So there's no proposals from staff in the staff report.
So if we did anything tonight, is it properly noticed for the public?
Well, no changes to the ordinance could be adopted tonight, Anything would have to be directed to come back with changes to the ordinance.
Thank you.
So it's a discussion of the topics, but you could provide direction to staff.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions at the moment. Councilmember Heilman, do you have any questions? Or comments? You can go into whatever you want.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things that the survey demonstrated, and I think we had some comments about this, is that we need to do more education so that employees and employers are aware of the minimum wage ordinance and the leave provisions in particular. We noted that there may be some people who it just is not important to them, but those who are at the lower wages, it is very important. So we want to make sure that that education occurs. I agree with the mayor that there's no proposal before us tonight. I do want to talk a little bit about the leave for part-time employees. And I didn't hear anyone saying that we should get rid of it. What I see here is that our policy seems to be pretty inconsistent with respect to some of the other cities. City of LA, all employers have to provide 48 hours of sick leave. Some of the other cities, 48 hours or 72 hours if you have 25 or more employees. Ours is 96 hours. And that, I understand the desire for it, but I also understand the businesses saying, why are we having to provide so much more leave than other cities? I don't know that anyone here would go to the city of LA and say, oh my God, you're so anti-labor because you only have 48 hours. So I think that's something that I'm willing to look at. And I agree with the mayor that the total compensation is not yet been tested anywhere. I'm certainly open to it because, as I said before, I want to make sure that the increases to the minimum wage are going to the lowest wage workers and not ending up with those low wage workers being terminated or laid off, and that money going to people who are already making a substantial wage when you take into account the tips. But I don't know that there's any way for us to do that. And I think it's primarily what we're talking about what I'm talking about is restaurants. So I understand that, but I don't support rolling back the minimum wage, and I don't support putting a pause in to allow other cities to catch up. Those other cities need to raise their minimum wage rather than us pausing ours so that they can catch up. So those are my comments.
Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. Yes, I have comments as well. Well, first of all, thank you to everyone who came and waited so patiently tonight to participate. I too am not, given the city attorney's risk assessment of this total compensation package, is not something that I support at all. And I agree that other cities need to rise to our level, and quite frankly, the reason why we did 96 hours was to lead the way. So I would love to see other cities to do what we are doing because we are the leader, and that's why we chose to implement such a policy to lead the way for every other city in America. So I'm not interested in looking at any of the changes to the hours. As far as education, absolutely, I 100% agree. We do need to do more education. I would like to give direction that the signage, the notice postings that we have, make sure that they very explicitly say that what the leave provisions are for the paid time off and the sick time off. That'll be really important for employees, given that 30% don't even know about it, and even some of the employers. I also agree with, I also want to put this into context. When we passed this first law, a lot of the businesses had feedback and had made requests of us, which we made further clarifications for, and in a second meeting where we capped the CPI, where we put a max on the total accrual, and we made some of the items, we tweaked some things to make and work with the businesses to be more clear. And we did we changed the number of minimum number of employees for small businesses and large businesses. So I agree with Genevieve. I don't think we should change the definition. I think that's something that's been helpful given our city, and I'm not in support of changing the definition of small and large business. There's also something else that those are my directions. There's something I want to address very clearly. There was a comment that was made tonight that's been made several times before as well by an individual, a public speaker, regarding corruption. So I want to make it very clear that as far as that comment, it is either very misinformed or absolutely misleading and, quite frankly, hypocritical. One of those three. So I'm going to be very clear so that the information goes out and the speaker is aware moving forward. Unite Here Local specifically had not given to any of the campaigns directly. Okay? The Chamber of Commerce also gives candidates funds. So to say that certain votes are corrupt because they go one way or the other is misleading. Every candidate is supported by people, by unions, by businesses, by the chamber, and just because a vote goes one way or the other doesn't necessarily mean there's corruption. That's how politics works. That's how campaigns are funded, okay? So those are my directions for this evening, and there you go, Mayor.
Thank you. I see you're up next. Thank you so much, Councilmember Minister.
Thank you, Mayor, and it's late, and I'm a little bit, you know, I did, but it hasn't quite kicked in yet. So I guess I'm really concerned that with regard to the two surveys, that staff did not ask our researchers to draw conclusions and provide recommendations regarding the research. And I'm not blaming you guys. I'm just, because I know that it's a direction from staff, but you go to any corporation that does market research on anything, and somebody wants to hear recommendations and conclusions, whether it's the board of directors or it's a manager or whatever, and if the researchers don't do it, then staff does it. So I'm sure that staff read the results. You were obviously briefed. We were all individually briefed. And I'm just shocked that you know, we have information. Are you concerned that 22% of employees said they were laid off from their previous job in West Hollywood, that 17% had their hours or shifts reduced, and 10% are making less money than before? Are you concerned? I'm asking you. This is my question to you. Are you concerned? Do you know if that's a good number or a bad number? It could be that 22% being laid off is a great number, or maybe it's a horrible number. We don't know. And you are not telling us. So for us to be sitting here trying to devise policies at 11:07 at night, you know, or even receive and file, and not having that information is just, it's a waste of whatever you spent on that research. It's a waste. Does our Economic Development Department think that we created an environment where businesses can thrive when 45% of the businesses think the direction of the city is on the wrong track and 48% do not have a favorable view of West Hollywood as a place to do business? Are you concerned? Are you concerned? I'm asking you. Laura, are you concerned?
I think these are things we are concerned about. I don't think these are very different than some of the results that we've gotten from other surveys of voters and residents, because we did go back and look at those surveys. I think also the minimum wage was mentioned as one of the reasons, but there were other reasons like COVID and other things. So it concerns us, but certainly I don't think we're even experts in this field. We did these surveys because it was the request of council to get these surveys. We're not the experts that can say, if we change the minimum wage, it'll fix these things.
Okay, so then who are the experts? So should we hire another $100,000 consultant to do an economic study, to do employer relations? Because we obviously have a problem here getting together. So maybe we need to hire another consultant to do that job. Because I feel like tonight, although everybody had great things to say, I feel like we just wasted 2 hours that we are not getting back.
And Councilmember Meister, just to speak to your direct question that you asked, if I'm concerned about individuals being laid off, I just want to speak compassionately. I think we all are. Any single individual that's being laid off is never a good day. And I think any employer, any employee, any individual, and as someone who has been laid off before, I can personally say it is concerning.
Okay, and are you concerned about the 45% of the businesses that think we're on the wrong track?
It is very concerning, yes. And I think we all feel that, and we all feel concerned, and we do hear you.
Okay. So do you think that what you proposed in November 2023 is the best way to go about this based on the research? What's your opinion as our Economic Development Director?
So we had a report that was presented to you back in November, and that was a collaborative effort of many of our educated professional staff that we have here, including our city manager, our city attorney, and I am just one of a huge team of department heads and staff that come here each day to serve you all, this community, and the council. So I couldn't speak individually on that.
I understand, but tonight we were discussing this. That's what we were discussing here tonight. I mean, I just, again, you all are supposed to be the experts in your field. If you're not, then we have to hire consultants to do it. And I may not like what you recommend, and the mayor may have a different opinion, and all of my colleagues may have different opinions, but we have a complicated, complex set of circumstances here, and unfortunately, all we have is a receive and file, and staff has nothing to say about it, and I'm just immensely disappointed, and I just had to say it. And maybe it's 11/11, and that's why I had to say it, but that's what it is. So I actually would like to make that recommendation, that maybe we need to hire a consultant that specializes in economic policy and or employer-employee relations to help us get through this, because I mean, every 6 months us doing this is it's bleeding us. It really is, and it's divisive. It's just that's all it's doing, is dividing our community. That's it. I had to sort of laugh. We got a letter today from the Culver City Councilmember Puza regarding maintaining our minimum wage policy. And I thought to myself, that's easy enough to say when Culver City's minimum wage equals the state's wage at $16 per hour, and their retail vacancy rate is 3.7%, unchanged from the prior period. In West Hollywood, the retail vacancy rate, which includes restaurants and bars, is at 8.9%, up 1.9% from the prior period. So I don't think our circumstances are the same. Based on the study results and our other city policies and vacancy information, my next recommendation is that for new businesses just opening up in the city, to let them have 1 year to, at state wage and leave regulations, to give them 1 year to establish themselves, and then at the 1 year anniversary, then they then they convert to the city regulations, whatever they are. If people don't want to come work for them because they're not paying a higher rate for that 1 year or whatever the other benefits are, then they'll have to yield to the market. But let's give them a fighting chance to survive 1 year in our city. Regarding the living wage, the total living compensation model, whatever we're calling it now, for restaurant and bars, not including the hotels, I would like to see us talk to the California Labor Board, and let's just figure it out. Let's just see, is there a road? And if the California Labor Board says, no, there's no road you can take, then fine, then we've resolved it, and it's done. But let's not keep asking, is it legal, is it not legal? Let's ask, let's work with the California State Labor Board to see if there is a road or not. And if there's no road, I'm sorry. If there's a road, I'm sorry. I just think we at least need to know what is available to us and what is not available. Regarding the compensated and uncompensated time off, particularly for part-time employees, but I agree with Councilmember Heilman, us being inconsistent with other cities, I think is problematic. However, look, not everyone works part-time in the same industry. There are a lot of different industries. So I'll just give you an example. I used to manage a screening department for a market research company. I had at least 30 part-time staff. Some of them were recruiters, some of them were screening staff people. They all had other things they wanted to do with their lives, right? Some of them wanted to be musicians, some of them wanted to be actors, some of them wanted to be producers and writers. With this job, it gave them the flexibility to do that job, to make some money, and also, when they didn't want to work, they didn't. When they wanted to, if they got a gig at a studio, they could say, sorry, I'm not taking work this week. This is why the compensated and uncompensated time off for part-time workers is controversial. I'm not going to say, because there's no point in me saying I think we should do it, we shouldn't do it, because we're not making that decision tonight. But I want you to just at least understand why it's controversial. It's not only about people who work two jobs, working part-time at each one or whatever it is. Sometimes this is a personal choice. Sometimes it's about other commitments. Sometimes it's school. Sometimes it's family. Sometimes it's another job is their primary job. So I want to know, how do we make this fair for both employers and employees? Okay? And I also do believe that part of that uncompensated, the hours that we allocated, were a very specific reaction to the pandemic. And the truth of the matter is, if there is another pandemic, please God, no, but if there is, as a body, we are able to give an executive order to require something like uncompensated time off or compensated time off. We did it. We did it before. We gave extra money to grocery workers. We did this, we did that. I'm just saying, this is some background, and this is also why it's not just out of what's happening from your perspective. There's a lot of different people out there who work part-time with different jobs. So I just want you to kind of understand why it's controversial. And then regarding the CPI increase, frankly, I wrote that I would like to see if we could just move it to January 1st, 2025, and then January 1st thereafter for non-hotel businesses. We were on the fast track with those increases. We literally, every 6 months for the first 2 years, and I just think our businesses need to catch their breath. And I don't think that a 6-month delay will will be the end of the world. I just think that let them catch their breath for 6 months before we raise it again. And that would be my recommendation there. I thought it was interesting, one of the speakers from, is it Lane, that said that the city of LA, the sky isn't falling with the increases, but their minimum wage isn't as high as ours, and their sick leave is 48 hours versus ours, which is 96. So you can't, it's apples and oranges, right? You can't really compare them. I also don't understand why the union members from Unite Here are talking about unaffordable wages when 2 weeks ago, one of their representatives came here and spoke and said they had gotten the highest wages ever after the strike. And they thanked my colleagues, not me obviously, but my colleagues, that, for their leadership. So I don't understand why now, wait, what happened to that? I thought that happened. And so I don't really understand. And I just, again, it's 11:19, I'm going to stop talking. I don't know if any of the things I said anyone is interested in. You guys can just take it from here.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Meister. I just want to reiterate a couple of the items you said so we can make it clear. Is that okay? Could you? January 1st, 2025 for the CPI increase, a consultant of some type potential to do an economic concierge, business relation, something.
Someone to actually really look at the economics of this.
Okay. I like that title, the economics of this consultant,
Yeah.
but I think David and a couple people have heard. I just want to get it out there so we can have that. A new businesses that open up at the state wage rate, as well as with for 1 year, as well as yes, for new businesses, but not just the wage,
And this PTO.
PTO,
But
thank
here's
you.
the thing, that way they don't have to deal with the waiver stuff.
Yeah.
Like, why more paperwork? Why more? I mean, they probably don't even qualify for the waiver because they haven't been here working. They don't have the paperwork to show David, do I qualify or not for this? They haven't worked here.
So I think I got 3 things. Was there more? Minus all these.
To go to this, did you say about going to the state?
The total compensation thingamabobber at the
to talk
state.
to the California Labor Department?
Great. Thank you. I just wanted to get it all out. Thank you very much. All right, Vice Mayor Byers.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for participating in this conversation tonight and really contributing to shaping the moment in time we're in. As it's been noted, we received a letter on June 16th or something of 2023, and it prompted all of this work. We've been at it for a really long time. I'm really grateful to you all on staff for navigating this in the deep way you have. But what we're really looking at is the first full year that this policy has been into full compliance. We're not even at a year yet. And it's troubling to hear in some of the data how many people aren't aware of this, businesses still aren't operating it. So we're really looking at the first full year of this policy. And with that, it's really hard for me to hear the fear at an all-time high with such a vast realm of challenges before us, that the ideas or solutions being pushed to deal with this fear and this sort of insurmountable moment we're in are ones that are specifically weakening the protections for workers in our city. We know that nearly 500,000 workers lost their lives during COVID, and the entirety of the workforce and labor has been transformed in just a few short years. And I know that impacts everyone in this room very viscerally, and I think the trauma I feel lingering from that on all sides is contributing to some of the divisiveness I see and feel here. And I feel this deeply. I lost folks during this time. It felt like my world and everything I was going for was upended, and we're still sort of getting to grips with this. And I just can't state that enough, that we're still coming out of this period of time. In November, I had flagged that I may be interested in sort of looking at the part-time employee provision as well, just sort of noting this big chart. But I went back further and really thought about what we tried to do with this policy. And I wasn't there on council at that time when this policy came about, but what I'm really seeing this policy aiming to do is support all workers. And a part-time, full-time status, small, large business, it doesn't matter. We are really trying to improve the quality of life for all workers. every survey result we see says that this still isn't a high enough wage, period. And so if we can guarantee hours of paid time off and vacation time as baseline parts of what workers in our city can experience, that actually does improve the quality of life in transformational ways. It's not a high enough wage. Sure, necessities are still not being there, but at least our workers aren't having to choose between taking time off to take care of their loved ones or themselves when they're sick, or just enjoy a long weekend away with their friends. Those are good things for people's quality of life. We live in a city that has the highest baseline of health. People live longer lives in West Hollywood than anywhere else in this county. And this is something that we can extend to people in the direction of quality of life. I fiercely believe that. And so, you know, in the ways I was interested in looking at that part-time provision change, I'm truly not anymore. I really think we are doing something radical and transformational and necessary for the baseline of our workers. And I'll say further, the reasons aren't just about the quality of life. I do have fears that guardrails won't be insured for part-time workers. We already know that people in West Hollywood choose West Hollywood because they get the hours they want here. That may be less than 40 hours, and we can't accept that all full-time employees are the only people who get this sort of policy. So that's a no-go for me. I just want to say that clearly, and I really do appreciate that this is about that quality of life. There are a number of other things that we as a city have to keep doing to ensure that that quality of life happens. It's painful to see the safety and security issues continuing to be a threat. I know we've had business leaders talk about this on end, and workers as well, and we want to keep working on that. I am frustrated that it takes businesses so much time to open, and we can do better on that end. That is a place where those overhead costs that are incurred can be reduced. That's work that we have to do. I don't believe in the total compensation package. I can go into my long list of reasons why after looking at this policy fuller, but I don't believe it's something that is going to be good for workers in the long run. The lack of guardrails around definitions, the type of businesses that could opt in or not, I don't think it's actually the silver bullet for everybody across the industry regardless. I've heard people say it'll benefit these businesses more than others, so it just doesn't seem like the right approach for our staff's time to continue to be invested in. I do think that how much has happened when I look at the chart, when I see how much time, so much, I think somebody said 30%, you know, changes in 3 years, it has been a lot, and I can appreciate a lot. I can appreciate a desire to maybe look at a 6-month delay on CPI to align that on the January 2025 calendar year. If that can give a breath, a pause, I will be very clear, that is taking money out of the pockets of workers. That is, it period is, and it does not feel comfortable for us to do that. I will say I am more supportive of doing that because it is a future increase delay rather than taking money that is already guaranteed to workers now. They're already in the process of accruing this part or this paid time leave, this vacation time. Their wage is already what it is, and I don't want to look at changing that economic structure, but I would be interested in, if anything, a pause to CPI for that breath catching. But I want to be clear, I keep hearing from business community that it's not enough, and I even hate the idea of dangling this because I don't feel good about what it does for workers. But we have, as a council, been very thoughtful about the things that we can do to give businesses that pause. We have made contributions to more outreach, creating visibility. We know that's an incredible asset for businesses. We have the business tax fees we've given back to businesses. We've done these things, and I think in that vein, we can continue this way. So that's where I'm at here.
Thank you. Councilmember Heilman, I see you have requested to speak.
Yeah, but I didn't want to jump ahead of you.
No.
I wanted to, I heard Councilmember Meister's comments towards our staff, but I want to defend what they've done. I don't think it's fair to expect them to make recommendations where the council is clearly divided on matters, where there's a great deal of conflict within the community. I don't think it's fair to expect them to say, oh, we think you should reduce the time for part-time workers, or we think you should put in a pause. That is our obligation as policymakers to make those decisions. And I think the staff has done an amazing job, and our consultants have done an amazing job of providing us a lot of information, but really the responsibility is ours. And that's why I think this idea of hiring an additional consultant is not really going to be effective because we're all going to interpret the results based on our own biases. The one thing that I think if we really want more information, we should get somebody who can actually look at, you know, a series of businesses, their actual income, their revenue, how much they're paying, how much they're, you know, making in terms of profit, how much they're having to pay their employees, how much they're having to set aside for leave. That's what would be really useful to see from the perspective of the business. How are they able to function with the rents that they have to pay and with the wages? That would be informative to me, and I think it would be informative to the community. So I just wanted to, I know you weren't beating up on staff,
Go ahead,
but
Councilmember West.
I really wanted to defend our staff, who I think have done a really incredible job in providing us with a lot of information tonight.
I understand that, but I just want to clarify, it's about making a judgment at least about the research to say 20% is good or 20% is bad. You cannot expect, then make the comparison, find someone who knows how to make a comparison that can say, you know, that that's a good number or a bad number. The point is that to have numbers and then not have conclusions from those numbers is just sort of like numbers just floating in space. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone that came out to speak tonight. It takes a lot to take time out of your day, take time out of your job, bus your people in. Someone lives in Victorville and they're made their way here. That's a lot. It doesn't mean walking down the street to your council meeting isn't a lot. It doesn't mean advocating for what you believe in isn't deserved and a lot. It takes a lot to show up. And as Andrew Solomon said earlier, decisions are made by people that show up. I think that's really important. I've been thinking about this. What we're not going to do is we're not going to interrupt the council when they are speaking, Genevieve. That is your first warning. Stop, please. The one thing that we have to do here is what I'm seeing before us. Genevieve? Genevieve, I heard you laugh. Okay, thank you for clarifying. If we could all respect the council. Genevieve, thank you very much for clarifying. I apologize. The warning has not been given. You have a very distinct laugh, so it's very good. So thank you very much. I go back with you, Genevieve. We go back a long time, and I appreciate that. And I was in this room in 2015 when the city council voted down the $15 minimum wage. It's just the truth. I sat back there. I couldn't believe what I saw. And back then, I'm hearing the same exact thing I'm hearing now. And what I'm hearing 2 years ago, and what I watched on video a year ago in November. Not now, too much, too soon, give us more time. And these are all legitimate concerns. No one's not belittling what you have to say about that. Every business is different. Every business is unique. Every worker is unique. Every person is unique. And that's the best part of our community because we are so diverse. But back then, minimum wage was $15 an hour, and now we're talking at 19. That was 8, 9 years ago. And we're still talking about this way that we're keeping people to live in poverty. That's what this is, $19.08. Even by our own survey results, people aren't even getting paid that. They're getting paid 25, 24, 26. And the idea that I think the policy conversation that we're trying to have here is what's best for, I think, what we need to do to live in a city like West Hollywood. And let me tell you, it's $40 an hour, and it probably needs to be higher than that. When I think about my time on this council, it is marred with division. Division bought by people that want to sow sides on either way, that want to make sure that it's your camp, my camp, you're against me, I'm not for you. This is my and our West Hollywood. I go to all your businesses, and I'm proud to go to all of them. I talk to workers. I literally show up and I say, how are you doing today? How are you doing, business owner? What's going on in your neck of the woods? And you want to know what? They're not here tonight because they're over there serving and working for their business because they don't have time to come here. And that's the workers and the owners alike. They might not be members of the chamber, and that's great. I love that people are members of the chamber. They might not be members of a union, and that's fine too. But what matters is the point. And the point is people are not paid enough in the city, in the county, in the city of LA, and the state of California, and for God's sake, the United States of America, where the minimum wage is, I think, $7 an hour. So what we are talking about here is no longer a conversation about a livable wage, but it's how do we move forward as a community together, because that's what I'm concerned about. And I don't have the answer. I don't think any of us have that answer. We're trying to. Our staff is doing one hell of a job. I really believe that. And I think the work that you're doing itself is incredible. We actually did get an answer, Councilmember Meister. We talked about the way in which you could look at 22% of people being laid off of their job, but then they found another job. We got an answer right here from our statistically valid survey. And that's the information we asked for. And that's where we stop tonight. We're not getting another report back because these are received and filed. And I don't even believe that this was properly noticed for us to even make any changes tonight, personally. And that's my personal opinion when I look at the legalities before us. But it doesn't matter, because tomorrow it's the big bad city council siding with X or siding with Y. As Councilmember Heilman said tonight, there's no winner here tonight. Sorry, no winner. And frankly, at the end of the day, what we have to do is we have to figure out how we can come out of this together. And when you sow divisive politics into the work that people do every day on every side of the aisle, you're only going to get chaos. And if people want chaos further, keep it up. But what we have to do is be the adults in the room. And at the end of the day, I've said it before and I'll say it again. When this city voted down the minimum wage, which then Councilmember Heilman and now Supervisor Horvath put forward in a 3-2 vote, I was dating someone who lived and worked hourly in West Hollywood. And I literally said to that individual, if I ever have the power to help raise the wage in the city, I will do it. Because 30 cents, he said to me, do you know what that means to someone like me who's trying to figure out how I pay my cell phone bill and all these other things? And how do I answer that? I worked at the city. I was Abby Land's deputy at that point. And I just have to say that if we're going to sow divisiveness into this, I know what side I stand on. And I stand on the side of the city of West Hollywood. And that's all of you. And you can hate me, you can love me, I don't care. But I'm going to show up and I'm going to take your call tomorrow. I'm going to show up at your business tomorrow. I'm going to make sure that no matter what I do, I know how I react to these situations. And so before us tonight, I think we have a couple of proposals or motions, however we would like to do it. Councilmember Heilman, I see you wanted to speak.
Well, I wanted to help maybe guide the conversation. There was a discussion about leave for part-time employees, but I don't think there's majority support to try to change that in any way. I think there was agreement that we need more education about the ordinance and about the minimum wage and the benefits. There was some discussion about asking the state labor department about the total compensation method, but I don't think there's support even if that's something the state labor code says that we could do. So I don't think there is support for that. I heard some discussion about hiring a consultant, so we might want to talk about that. There was some discussion about a new business exemption for 1 year, and I think those were all of the topics that were raised, and I just don't know if...
The pause.
Oh, the pause, I'm sorry, the 6-month pause, and make it January 1st. So those were the 3 things that I think are outstanding for us to decide on and discuss, so.
Great.
Yeah.
And then the other items, I believe, are just receive and file?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, would you like to do them one at a time, or would you like to do them all together?
I think maybe we just go down the row and say what we're thinking on each of those topics,
All
and
right.
then we can figure it out.
Sounds good. Would you like to start?
No.
No?
I organized it.
That's right, you did the work. But Vice Mayor Byers, would you like to say anything about those 3 items? Do. Yeah, thank you. So Lauren, Councilmember Meister, apologies, is for the consultant, the new business exemption, and the January 1st, 2024 CPI increase. I'm sorry, what'd you say, Councilmember Meister? Was that, did I get everything? Did I get everything you wanted? The 3? Okay, great. Thank you. Councilmember Shine?
No, on all of them.
Okay. Councilmember Byers?
Yeah.
Yes on them?
No changes to the leave. A 1-year new business exemption.
Yeah.
I'm not fully understanding why a new business who understands the policy and coming into the city would need that. I can understand why the waiver was in place, but I don't support a new business exemption.
Okay. And then consultant? Okay, yep, great. And then are you pro or con the 2024 January 1 CPI?
I'm trying to understand the fast food, the $20 an hour increase at the state, does that have a CPI that goes into effect, or is it a 1 year and then 2025? I'm trying to understand.
It has a CPI that goes into effect.
Automatically into the next year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, I don't know that the CPI increase or not is making a big difference. When I feel like I said it, it didn't feel like it is doing much for businesses, but if it's valuable, I'm happy to do that for 6 months.
Great. Councilmember Hyman?
I have a question for staff. The waiver that you talked about, could a new business apply for that, and who's eligible for that waiver?
Thank you, Paolo. New businesses are not eligible for the waiver, so they have to prove that they are going to be experiencing a loss in revenue, that they would end up having to file bankruptcy, and they have to provide financials of their prior year in operation. So a new business is not able to, as it currently states, apply for a minimum wage waiver or the leave provisions.
I'm not supportive of the new business exemption. I agree with my colleague that if they're opening up a business, they should know what the wage is and they should be prepared for it. I'm not supportive of the consultant because I don't think we'll necessarily listen to whatever the consultant tells us. And then I am open to delaying the CPI increase to January 1st to give a pause.
Great. Thank you so much. So I am in agreement with the new business exemption. I agree with what Councilmember Howman said. There's already 3 votes against the consultant. I concur with that, and I am willing to do a January 1, 2024 CPI pause.
2025.
Sorry, 2025.
Mayor, may we clarify on that? I don't know if City Manager Wilson wanted to clarify, or if you'd like me to clarify, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. So are we saying we're going to do the 2.8% that would have happened in July, just move that to January 1? Or are we saying based on the CPI on a different period? So right now, the CPI is based on the annual amount from the prior year. That amount will not be available in January of 2025. It doesn't come out until around April. And so are we just postponing the current increase? It would be 1961 on January 1st instead of...
Can we calculate the increase from the date of the last increase until the end of 2024? We
could, but it would be, we'd be using a different set of months, I guess. That would be, so right now it's the annual increase. It's January to December of each year. We wouldn't have December or January or November at the time of January of next year.
So you're adding more confusion to it because you would technically have to do like March.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we could just postpone the increase that would happen in July to January, just give the same exact increase. It just wouldn't happen until January.
And then the increase would continue to happen on January instead of July, or we're looking at
It would go back to
it
June.
would go back to June at
Is
that
that
point.
what I heard you said, that 6 month and then go back to
That's right.
the July one?
Delay it to January,
Yeah.
and it would be a January 1st start from then on.
Okay.
So, I mean, we should be doing it as an annual increase, not something every 6 months. So,
Yeah, so we can come back with another time period. We'd have to bring back another ordinance anyway. We would just bring back another 12-month period at that time for the January increase.
and then going forward, our wage increases would always be January.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Great.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, just for my clarification too, so we would have to come back, this would affect the ordinance that's in place, changing the date of the CPI. So
Correct.
we'll come
The-
back.
The increase in the ordinance says July 1, so we would have
Perfect.
to change it to January.
Okay, thank you.
Great. So just to reiterate, we're going to, Councilmember Heilman, would you like to make a motion for those 3 items? So that way, well, I have
think
the
the only
votes.
one we agreed
Yeah.
to was
The
the
January
delay.
one.
Yeah. So we're going to ask staff to come back with an ordinance change that will make the CPI increase annual starting in January. Okay.
Would you like to make that motion?
Yes, that's my motion. I think that's our motion.
I think that is. Thank you. Are there any further comments? Nope. All right. Let's go ahead and vote. Thank you. That passes 4-1. All right. Moving on to item 5B, creation of a business task force.
Before we leave that, I know the ordinance is going to be changed so that the CPI calculation will be annual going forward, but I'm hoping for this year it will be the CPI from the last increase till January 1st. So does that make sense? An 18-month period? Yes. If that's possible, that'll.
It's not, that's what he just said.
We're going to have to talk about this when
Yeah.
the ordinance comes back. So,
yeah.
yeah.
Great. All right. Moving on to item 5B, creation of a business task force. And you wanted an abbreviated staff report? No staff report?
Is there a public comment?
There is one public commenter, Steve Martin.
He's not here.
He's
I don't
not here.
see him anymore.
Yeah.
So I'll clear him.
Okay. May I?
Yeah, please, yes.
Okay, so just trying to gather my thoughts. Let me put my glasses on. I would like to actually give some direction and see if my colleagues agree that we wait off on this for now because we need to have the economic study come back that will inform us on what business gaps we have in the city. And we also, when myself and Councilmember Meister brought this forward, the purpose of the task force was to come up with policy recommendations for recovery from COVID. That was 3 years ago. And quite frankly, we've passed a lot of ordinances, a lot of measures to help our businesses recover. And since then, the Chamber of Commerce has instituted several different types of task forces, including a small business task force. So that part of it doesn't seem relevant anymore. The other part of it was for business success. And again, we've done a lot to make businesses successful. However, the one part that we have not focused on, and I think that needs to be the focus of this task force, is business diversification. So the gaps that the economic study will come back to us with will inform how we move forward with a task force. So my request is that we, if my colleagues agree, let's postpone this for now and really focus it on that. Councilmember Meister, you want to add
I
anything?
agree with Councilmember Shine. You know, when we put this together, the primary reason was, you know, to diversify our economic base, right? And to figure out ways how we could expand and find opportunities to get different kinds of businesses in here, so we're not just relying on restaurants and hotels, and to make our city more resilient. So it seems to me that it would make sense to wait until we get the economic study back, because why try to put a task force together and who would be in the task force without knowing what the needs of the what the needs of the city are.
Would you like to make a motion for those items that you just suggested?
Table with the...
Or table,
Yeah, just table it with direction that we just gave tonight.
Yeah, so table the item until the economic study is complete that identifies the gaps, and then return to council with
a focus on
recommendations
diversification.
Diversification and for that business task force.
Yes.
Okay.
Great. You don't need to vote on that, do you?
Mayor, I had one
Oh, yes,
question.
sorry, Councilmember Heilman.
Just a question for our staff. I felt like this was somewhat duplicative of some of the work that you're already doing with the Brokers Roundtable and some of the outreach you're already doing. Do you feel that at this point this is really necessary for you to interact and our city manager to interact with the business community?
I think I'm very supportive, and staff is very supportive of Councilmember Meister and Councilmember Shine's recommendation to delay the implementation of this. Having a business task force is an effective tool, but right now we are doing lots of different outreach models. In the economic study, we are doing working groups. We also have focus groups. We're doing individual interviews. We have the quarterly commercial brokers roundtables. Staff is also participating in the small business initiative outreach effort and the small business task force that the chamber is doing. So we're creating lots of different touch points to directly interface with our business community right now. So I think we can hold off until we get that economic study results back, and that'll be coming to you later in the fall.
Great, thank you.
Great. I think a table, you just need a motion and a second for the table, right? Or do you need, no, because tabling.
Since we're tabling it, no, and
great.
the council agrees.
Sounds
I'm
good.
fine with that.
Thank you so much. Moving along to item 5D, appointment to the Social Justice and Transgender Advisory Boards. Vice Mayor Byers and Councilmember Meister, are you ready to make your transgender advice? Okay, Councilmember Meister.
I'd like to appoint Mariana Marroquin
Oh, yay, Mariana's
back to TAB, and welcome back. And I know you're probably asleep like the rest of us should be. Okay.
Councilmember Byers, Vice Mayor Byers.
I'm going to appoint June Panushkin, and she'll be sending in an application shortly. Thank you.
Great. And then the Social Justice Advisory Board at large, I believe we are ready?
Yeah,
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, Councilmember Shine.
We're
There
ready.
Just for clarification, there was an amendment to this item removing
Yep.
one of the applicants, so we have only one applicant for you to consider this evening.
I'd like to nominate Kenneth Jones.
Okay.
If my colleagues are.
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a very good person.
So Kenneth Jones, I'll just quickly do a voice vote. Councilmember Heilman, Kenneth Jones. Yes. Councilmember Meister. Yes. Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Byers.
Yes.
And Mayor Erickson.
Yes.
Kenneth Jones is appointed to the Social Justice Advisory Board for a term ending February 28, 2025.
Thank you. On to excluded consent. All 6A and 6B were moved to consent. Item 2J, and that's the Playhouse.
And I believe that was held to next meeting.
Oh, apologies. You're right. Yes, that's right. Going to come back on unfinished business. Wonderful. Last public comment period. This time has been set aside. I think I know who's speaking. Okay. This time has been set aside for the public to address the council on items of interest. We're going to go forward. Matt Green is not here. Talia's not here, Chris is not here, David's not here, Walter's not here, Mito's not here, Isaac's not here, David Goodstein is not here as well. Great. That concludes.
Kareem Mercy was added, but I think he just left.
Yeah.
Yeah, he left.
That's okay. Thank you, Kareem. Have a good night. All right. That concludes public comment, council member comments, and meeting attendance reports. Would you mind going first, Councilmember Meister? No. Thank you.
Of course not. Thank you, Mayor. Since our last meeting, I attended the West Hollywood Employee Recognition Lunch, Pet Mayor Installation, and Picasso Pets, and Plummer Park Neighborhood Meeting. I represented District 41 on the Southern California Association of Governments Energy and Environment Committee and Regional Council. The Regional Council adopted the Connect SoCal 2024, which includes SCAG's Regional Transportation Plan and Sustainable Communities Strategy. The formal adoption of Connect SoCal 2024 by SCAG's Regional Council marks a significant milestone, putting forward a long-term vision for the future that balances mobility and housing needs with economic and environmental goals over the next 25 years. Stakeholder feedback and public consultation for both Connect SoCal 2024 and the 2024 program environmental impact report spanned 2 years, involving thousands of individual comments, hundreds of meetings, and dozens of formal comment letters. So it was quite the achievement to get it finalized. Announcements, I have Thursday, April 18th at 6:30 p.m. Planning Commission meeting. The Planning Commission will hold a public hearing regarding a proposed request to develop a commercial site with an 11-story mixed-use hotel and residential development located at 8850, 88 to 8878 Sunset Boulevard and 1025 to 1029 North Larrabee Street. It's item 10C on the Planning Commission agenda, which you can download from the city's website. Saturday, April 20th at 10 a.m. at Council Chambers right here. Doors will open at 9:30 a.m. Water Wise, Waterworks Symposium. This symposium will explore the fundamental role that water plays in supporting urbanized settings and looks at some of the key challenges that lie ahead with respect to future sustainability, climate change, and resilience. Pre-event expo along with coffee, tea, and pastries, and lunch provided following the conclusion of the symposium. Assuming you get through the whole thing, then you get lunch. For more information and the link to RSVP, you can go to the city's website. And I also want to wish those who celebrate a very happy Passover. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. Happy Passover to all who celebrate. I went to the Pet Mayor installation. Chloe was excited to pass the bone to Winnie. She was disappointed that she didn't get to swear Winnie in and thought she was going to accidentally. It was so much fun. I want to just thank staff for all the work they've put in to make this fun event better every single year. Starting April 21st till the 28th is Lesbian and Queer Women's Visibility Week. On the 24th, there is a Next Gen Coffee and Convo at Fangirl Cafe from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Please join. On Saturday, the 27th, from 5:30 to 8:30, there is a screening of a movie called Ahead of the Curve. And on the 28th, and this is really exciting, we have Queer Art in the Park from noon to 4 p.m. And thank you to the L Project for producing our Lesbian Queer Women's Visibility Week. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Shine. Councilmember Heilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended various community events, including the City Employee Recognition Luncheon. I attended as the city's representative, alternate representative, the West Side Cities meeting in Culver City. I attended the Beverly Hills City Council swearing in of their new members. And I also wanted to report that our former council member, now county assessor Jeff Prang, organized a group of LGBT elected officials from LA County, and there are, I believe, 50 of us now, and we had our first organizational meeting, and that event was this last Saturday, and the organization is now up and running. So, and my colleagues were there as well. That's it.
Thank you. Kareem, are you back to speak? Yeah, please. I mean, you're here. You stayed the whole night. We'll give you 2 minutes. That's only fair.
So what I would like to say is I don't want the city to be a San Francisco. I was just there 3 days ago, right? The policies that you guys are implementing, I had 55 employees before any of you were here. I'm now down to 32. I lost 3 in the last year. The thing that you guys are not remembering is that for us to be able to pay the employees, you know, many of you come to my store. We were charging $2.30 a shirt 3 years ago. We're now up to $4.75. With your policies, I'll make it $6. You're putting a tax on the people of West Hollywood. They're paying $3,000 for an apartment. They go to Ralph's, milk is expensive, gas is expensive, dry cleaning is expensive, everything is going to be expensive. And you're assuming that the branch has enough money to keep going on and on. If customers stop coming to our store, which they're already doing, when you charge $24 for a dress and you were charging $16 before, we don't have customers won't come to us. So whatever ordinances you pass, the CPI index, all these magic numbers, or the other cities are going to catch up to us, they won't be jobs. This is going to be the next San Francisco. I'm a businessman. I've been doing this for 40 years. Some of my friends manage Google. We're from India. We're the best managers in the country. And I'm telling you, this city is headed for doom. Every block you go, you see signs for J-Lux, J-Lux, J-Lux. Every business is going down right now. I have friends. Everyone wants to leave the city. I am thinking after 41 years to leave the city. And I feel like crying because of the policies that you guys have. I'm looking for a property in Hollywood a few blocks away. And I'm really going to do it. And I hate to do it. I feel like crying what I'm saying. But enough is enough, what you guys are doing. Even the CPI index. If people don't have a job, it's better to have a job. People that are making, we're paying people over 19 an hour, but when you make the minimum wage 19, you got to pay the one that's making 20, 25. The economy doesn't sustain it. We're in a pandemic, for God's sake. We have inflation from Biden in Washington. We have Governor Newsom telling us, ban boilers, ban washing machines, ban detergents. Business is so tough. People are working from home. They're not even going to the office anymore. Our business is down substantially. And your policies are going to destroy the city, I'm telling you. You don't need consultants. We are the consultants.
Thank you, Kareem.
Please, okay? So.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Byers?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start with my attendance. And thank you, Kareem, really for staying until the end of the night to speak. We appreciate you. I'll start with my attendance. I attended the Los Angeles Affordable Housing Solutions Agency Board meeting, the National League of Cities Transportation and Infrastructure Services Committee meeting, the installation of new council leadership in Beverly Hills. Very excited to be working with them all. And as Councilmember Heilman said, the LA County LGBTQ Elected Officials Association's first night. I want to also just note, in our last meeting, I implied that a Caesar salad is a plant-based option, and that is absolutely not true, and I understand that, and I appreciate the many people who have reached out to me to let me know a Caesar salad is not plant-based. I obviously made a mistake, and I am very regretful of that mistake. That is all. We should own our mistakes. That is all. That's all. Have a great night. Happy Earth Day, everyone.
Yes. There you go. Shameful, just shameful. Thank you so much. After our last council meeting, I flew up to Sacramento and I testified at the Assembly Public Safety Committee meeting on roofing with a bill package from Assemblymember Josh Lowenthal. That was a part of an item that Councilmember and then Mayor Pro Tem Shine, I believe, and I did many years back that was going out that he is turking statewide. I want to thank him for the work that he's doing, and the city's on record supporting that stuff. Those very important bills, Beverly Hills installation event, an outgoing council member celebration, the WeHo employee recognition event, the ribbon cutting at WeHo Elementary Playground, and played pickleball against the student council, and they kicked mine and Vice Mayor's butts. I attended the CPA Board of Directors meeting, the Williams Institute Legacy Gala. I spoke at the LA County Public Health Week event for Visibility Transformed at the LA LGBT Center. I attended the Urban Leadership Institute conference where I attended a bunch of sessions on the 15-minute city, sustainability, greening cities and business, attended an Equal Means Equal event, and then the USC Lambda LGBTQ Alumni Association Scholarship Benefit and presented proclamations. I want to thank Planning Commissioner Matos for inviting me and many others. That was a really well put together event, and it was great to see such wonderful people in celebration. And then I also attended the peaceful position of power between Pet Mayor Winnie as well as former Pet Mayor Chloe. I want to thank my colleagues for doing it. I want to thank John Viscott personally for getting a couple really freaking cute photos. They are great. And Winnie is at home sleeping and demanding many, many things now that she's never demanded before, and my life is a living hell as a result. Additionally, a few comments. I want to thank my colleagues for passing what I believe is the first ever bee removal ordinance in the United States, I'm pretty sure. So it's something that came from Vincent Jones, a resident of the city of West Hollywood. He had bees in his backyard, and I don't want to kill these bees, and well, here we are. And so thank you, Vincent, for inspiring such transformational policy, humane policy, as well as making sure those bees stayed alive. I want to wish Dan Morin, if you're watching this still, which I hope you're not, and I hope you're sleeping, a happy 80th birthday. I can't wait for our next lunch. And then additionally, I've spoken with a number of residents along Gardner and Vista regarding some of the comments we heard today. I want to thank City Manager David Wilson for talking and trying to clarify some items. Please know to the members of the public, these items will be coming back, and while yes, I understand that there's still confusion around numbers of spaces, what's going on, I believe that this council will make sure that the additional community outreach and making sure people are heard. But however, the transportation and mobility plan has been going on for quite some time, but nevertheless, however we can continue to help the community, I think will be great. A few ideas, if Bob is still here or if David could take this back, and my speaking with residents last week, the potentiality of installing a roundabout at Gardner and Lexington. It is, and I saw many cars drive right through there, the installation of the stoplights right there, the flicker, although no one stops for them anyways at the other ones, so why would they here? However, whatever we can do. And then also additionally looking into a special permit parking zone on Gardner and Vista. If we could, when these items come back, if staff could further look into that and talk to the residents and maybe hold another community meeting, I think that would be helpful for everyone. With that, it is 12:03. And we are adjourned until our next meeting on May 6, 2024, here in the council chambers. Thank you, everyone.